questions if they come in from the audience there. There's evidently a chat feature inside the platform, so it may be that Matt can also have conversations with the people joining us from everywhere online there. Please remember the code of conduct. In essence, be kind. Please silence your phones at this moment. And also, thank the sponsors. Really, meetings are hard to arrange. We need lots of help. That's financial help, volunteer help, it's participation, engagement. So think about who these people are, what they represent, and how we can support that ourselves. Let's see, whatever. I think that's all. So all from the audience, please be prepared bringing your questions to the microphone. We'll try to leave at least 2 minutes at the end of every presentation for your questions, and there's a discussion session at the end. With that, we're going to get started. The speakers will be introducing themselves.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yep. Press the arrow. Press the
Oh,
arrow.
no. Oh, press.
I think we're supposed to take a minute to thank our big sponsors again, Delta and Picture A.
Okay, so I'm Kelly Davis. I'm a cultural heritage data engineer at Yale University.
And I'm Jessica Utrup, a museum assistant in invertebrate paleontology at the Yale Peabody Museum.
And we're also here on behalf of Dr. Rob Sanderson, the Senior Director for Digital Cultural Heritage at Yale University. Okay, so Yale has world-class cultural and natural history collections, which are spread across 3 different museums, a dozen libraries, and extensive archives. With such a variety of objects and possible scholarship, how can we best connect you to our collections? Yale's mission statement includes goals to both teach and learn with our collections, as well as encourage curiosity and engagement with our preserved heritage. But of course, we have many challenges in trying to do that. For example, the museums, the libraries, and the archives, they all are in different domains. They have different viewpoints. They use different standards, and they have data in at least 4 different systems. Their collected records are all very rich in detail. They have many implicit connections that can be made by a user based on their own knowledge, but that is not explicit in our data, and it's not linked or structured. In designing a platform that would unite all of these disparate data sources, we faced more challenges. We had a desire to go beyond a traditional user interface. We didn't want to reinvent the wheel or replicate an existing system. In addition, each of the collecting units needed to continue to own their own data and be their systems of record. We were not going to take over that task for them, but we still had a need for some type of unified platform. We began with the recognition that everything is connected. For example, this fossil in the Peabody Museum was found by Benjamin Silliman, a Yale science professor who wrote to George Peabody. That letter is now in the Yale archives. Silliman was married to Harriet Trumbull, a drawing of whom is in the Yale University Art Gallery. And Harriet Trumbull was the niece of the artist John Trumbull, who painted this work that's owned by the Yale Center for British Art. These connections could be made by a user on their own with prior knowledge of what to look for and by visiting each separate database. But we wanted to make that connection possible and explicit in one platform. Hence Lux, Yale's newly launched cross-collections discovery platform. Lux's mission is to improve access to collections for teaching, learning, and research, and to generate engagement via curiosity. Lux is a platform that can bring in a user who may be browsing for information on Trumbull, the Revolutionary War painter, but end up on a fossil found by Silliman based on those connections. This kind of serendipitous discovery is a hallmark of our platform, and one that has implications for each unit. For example, the Peabody's collections are now available for someone who might not be looking for a particular fossil or aware of specific time periods, but who would encounter this information simply by excitedly browsing our platform. We accomplished Lux via this high-level collaboration framework, and I cannot emphasize enough the collaborative aspect of our platform. Without consistent buy-in of each unit, we would not have a product to show to you today. So given the go-ahead to innovate and take mitigated risks around a new, for us, paradigm of building connections in Yale's cultural heritage data, we built the Lux platform and linked open data around an activity-centric data model. Please pretend that that map is not there yet. It's not supposed to be. We chose linked data because instead of the traditional table-like structure of most databases, which limits explicit connections, linked data is a knowledge graph. It's a web of data points that are connected by relationships. For art museums and libraries, it could be the production of a painting or the creation of the intellectual content of a book. For natural history and the Peabody, it's often the encounter of the object by the finder. So I have to say I used an AI image generator for the middle image, and it was not one of the good ones, clearly. I asked it to show me Benjamin Silliman discovering a fish fossil in Italy in the 19th century. So yeah. Anyway, that activity then has many relationships that we can express explicitly. Who found it? The real Benjamin Silliman. What kind of activity was it? It was an encounter. In the parlance of the model we use, we call it encounter. I tried to find an image for this, but it got really weird really quick. So no image. Okay, where did he do it? We already have the map. It's Montebolca, Italy. We already saw what he found, a Seriola analis, or as I like to call it, a fish. And when we don't have exact dates, we know it was sometime in the 19th century. So Benjamin Silliman has other activities associated with him, and other things happened in Montebolca or in Italy or during the 19th century. In linked data, all of those things are connected via relationships to the nodes. So those are the basics of how our linked data model works. The mapping of the data from, for example, EMU to this model is incumbent on the units, although my team often assists or makes edits. Our specific ontology is called link.art, which is itself an extension of the SciDoc conceptual reference model. Once mapped to linked data, the records are then sent to us via activity streams, which is a IIIF standard, and harvested by our data processing code. They then go through this entire pipeline process, including reconciliation, because of course, there are many records from our systems for Benjamin Silliman or for Montebolca, et cetera. I'm not going to go into too much detail on technology, but this is some of the core software and programming languages that we use. All of our code will be made available on GitHub, and we chose open source software as much as possible. The only proprietary platform that we use is MarkLogic, which was necessary to handle the scale and volume of Lux. So again, an important part of the Lux platform is in its connections, not just across the units at Yale, but beyond New Haven, because we bring in data from external sources during data processing. This data provides much more information than our internal library or Peabody records and can provide a basis for more efficient scholarship, a one-stop shop, so to speak. For example, the external sources that we use range from as far abroad as the National Diet Library of Japan to the closer to home Library of Congress to the familiar Wikidata. They cover a wide range of subject areas from a variety of viewpoints. And crucially, they're all available as linked data. So even if they're not in our exact data model, just being in a knowledge graph as opposed to a tabular database allows reconciliation of those records to Lux and brings an expansive amount of information to our users. This means that the Lux record here for another Yale scientist, James Dwight Dana, with works created by him and about him in the Yale libraries, as well as 142 objects encountered by him in the Peabody, his Lux record contains information not just from those units here, but also from these 6 external authoritative sources. This enhances his record considerably, combining the Peabody's knowledge about Dana's birth and death with library records that contain his name in different languages, with biographical and descriptive data from VIAF, which is the Virtual International Authority file, 2 different European national libraries, and other external sources. So it's an ideal example of how such disparate data sources can not only impact but improve each other. This linking is accomplished programmatically in the data processing code. This reconciliation of the sources into one record and the next step of merging it can be a challenging process. It has to happen at scale for it to be of any use, but working at scale means accepting some level of an error rate. All of our data starts with humans, of course, and humans are imperfect, so data is imperfect, and we'll always be looking for ways to improve this process. This is the current count of records in Lux. Total, we have over 41 million records. And I'm going to pass this on to Jess to show you a little bit of Lux and how it can be used for narrowing the gap in natural history research.
Thank you, Kelly. So Kelly has gone through and told you how amazing Lux is, how it brings so many different things together. I'm going to show you some of the cool things you can do on the natural history side of it. So for example, if I just type in Como Bluff, most of us know what that is. In the 1870s, the Union Pacific Railroad was going through Wyoming. People found giant bones. They wrote to O.C. Marsh, who was the nephew of George Peabody, who then gave the money that founded the Yale Peabody Museum. And he started going out and collecting bones. So just by typing in Como Bluff, you can see I have 1,138 objects, 11 works, which are kind of the intellectual side of things, 2 people associated with it, 53 places, and 6 concepts. So these are a couple of the books. One is held in our rare books library, Beinecke. The other is just in our regular science library, Mark's library. If we look more specifically at the works, which are kind of the intellectual property of it, even though we might have the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th edition of A Dinosaur Graveyard deciphered for you, that's one intellectual property. So that's one work, even though we might have 4 or 5 objects associated with it. But what I wanted to show you in the works here is how we're really bringing things together. So, you know, John Ostrom wrote a book about Marsh's dinosaurs and the collections that we have from Como Bluff. But the library also has a number of gelatin silver prints of this area that you wouldn't have stumbled across. Continuing on, you're going to see in the identifier, it's an IPAR. So that's an IP archive record. People probably never thought to look in invert paleontology for a vertebrate site. But we have information too. And the great thing about Lux is how it draws everything together. Como Bluff is also a place, right? And it's not just one place, but for us, each individual quarry is a separate and distinct locality that we have internally in the Peabody database, and all of that information goes out. So you can then click on Como Bluff Quarry 13 and say, well, what do we have from there? Every object that is linked to that locality is visible here. There's a map. There's not a lot in the OpenStreetMap version of Como Bluff because it's kind of in the middle of nowhere. So that's not super impressive. And if any of these fossil specimens had images, those images would be there. But with Lux, you can filter for that. So I can say, okay, well, what has an image? And now I have 3 fossils that have images. I have the catalog numbers. If I want, I can simply click on one of them. It opens up the IIIF image. You can zoom in, you can scan around. You get the copyright information right there on the page. As you scroll down on the page, you find more about it. You find that it's a fossil, that it's a Camptosaurus dispar, that it's a paratype specimen. You find who encountered it, when they encountered it, where they encountered it. Any anatomical identification notes that are in our database are also fed out here. How do I see it? Talks about access. Who do you need to talk to if you want to see this thing in person? And that's true for paintings and books and fossils. Where is it stored? Tells you which museum houses it, where it is. Can I reuse it? All of that information is right here on this page for you to see. Most of Yale is open access, but certain things do have copyright restrictions and things, and all of that is available here. Now, to kind of change course a little bit, what if I wanted to know about female botanists? Like, we know all about a bunch of old white male botanists, you know, so what about some of the other ones that we've had? You can actually facet on many of these different things. So I just looked for female botanists, and the first picture was really intriguing to me because I'm trying to figure out if she's standing by a pile of antlers or if it's some kind of crazy plant. I don't know. I'm not good at plants. But here you can see Herma Albertson Bagley. We don't have anything specifically associated with her except a book in the library. But you can see she's a park ranger, she's a botanist, she's a school teacher, and you can start to kind of wind yourself down this path, learning about her and her life, even though all we do is hold a book. VAF and Wikidata, these are the sources where the rest of this information is coming from, where we're getting the picture from. And so it's just it's like a fun rabbit hole that you can all go down. So with that, we need to thank Yale University and the Andrew Mellon Foundation for helping fund this project, and we're happy to answer any questions.
So I just want to clarify, when you say you've got names in different languages, is that directly from Wikidata or do you get it from other sources as well?
Yeah, they could be from a variety of different sources. It depends.
Okay.
And that is not actually explicit here in the record.
Right.
The technological overhead to include all of that is
No,
just
too
not
high.
in scope.
Yeah.
But the records are all there, so you could visit each one and see what kind of information they have.
Yeah, cool. Thank you.
I also realized that we didn't link to the platform anywhere. So that's our bad. And it's lux.collections.yale.edu. It just went live technically today. So you can also just Google Lux at Yale. Sorry. Go ahead. Is there still time for another question? Oh, sorry.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Andrea Thomer. I'm an assistant professor at the University of Arizona School of Information. I'm not a natural history collections manager, which might make me a little bit of an odd one out here, but I study collections management and I do a lot of work to try to support collections management. So today I'm going to be talking about the Internet of Samples or iSamples project. I'm here on behalf of a very large team, so including Kirsten Leonard, Dave Viglas, Neil Davies, Chris Meyer, originally Ramona Walls, and a whole bunch of other people who are not on this slide. So my talk today is a little bit of an advertisement for this project. It's an NSF-funded initiative that started in the geosciences, but we're hoping to make broader connections beyond the earth sciences, and that's why I'm here at SPNHC. I'm also only a recently added PI to this project, so bear with me if I stumble over some of the details. But I am, like I said, very excited to share this with everybody. So iSamples, like I said, is an NSF-funded standards-based initiative that identifies material samples, records basic metadata about them, and links them to other samples, data, and research products. By standards-based, I mean that it's based on things like Darwin Core, so biodiversity and museum standards, but also using web standards like linked data and things like that. A shorter way of saying all that is that iSamples tries to aggregate digital records of physical samples and hopefully makes it easier to make those digital records findable and visible. First, by samples, we really mean any physical object used in scientific research. So on this slide, I have a bunch of things ranging from fossils to archaeological artifacts, to thin sections from minerals to ice cores to biodiversity specimens. The reason we're focusing on this really interdisciplinary collection is because often when people go out into the field, they are not necessarily focusing on just collecting one type of thing. But once they get back from the field, all of those artifacts get scattered across into multiple different kinds of repositories or databases. So as an example, say you're a geobiologist working in Yellowstone National Park or someplace like that. You might collect things like rock samples, water samples, stuff like that. Those will either wind up in your personal collection, depending on how big of a sample it is, or they might wind up in a range of different museum collections. Some may be part of the National Park Service, some may be part of your home institution. The resulting data from all of those samples might wind up in some place like GenBank if you were doing DNA analysis, in CSAR, so that's the System for Earth Sample Registration, if you're just focusing on rock samples, or in federal databases, particularly if you were working closely with the National Park Service. Our goal is to reintegrate those collections once they are scattered across different repositories. And our hope is to support site-based science, so these kind of holistic interdisciplinary investigations of these scientifically significant sites, and also just all sorts of other kinds of interdisciplinary inquiry that are harder to do when you can't search across just one thing. So very much in the same spirit as the Lux project that we just heard on. A lot of this work hinges, though, on something that is potentially controversial and really hard to achieve, and that's the use of consistent unique identifiers, and ideally unique identifiers that resolve to some sort of website with metadata and that are unique globally, not just for your museum. So I want to get a show of hands on this. How many people use a globally unique persistent identifier for their collections? That's amazing. How many people are still using something like just a collections code and a specimen identifier? So something that's not registered with a DOI. Yeah. And so there's good reason for this too. Most museums are old. The collections are old and they've been cataloged for hundreds of years. And it's a huge pain to recatalog all of your specimens. But part of what the iSamples project does is, I hope to show this anyway, is that it shows the value of doing that annoying work of getting things re-registered with these unique identifiers, because you can then link them to a bunch of other things. I'm not going to spend a ton of time on the actual iSamples architecture here, but I want to mostly emphasize that there's a couple layers where iSamples can sit. First of all, on the right-hand side, maybe you can see this, we have iSamples Central. So that's a web-based, cloud-based repository that's aggregating lots of records openly available on the web. And you see here it's hooked into naming authorities like IGSN or DOIs. So it can hook into these unique identifier registration systems and even help you get those registered. There's also this organizational level, though, that we're calling iSamples in a box. And I'm going to skip to the next slide for that. iSamples in a box, I want to emphasize, is not a repository. It is an intermediary layer between a repository and iSamples Central. So if you have a repository in your space or some sort of database or something like that, iSamples can do that mapping from your database to iSamples Central so that your collection can be made discoverable, but you do not have to completely redo your database in order to participate. So it's responsible for translating repository content to iSamples metadata records, and provides a web UI that uses the API to support discovery, and it's highly customizable for domain or use case. I'm going to go back now. The reason that it's highly customizable is because of the way that we've designed our metadata schema and metadata standards. So there's a very minimal core bit of metadata at the center of iSamples that in this diagram is called the iSamples metadata kernel. So that's required for all iSamples objects, whether they're digital or physical. So that is very high level and includes things like specimen type or material type. So it's an artifact and it's made out of wood, or it's a rock sample and it's made out of metamorphic stuff or something. Not a geologist, obviously. So that's all that's needed in order to make the samples broadly discoverable with an iSamples Central. But beyond that core, we have all of these petals that are meant to represent disciplinary or even museum-specific metadata that are building off of that core. So again, you don't have to redesign your database, you just have to map a few elements, and that helps make everything discoverable. I think I'm gonna, there. So iSamples is still in development, so I do not have a live picture to show you, but this is a screenshot of our iSamples Central as we're working on it right now. So a couple things to note. First, we have this interactive 3D map that you can use to explore sample density in different locations throughout the world. So if there's a higher stack of little dots here, that means that there are more samples taken from that area. Second, we have faceted search based on those core metadata kernels. So this one is showing picking through a sampled feature. So what kind of thing are you looking at? So it could be an anthropogenic environment, could be an earth environment, things like that. There's about 6 million records in iSamples Central so far, pulling from our 4 kind of use case or our starting collections. So those are Open Context, a big archaeological database, Geome, which is a microbiology project, CSAR, so the System for Earth Sample Registration, and a collection at the Smithsonian. So it's a very interdisciplinary group. And one of the main things we've been working on is how do we actually build an aggregation that's useful? So if any of you have worked on aggregating records before. A big problem is that not every record will necessarily have the thing that you're trying to aggregate them to. So not every record will have this sample type explicitly named in the record. So for open context, it's a bunch of archaeological artifacts. They don't say that they're a bunch of archaeological artifacts because that's kind of assumed. So we're working on building rules-based translators so that help flesh out the metadata for those records, and also using natural language processing to infer things like specimen type or material type from the rest of the metadata record. So our excellent student, Sarah Song, has been doing this work for the last year, and we're gonna share some of our workflow pretty soon. So that's where we are. In a lot of ways, all of iSamples is a work in progress because it's still in development. It's not live right now, but I'm looking forward to being able to share with that soon. But there's a couple of side projects that we're working on as next steps of development in this space. So first, work in progress, we want to make citable sample sets. We're calling these reliquaries, which is supposed to be a cute little joke based on the fact that they're collections of artifacts. One potential use of iSamples could be that it makes the impact of collections and therefore collections managers and scientists more visible. We hope that by making the sample records accessible through standards on the web, we can therefore also hook into like bibliographic databases and start to see where samples are being used in the literature. We need citation standards for that. So I'm co-chair of the Physical Samples Citation Cluster at ESIP. So that's the Earth Science Information Partners. Has anybody heard of that organization? Awesome. ESIP is great. Come to ESIP. We're building on work that's happening at ESIP and RDA, so that's the Research Data Alliance, to build first citation guidelines for AGU journals. So how should you cite your samples if you're publishing in an AGU journal? Part of that, though, there might be a paper that uses hundreds, if not thousands, of samples, particularly like if you're doing a big genomic metadata analysis or meta-analysis or something like that. We need to build containers for those citations because there's not a journal on Earth that will let you just put that all within the paper. That's what we're working on right now, this reliquary architecture. And it's not technically complicated. It's mostly something that exports a list of the identifiers and a bit of core metadata in a way that could be easily crawled if someone was trying to scrape the citations later. But we'd love feedback on this if this is something that any of you are interested in getting involved in. Like I said, it's not technically complicated, but there's just not a lot of infrastructure for it now. So we're exploring whether iSamples could play that role as a place that helps mint or create these files that would go along with journal articles, and also even maybe be a place that helps resolve those links between the files, that helps you scrape the identifiers from reliquary files that are used as supplementary materials. Another piece, another bit of work in progress, we're piloting a workflow for sample registration in the field. So one of the biggest gaps between the physical and the digital is the massive amount of time it can sometimes take to curate physical materials. I used to work at the La Brea tar pits, and one of the constant things that we were always worried about is just like the decades-long backlog of stuff that we needed to curate, because museums don't have enough staff, they don't have enough money, there's just not enough time. Our hope, though, is that if you move sample registration up in the workflow a little bit, that gets at least a metadata record into a database faster and makes it easier for you to manage your collection. So we're piloting this sample registration workflow with Eric Kanza and the rest of the Open Context team. He's off doing field work in like Italy this summer. Sounds terrible. I'm so sorry for him. But we're hoping that we've built some Kobo toolbox forms, or he uses these Kobo toolbox forms to collect his data. We pre-registered easy IDs to be used with to be assigned to all of his artifacts, and we're then hoping to just pull those into iSamples once he's back. Pretend this says bridging the gaps between the, this is what happens when I'm rushed making slides. Okay, so just to sum up some things that we're trying to explore with iSamples. By pooling records, can we better show the impact and scope of collecting efforts by site, by institution, and so on? By hosting reliquaries, can we help make sample use more traceable? And how can we support the work of collections managers via iSamples? I'm very interested in hearing from folks working more closely with collections than I do on where you see this potentially being useful, or if you're would be interested in trying to migrate to or publish to a service like this. So please contact me. Thank you. Do we have time for questions?
Yes,
One. Any questions? We have time for one.
As I understood, for the reliquaries, you also need some kind of design change at the, for example, data side of it. Are those conversations happening, or?
Yeah, we're working with DataCite because they recently took over IGSN, so the International Geosample Number. So we are working closely with them. I would love to talk more about that if you have specific things that we could talk to them about. So.
Thanks.
Kia ora koutou katoa. I am Siobhan Leachman. I'm a Wikimedian and one of a group of researchers working to find all the women after whom flowering plant genera are named. Now, our project was inspired by a 2021 tweet by Carmen Ulloa, a member of our group, and this sparked off our international and multidisciplinary research project. We were all motivated to undertake this research because we wanted to focus in on women and to highlight their contributions. Our aim was to create a linked open data set of women after whom flowering plant genera were named and then analyse that data set. From the very outset of our project, we thought really strategically about how to share the data created or improved by our research. We committed to publishing our research in open access journals, placing our curated data set in an open repository, but importantly, all of us prioritise proactively sharing our data as widely as possible during the research process. Now, before I move on to the digital tools that we actually use to link our data, I want to highlight two tools that made our international and multidisciplinary collaboration possible. It would have been extremely difficult to do this work without Zoom. I am of the opinion that we as a community can thank COVID lockdowns and the ubiquitous virtual meetings for a massive community upskill in using this and similar tools. Another tool we found vital was Google Docs and Sheets. Again, everyone in our group had a Google account and had used these tools prior to our project. They empowered our group to contribute at the same time to the same spreadsheet or document, to assign tasks, to raise issues, to keep everyone in the group up to date on progress. And from the outset, Wikidata was intended to be a vital component in this project. Now, Wikidata is an openly licensed, multilingual, interlinked knowledge base. It empowered us to create or enrich Wikidata items on the women and on the genera named after those women, and then create links between those items. Wikidata can be edited by both people and machines and is constantly being enriched and improved. Now, as soon as we created or enriched links relevant to our project, other Wikidatas unknowingly became our collaborators. These editors helped us enrich and link our items to other data in Wikidata. Now, Wikidata also links to multiple other databases, so it becomes a database hub. And this meant we were able to link database identifiers to our Wikidata items, and all this data is CC0 licensed, so it can be reused by anyone for anything. And this aligned with the aims of our group. It also ensured that once we had completed our research, we could then analyse that data by asking questions of it that might otherwise be really difficult to answer. Now, obviously, one of our main priorities was ensuring that women were actually in Wikidata. So we undertook biographical research and created or enriched Wikidata items for these women. And where possible, we added links to other databases, including the Harvard Index of Botanists, IPNI, Tropicus, the Biodiversity Heritage Library Creator ID, VIAF, which is a global library ID, and ORCID. And if these women were published authors, we also ensured that the women were linked to any of their publications in Wikidata. If the women were biological collectors, we used her Wikidata item or her ORCID to add her to Binomia. Now, Binomia is a website that helps link information on collectors of specimens to the actual specimens themselves. The specimen data used by Binomia is obtained from GBIF, the Global Biodiversity Information Facility, and so as more collections add their data to GBIF, more specimens can be linked to our women collectors. And this Binomia attribution work generates a Binomia profile for these women. And the generated Binomia profile helps create further data about the woman and her contributions. It gives a list of co-collectors as well as a list of institutions that hold her collections. So we added statements linking the woman to her co-collector via the Wikidata significant person property, as well as a statement linking the woman to institutions that hold her collections via the Wikidata collections items at property. And we also added the Binomia profile ID to the woman's Wikidata item, and again used this as a reference to support those statements made in Wikidata. And next we created Wikidata items for the genera that we were researching. And the main link we wanted to create was that the genus was named after the woman. However, in order to confirm that statement, the group undertook a lot of work researching the genera protologues. Now, because this protologue research required a lot of effort, we wanted to ensure that this research was able to be easily replicated by anyone. So where possible, we used the protologue in Wikidata as a reference for the genus taxon name. And if it was appropriate, we also added the protologue as a reference for the named after statement in Wikidata. And this made these sources easier for everyone to find. If the protologues were in BHL, we added the BHL page ID or the bibliographic ID as part of the reference. So the protologue was just a click away. Now, during our research, we were constantly checking our work against IPNI and Tropicus databases. Members of our group emailed IPNI with queries and updates, and also undertook Tropicus database curation. We provided these two databases with a variety of data about the women, the genera, the protologues, and the taxon authors, always attempting to ensure our research was as widely disseminated as possible to the communities that would find it the most useful. And we aimed to do this as soon as we could during the research process. Now, where the protologues had Wikidata items, we were able to use them as references to support statements, as I've explained. But this verified our research in Wikidata, but also left a documentation trail showing evidence of our data curation. And as part of this, we ensured the protologue items were also linked to the author items, and where possible, we linked again to the BHL catalogue or page ID, again to ensure that it was only a click away. We also ensured that the IPNI and Tropicus publication IDs were added to the protologue Wikidata item. Now, not all the protologues were in public domain works, and even if they were public domain works, not all were accessible via BHL. So we created a spreadsheet of all those publications that were missing from BHL and used that spreadsheet to request BHL scan those publications and add them to their website. Now, we were motivated to do this because this project emphasised to us how very reliant we were on BHL to gain access to scientific literature. If the publication was not in BHL, often our group had to spend precious time travelling to a variety of libraries to obtain access to that literature. And if the publication was in BHL, we could easily check our work. But if it wasn't, we had to rely on memory or on notes. Another advantage of having works in BHL was the ability by Wikidata Tropicus, and IPNI to directly link to those publications. And this linking and subsequent ease of access by all these platforms motivated us to do as much as we could to improve access for our wider community. And we also ensured the BHL Creator ID was added to the Taxon author items, Wikidata items, and we did this to help link the Taxon authors to all their publications in BHL, including any prologues, making it easier for researchers to find publications by these authors. And this was just one way that we enriched the Taxon author Wikidata items. We also added biographical data, links to other databases, again, including Binomia, IPNI, Tropicus, and all this rich linking in Wikidata for all these items ensured that the women, the genera, the publications, and the taxon authors could all be searched for and the data about them queried and, importantly, reused. Now, adding and enriching Wikidata with our research has ensured it and the women it celebrates has been made much more visible. Now, our work directly benefits collection managers and curators. Just one example is the frictionless data packages made available in Binomia and generated partially as a result of our attributing specimens to women collectors. Each natural history collection GBIF dataset linked to in Binomia has its own Binomia profile. And attached to this profile is a package of frictionless data files generated from the attributions made to the collectors of those specimens listed in that data set. Now, this data includes a list of scientific articles that have used those specimens in research. And this list can be reused by collection managers to report back to funders on collection impact. The frictionless data also contains a file of problem collector dates generated from the attributions made in Binomia. So collection managers can improve their collection data using this information. Now, our data in Wikidata has helped other natural history institutions link to our data. One example is Te Papa, the National Museum of New Zealand, which adds Wikidata items to its person records, both on its front-facing website and also in its collection management system. Another example is BHL, which not only adds the Wikidata identifier to its creator pages, it then reuses the Wikidata item, extracting a selection of other identifiers, and then also displays those on its creator pages. Now, the outcomes of this project include not just the 2 research papers currently being written, nor the dataset we intend to openly publish to accompany those papers. The outcomes include multiple Wikidata items created, enriched, and linked. It includes Binomia profiles, improved, empowering natural history collections to benefit from that linking. It is improvements we've made to IPNI, to Tropicus, to BHL. And the use of digital tools by the Women Genera Project researchers has also fostered in real life engagement, strengthening both professional and personal relationships. This spinach presentation is but one example. And personally, the long-lasting outcome of this project for me will be the friendships I've made. I've gained so much knowledge from these wonderful women, both my collaborators, but also the women after whom the genera have been named. I obtain a lot of satisfaction from knowing that our methods and workflows will ensure our research is already being reused and already being built on. So thank you. Any questions? Nope.
Siobhan, how can we help?
How can please be open and push your data out. And if that means employing an intern to make sure that your collectors are in Wikidata, please do so. Publications, if you come across a publication that's in the public domain, it's not in BHL, put a request in for it to be scanned so that people get access. Just think proactively about how you can share your work with everyone so that we can benefit. Yes.
Hi.
Maybe it's more a question for Bionomia, actually. Do you know if you're using any of the information available on Index Herbarium with important collectors associated with collections?
Binomia users you can bring in people to Binomia via either their Wikidata item or their ORCID. So if the Wikidata item's used if they're deceased. So if they're deceased and in that database and that database is being ingested into Wikidata, then indirectly yes. But otherwise, if they're living, it's only ORCID. And if they're deceased, it's only Wikidata, but you can link a whole load. I mean, the Wikidata has massive amounts of databases that are linked in Wikidata itself.
Okay.
I don't know whether that particular one is, but I can easily look it up for you.
Yeah, I would like to know.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Gary Motz from Indiana University, and I'm just talking a little bit about sort of narrowing the gaps between collections management systems and the broader public access to research data at Indiana University. So a number of years ago, we embarked upon an effort to unify and elevate these collections management across Indiana University to enhance accessibility and discoverability. And this is obvious to the natural history collections community, but I'll highlight a little bit more about sort of the background of what brought this this project to be, to allow for us to really enrich and extend the nature of collections information by partnering with lots of people with shared infrastructure concerns across our university and our institution. So I'll give a little bit about the background of what allowed this to come together at our institution, about how we are unifying the collections management experience amongst all collections at Indiana University, and then how we're using that to elevate the nature and the impact of those collections, their particular research objects, the specimens, the data, the publications, the people, and the networks of information contained therein to the broader research and creative community at large. So a little bit of background. A number of years ago, 2017, the president of the university addressed in his State of the University that we have a tremendous number of object-based resources at IU that were in dire need of conservation and care. And these were time-based media. So cellulose acetate, cellulose nitrate, lots of critical film and for audio and visual formats were at risk of complete data extinction. So the university launched what eventually became a $22 million initiative to completely digitize the entire time-based media holdings across the university. As that project has progressed, we've learned a lot more, that there are lots of departments that have time-based media other than our media school, which includes journalism and the libraries and another of other groups therein. And so there's a little bit of information about MDPI and what's gone on there. But at the same time, that really launched a broader connection to what do the collections that are engaged with those time-based media involved as well. And so the president sort of encouraged his board of advisors, the student board of advisors to the president, the board of AONs, to launch an initiative to figure out what are those shared hurdles to data mobilization, to preservation, to conservation, and collections management for the collections across the university system. And a lot of this work has been spurned because of the president recognizing a need, telling a student group of interns to go and look at the collections managers across the university, report back to the university administration, and then extend that to allow for a couple of key innovations. So collections are really a critical part of a university, and this is not something that is unknown to this community in any way, shape, or form. But the primary functions of a university are for the collection, the dissemination, and the preservation of knowledge. And it's that effort to really allows for us to, as a university, to contribute to that preservation of our heritage by stewarding our cultural collections. And so this effort has really been one to unify the collections management experience to provide these linkages to the broader research and public communities by doing so for natural history, for visual arts, and for our cultural heritage collections across the university. So we've embarked upon this process to unify a standards-based approach to accession and deaccession for ways in which we use standard vocabularies and ontologies to describe our collections We've centralized the physical storage and conservation of those physical objects themselves in a number of ways, using our auxiliary library facility, where we now have 3 and plans for a 4th and 5th, because a library of things is something where it's really critical to maintain temperature and temperature and humidity preservation quality environment as well. And then we also rely upon other aggregators like the Digital Preservation Network or Hathi Trust and the IU Media Digitization Preservation Initiative to really allow for the expansion of the digital preservation and digital accessibility of those physical items that are held in trust by the university. And we're really doing this to catalog that in order to promote the fair reuse, the data for discoverability, accessibility, interoperability, and especially reuse. And we're doing that by in order to elevate the data experience, to make sure that those data aren't just lost because the Indiana University Paleontology collection is closed behind the locked door on the 5th floor of the geology building that nobody ever visits. It's really important to make sure that that visibility is out there, so that way people know that the data exists, are available on GBIF and on iDigBio, and making sure that this experience can be shared amongst all of these collections across the university. And we're doing so in an approach that promotes a collection of collections. We're sort of pre-aggregating across the university infrastructure in a sort of a novel departmental research coordination structure called University Collections. That's the department I now work for, which provides that centralized support for policy, for conservation, for integrated pest management, and for cyber infrastructure to support the collections management information systems for all of the collections across the university. So this unification process has been one that allows for us to diagnose and to document the number and the breadth of the collections that we have at Indiana. So at collections.iu.edu, we have an entire index of the collections that are publicly accessible, and there are about 180 of them available on this site now. But the back end of this site also allows for us to put together information about a collection profile that describes the type of information that we have in each of these collections, the types of collections, where the collections and the collections managers are physically located, the contact information for the responsible parties for those particular collections, what types of governance are impacting those collections, because NAGPRA is of particular concern for the repatriation of Native American remains as well and associated funerary objects. And so the university has really put a tremendous amount of impact and effort into this to try and say, where can we reduce liability, because we don't want to show up in the newspapers for doing the wrong thing. How can we do the right thing proactively and make sure that we can support these collections as best as possible? So by building a lot of these collections profiles, we've really recognized that all of the collections across the university that are run by a 0.2 FTE faculty member that's got a full teaching load and collections management and curation responsibilities with half of a graduate student maybe and no budget, have the same level of access to resources for collections management and general preservation potential within the university resources as the other collections that have full-blown museum staff, endowments of more than $100 million, and 20, 30, or 80 people that are working to preserve the Eskenazi Museum of Art, for example. And in doing so, by mapping the metadata requirements and the needs of each of these institutions, whether or not there is active digitization going on in each of these collections, whether or not there's photography, collections management, IPM, or general facilities concerns, by diagnosing this across the broad spectrum, we've recognized that there is a tremendous amount of shared issues across all 200 plus collections at IU. And so our solution is to really try to make sure that we can take advantage of university-wide efforts to centralize and provide shared solutions for those shared problems. So in doing so, we've done a lot of diagnosis of users and use cases, and trying to make sure that the individual use cases of each collection and the collections manager and the researchers and the students and the teachers that teach with those objects in each of those collections use cases are well documented, so that way we can identify the mechanisms by which our centralized platform to elevate collections information systems is now made accessible. So in doing so, we've created a concordant sort of a consensus metadata schema that allows for us to pre-aggregate all of the information coming from 3 different bundles of collections types across Indiana University, where we focus on the specific needs of natural history, visual arts, and cultural heritage to put them together alongside bibliographic and archival collections to then harvest each of those separate 5 profiles of metadata schemas into one consensus schema that we're now aggregating into a single one-stop shop to allow for discoverability of collections data. And so while this isn't quite Lux or Wikidata and a lot of the resources that have gone into building these impressive platforms, this is Indiana University's approach to standing up a platform that allows for shared infrastructure to promote the accessibility and discoverability of object level metadata about those collections and the items contained therein. So we've got lots of faceted searches, and we can allow for classifications and creators and contributors, which collection it's in, that allows you to get back to the individual collections management system and the hosted web profile for each of those collections and the related parties that are responsible for each of them. So it's not quite a linked data approach, but at the same time, we're trying to make sure that the linkages bring you back to the home institution, the collection, the department, where those information and more information can be found. So this elevation project has been one that has allowed for us to really streamline project management, to allow for this unified CMS to extend the capabilities of lots of collections managers that didn't have access to a CMS or didn't have enough access to technical staff to make sure that their CMS was connecting to another database, whether it was a colleague at IU Southeast, a regional campus that is trying to make sure that her specimens that she uses in her teaching are also in Fishbase and in VertNet and a lot of the other mechanisms that she knows to use for her teaching that gets her students excited about both fieldwork and object-oriented inquiry. And so we've really relied on a pretty core granular staff with limited budget to bring this together, but we've accomplished some pretty major milestones in order to pull it together. And by making sure that we're working together to address these critical linkages for providing shared answers to these shared problems, that we are trying to make sure that we've got not a top-down mandate to make sure that the university administration says, yes, you must participate in a collections management system that allows for you to better document your liability because university collections and their objects are assets that have some sort of value that is more than just what risk management and loss control and claims thinks of, like how much do I have to shell out when the fire destroys some of those objects or something gets stolen or lost or loan never gets returned. So the university is starting to recognize that collections objects have value. And in order to do that, we're really working with university partners across the spectrum to ensure that that value is properly documented and extended, so that way the information associated therein can really allow for the invaluable potential for access to research data to reach the broader community. And one of the ways that we're really trying to do that is to try and make sure that we tie into the university's strategic plan. The university strategic plan a couple years ago had very significant and pronounced direct linkages to objects and collections and in natural history and art and the specific things that we as museum and collections people care about. But in the new things, we really got to make sure that we've got a pretty substantial impact to have strategic plans that allow for us to tie ourselves to the shared fate of other partners that have a similar set of problems and therefore shared solutions, to allow for us to work together as opposed to like, oh shoot, our department just lost our 0.3 FTE IT guy. How can we ever do this to move forward? So really, in conclusion, that's pretty popular right now amongst universities and larger institutions to centralize resources, especially in information technology and cyber infrastructure. Our recommendation and experience has been to lean into that and to take advantage of the shared infrastructure to allow for central resources to provide their budget, their personnel, their specialized expertise to allow for the cyber infrastructure to help you meet your specialized research needs for collections management, for data discoverability, for persistent identifier minting and resolution, and connection to the broader research community. So it's at those economies of scale that we're finding that we've been able to encourage people to participate in something by showing them what potential they can achieve. And now we've got people banging on our door asking to be a part of this infrastructure improvement program, rather than like, no, we can't have our data. The script has been entirely flipped, and now the path forward is to try and sustain that by working together. Thanks.
Hi, this is really impressive work for just, it sounds like 6 years to completely overhaul the collections at a university. And I wonder if you can talk a little bit about what the impetus was for the president of the university to decide this was an important resource at a statewide university with regional campuses, and to just really invest in it. And you mentioned risk management. I'm wondering if that's really where it came from, and how you and your colleagues were able to turn that into something more meaningful than just the insurance liability.
Definitely. I'll answer the second part first. And the risk management part is something that we have not started out with, but are really trying to link it back to because of the inherent value of collections objects. And the president was involved and engaged because of his belief that the university's responsibility is to allow for the preservation of knowledge. And so that president has since retired, and we're working on convincing us a new administration of those challenges. It's an ongoing problem.
Just lay it down. Like the mic where you want it.
So I'm Rob Cubey from the Royal Botanic Gardens, Edinburgh. I am the presenter of this work. I'm not the author of this work. This is a joint project undertaken under the Synthesis Plus EU project. It is part of yet another acronym called the JRA, the Joint Research Activity, and it's called the Specimen Data Refinery, the SDR, yet another acronym. Last year at this Spinach conference in Edinburgh, Lawrence Livermore, the work package leader, presented how the Specimen Data Refinery was going so far. And seeing I was coming to the conference here in Seattle, in San Francisco, it was an opportunity for me to present what we've been up to in the last year. The SDR builds on items that we've seen, or not builds on, it's very like items we saw yesterday in the plenary, 2 days ago in the plenary, and yesterday in the demo camp. So this is really kind of like to see how things are going in the European projects comparison to the North American ones we've seen in the last couple of days. But to start with, because it may be a little bit new to some of you, there is a idea of where this sits within the EU funding mechanism and the EU projects. Some of you will recognize this image before. It's used an awful lot, but for others it may be new. These are the EU projects that are around the main project called DISCO. Who here has heard of DISCO? That's pretty nearly all of you. Fabulous. I was told to ask questions by Deb, so that was the question I needed to ask. It was very clear. She said in an email, "You've got to ask a question." So that was the question. So we're in a funding process. We have gone through DISCO design, through ISDIG, through Synthesis Plus, through Mobilize. And it's an ongoing process, and it's an ongoing process that sits within a research infrastructure network, and you can see DISCO sits there halfway between on the x-axis. On the x-axis it sits taxonomy, and on the y-axis it sits halfway between the genomic work and the ecosystem work. It kind of sits in the middle there. I'm afraid I don't know quite what some of the other research infrastructure projects are, but it gives an idea that these projects are meant to be interlinked and to build upon each other. They're not meant to be standalone projects. The whole point of the whole process is that they leverage each other's work. Why are we doing this within the EU? We have a lot of collections. I don't think that comes as a surprise to anyone in this room. There are a lot of specimens, there's a lot of species, there's a lot of scientists, and there's a lot of people interacting with the collections. And this is a similar image to the one we've seen over the last couple of days with the extended specimen network and how we are all trying to add and link information to our physical objects. We're trying to enhance the value of them by making them interlinked. And what are the principles for developing technology within the synthesis of a disco projects? There are three main stands, three main pillars. The first one is object identifiers. There is as we've alluded to today, there's a DOI versus identifier discussion going on. But each of the items needs an identifier. It needs a way of linking, making these items unique and being able to link them. The second tenet is the FAIR guiding principles: findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. I'm not going to go into that too much. There are other people who are going into that, and also it's a topic which we all, I think, the ship has sailed. We all agree with that. There's no big argument there. And the third thing was that there's a timeline to some of this data. We timeline to some of this data and software. We want it to be available for the next 20, 30 years. We're not trying to develop something that is going to work for this project and then disappear in the next couple of years. It's vanish under a sea of the next piece of new software coming in. Let's try and develop something that is workable, scalable, manageable, and has a long-term life. So that's the approach. That's the background to the Disco and the synthesis projects. That's the approach we took. And so what's the overall technical approach? Well, the first step was to pull together some of the workflows. You can see some of these workflows. They are in a variety of different formats, let's put it that way. Some of them are on work plans. Some of them are in how-to manuals sat alongside microscopes. Some of them are in people's heads. Some of them are in data managers' heads. And how do we kind of try and pull some of those together so that they are unified and comparable? And for this, we chose the business process model and notation guidance, which is a thing that industry uses for producing these workflows in a unified way. And there is a Disco GitHub website where we've tried to pull together some of the more person-based workflows, like the Lepidopteran one on the left, which is designed for public, not designed for public, it's designed for in a cartoon format so people can easily work with it and pull it into a way which it can be compared to the specimen, the herbarium specimen workflow and the geology workflow and other workflows. And this was a work undertaken within the project. And then it was, how are we going to actually do the workflows? How are we going to work with them? And there was some workflow software chosen by our partners at the University of Manchester. And the idea of going into particular workflow software was that it allows the process to be replicable. It allows it to scale up and scale down depending on the size of the institution. It removed some of the computer problems. In other words, asking an institution to start up a new virtual server, allow access to that server, who's going to manage the server, who's going to pay for it, and it allowed installation of this computerized workflows inside a bundle, a package which was an installable package, rather than getting the programmers to do it, or the IT at the institutions to do it themselves. And it also allowed for provenance and reporting, so we could get an output at the end, which was comparable within institutions. So this is what the workflow looks like. There is input sources. There are things that happen to the data on inside the workflow, inside the Galaxy workflow. And then there are outputs at the far end. The outputs being zipped files in an RO crate format. And I should say here, this is so my part in this work package is providing data. I'm a collections manager for the Royal Botanic Gardens, Edinburgh, and so I provided some data and I did some testing. I did not write any of the code. I did not work out which Galaxy platform to install this on. This is presenting the work of others. I'm slightly out of my comfort zone when it comes to, no, I am really out of my comfort zone when it comes to presenting some of this Galaxy workflow stuff. But this is the software that was used. It was Galaxy Workflow. There was Workflow Hubs was used to record what was done within the workflows and to archive them. The Python and Docker were to provide packages that could be provided to collection managers so they could install something easily and simply. And the RO crate was to provide the output in zip files at the far end. This specimen data refinery built upon work with the Elycia for Life project as well, which enabled us to jump in quite quickly. We didn't have to spend a lot of time trying to evaluate which workflow software to use. The Elycia project were already using Galaxy, and therefore it was a quick jump into that. So this is a workflow dashboard. This is from this dashboard, you can pick which workflow you wish to use. And there is a little description about which workflow and what it does. And you can decide which workflow you want your specimens to go into. And here is the workflow. It's a drag and drop usable workflow. So you can pick up an item within it. And so in other words, you can pick up OCR and drop OCR into your workflow, and OCR will be performed upon your specimens. You can pick up the block entitled segmentation, and you can drop the segmentation block in front of the OCR block, so your OCR is so much more effective. It allows the visual manipulation of items within the not items, the manipulation of processes within the workflow in a diagrammatic way, and also a way you can add and remove the process. I am running out of time. So results. We have So this is the results of image segmentation. This is the slides from here on in are from Lawrence Livermore presentation he gave for the EU project earlier in this year. This is the segmentation to see how that's going. This is a National History Museum Lepidoptera collection. Thank you. And this is so that's the segmentation. This is the OCR, as you can see down here. The OCR really likes some of the markings on some of the Lepidoptera, as well as the labels. Then there was, once we've got the OCR out, can we start to do something more with it? This is what was discussed yesterday in the demo camp about how can we try and get some parsing of this data. And so this is the cloud evaluation of the OCR. In other words, trying to find mistakes, trying to find issues, trying to lump together results of the OCR so that we know we're talking about the same thing. And then can we take, oh, hang on, I've got myself out of loop, sorry. The next logical step is to take this up into the cloud, and then to try to have a look at the different cloud platforms, the Amazon, the Microsoft Azure, and the Google. And of course, they have different price breaks and different pros and cons with working within those cloud infrastructures. So having a look at the prices and what might work for the number of specimens that we're talking about. So this is where we are in the project so far. We've gone up to a point where we're looking at a large-scale prototype, and we have a way to go before we are going across Disco. And how do we write up some of this work we've been doing? We've chosen to use this thing called Diataxis, which has an element of tutorials, how-to guides, explanation, and reference, in an effort to try and write up what work we've been doing. And the last all, this is the organizations involved in the project. It's been a great project, and it's been really enjoyable pushing the boundaries of where we can go with some of the specimen data refinery. And I'm sorry, I'm missing a slide. You're missing a slide. There is a slide which is missing, which is the outputs project, and allows a set of linkages for clickable linkages for GitHub, for the papers we've produced and everything we've done within this project. I will try and get it added to the output.
Please make the mic where you want it.
Okay.
And Arizona.
Hello, I am Chern-Mei Jang from National Museum of Natural Science, Taiwan. It's a pleasure for me to be here. I would like to present the implementation of the archival management system for natural history collection at our museum. Our museum has a total of 33 curators across the different departments. Among them, the Department of Biology is the largest, consisting of 7 divisions and 22 curators. The museum's collection journey began with a zero object when it was established. The first collection was officially registered in 1983. Over the course of 40 years, our museum has accumulated total collections of over 1 million pieces. In addition to dried specimen of plant, our collection has expanded to include living plants, fungal strain specimen, and a seed collection since 1992. Collecting and banking living plants, seeds, and fungal strain holds significant importance in the field of botanical conservation. The collection items in our museum mainly comes from 4 sources: field collection, donations, and acquisition for purchase and exchange. According to our records, field collection is the primary source of the collection, accounting for 62% of the total, which is close to 1 million items. In order to ensure the proper preservation, effective management, and public accessibility of our collection, we have partnered with the Ministry of Culture with a professional team to development and deployment of a web-sized archival management system. The back-end platform is designed with a layout that meets our specific requirements and include various modules such as integrated query, cataloging, accessioning, logout, and inventory. Taking the cataloging module as an example, it will include the following fields and features: accession number, classification unit, locality and date, specimen type, and status. There is a highlight unit designed for open data setting for the front-end browsing. This feature empowers staff members to selectively make certain data sets available to the public. In this slide, we provide an overview of specimen data for specific example. The inedible fungus, Daudinia concentrica. This slide is divided into 2 parts. In the metadata page on the left-hand side, and the photo and the DNA barcode sequences on the right-hand side. The top section of the slide displays the image tag, which provides users with the ability to upload image and access their accompanying details. The system supports various image formats, such as JPEG, TIFF, and PDF. In the lower section, we have a long record tag that provides a comprehensive list of long-out records for reference. This feature allows users to check and manage long transactions effectively. Next, let's explore the integrated query module of the platform. This module allows users to search for museum objects using various search filters and options, including basic and advanced search functionality. Once the search results are displayed, users can individually check the metadata information of each specimen. This allows users to recheck the details and attributes of each object, ensuring accurate information retrieval and examination. Once users have performed a research and obtained a list of desired items, they can utilize this list as foundation for their loan application. This streamlined process allows users to easily select the desired object and add them to their loan application list. In the online loan application layout, users are presented with a list of items ready for submission. This list includes information about object current loan status, indicating whether the item is currently loaned out or in stock. As the example, the online loan process for exhibition loan involves a series of steps and approval to ensure that all necessary information is provided, proper documentation is obtained, and the loan items are managed effectively. Here are the key components such as exhibition title, venue, opening and closing date, insurance, and shipping information. On the right-hand side, we have the approval workflow, which outlines the necessary steps and approvals required for a loan request in our museum. The above is an introduction to the back-end feature. Through the following slides, I will introduce the front-end platform for the public. This platform aimed to provide an engaging and informative experience for the visit. The front-end platform includes a dynamic website banner that presents a slideshow of images highlighting the featured collection. Let's move on to the About Us section. Here we highlight the latest version of mission statement of our museum. Our mission is to empower the public with knowledge of nature and culture, fostering a deep understanding and appreciation of the world around us. The next section is the featured collection. We showcase objects highlighted that have been carefully selected by the curatorial staff. This highlight consists of 100 of the most important, unique, and interesting objects and collections from the museum's vast collection. This slide features a specimen of the Aphrodite moss orchid, which was initially collected from the offshore Orchid Island in 1879. This orchid species is known for its beautiful white flowers and is native to the southern Taiwan and Orchid Island. However, this orchid is now almost extinct in the world due to over-collection. Only occasionally can a few plants be found growing on trees. Through the propagation and the conservation of this species, we hope to see it growing on the tree once again. In this example, we present a mineral rock specimen that showcases the combination of vanadinite and barite. Vanadinite is known for its deep red color, while barite typically exhibits white and transparent crystals. The museum website offers a comprehensive collection search feature, allowing users to explore objects in detail. To assist the user in their search, we provide a set of general categories representing the 12 divisions of our museum's collection. In the category preview of the ethnology division, we proudly displayed a diverse range of cultural artifacts that highlighting the rich heritage of Taiwan ethnic group. This includes the Chinese god statue, Taiwanese gold puppet, clothing of Taiwan Aboriginal people, and wooden objects. One of the remarkable objects in our collection is a Motz statue, the revered sea goddess in Taiwanese culture. Motz is believed to be the protector of fishermen, sailors, and travelers, and is highly respected and worshipped by the coastal community in Taiwan. The back-end management platform provides administrators with the necessary tools to manage and customize the web page layout. One of the key features is the ability to enable and disable homepage tabs. Administrator can choose which tab is to display on homepage based on the museum's needs. The admin panel provides a range of features and settings to enhance the website homepage. These include the website accessibility setting, sorting, order option, popular keywords, and the homepage template setting. The version 4 template in the admin panel is an example of a layout designed for displaying featured objects on the website homepage. With the implementation of version 4 template for the featured object web page layout, we have transformed the presentation of our collection's highlights. Our web page is designed with a responsive layout, ensure optimal viewing and interaction across different devices and screen size. Visitor behavior analysis involves examining various aspects of visitor interaction with our website, including the number of visits, the duration of visit, and the number of object access. The visitor analysis on object topics provide valuable insights into the object that receive the highest number of visits and attract the most attention from the website visit. In summary, the museum faced several challenges and looks forward to future perspectives to enhance its operation and service. A comprehensive collection management system and support open data. With around 600,000 objects currently imported and approximately 1 million objects awaiting database entry, our museum faces the challenge of efficiently managing and documentation these collections. The museum aims to enhance the efficiency and accuracy of managing, preserving, and utilize collection data. Our museum envisions integrating its collection asset into a digital museum, providing a single platform for multiple services. Promoting preservation, translation, openness, and utilization. Back to the visibility of inherent value of collection, story of the specimen does matter. Adapting to the use of digital media resources and transforming collection items for diverse application. This is the end of my presentation, and thank you for your attention.
Our next speaker is not someone I have met. Is there Majid Vafadar? Ah, yes, thank you for reminding me. So let's see if I can make this work. Ah. We did have a question for you, Chern-Mei. So when we get a second.
Hi everyone, I'm Majid Vafadar from Natural History Museum in Berlin as a database developer and data engineer of digitization projects of our museum. In this session, I'm going to present our central data integration service that is called Data Hub, which automates the data integration from various digitization stations to the existing collection management systems, data publication portal, and media repositories of our museum. According to definitions that you could find simply in Wikipedia, I would like to define data integration as a combination of technical and business processes that are used to transform and transfer data from different sources to multiple target systems as a permanent service. When data migration is a particular project to permanently move or copy particular data set or database from one environment to the other one, which are slightly different projects. One of the most well-known methods that has been used to facilitate data integration and migration is ETL methodology that applies data integration in 3 steps. In the first step, data would be extracted from various data sources in form of data sets. Then data sets would be transformed to a new data structure based on the requirements and data standards in the expected format, so they could be finally be loaded in the target systems that are the destination of those data sets. In the context of Natural History Museum Berlin, data can be extracted from various origins and resources. For example, the collection data, like the inventory data, or the data that is produced every day by mass digitization, or have been digitized on demand, or it can be the legacy data from Excel and Access files. Data would be processed to be validated and transformed to the expected data structure and format, which would be according to the expected data structure and format in the target database. For example, depending on the collection that they belong to, they would be integrated to the respective collection management system of that collection. As the museums with heterogeneous collections of the specimens in particular might use several collection management systems across disciplines, so the task of data integration could become complex and large. Therefore, Data Hub has been developed as a central integration system to address this complexity, to be able to handle multidimensional large data sets belonging to different data pipelines in one place. Here is a visualization to demonstrate the actual connection between the sources and target systems using Data Hub. The services can communicate using HTTP requests in combination with particular API endpoints that works as a machine-readable interface to facilitate data flow in the data pipeline. Here, a Data Hub import would be triggered using the existing API of Data Hub to extract data based on predefined parameters in a specific routine. Using OpenAPI specifications, it is following a framework to be compliant with a modular collection management system called DINA that might sound familiar for you, as it was also presented in the conference. The connection to our digitization partner is established using a secure file transfer protocol, or SFTP in short, to assure the data flow between our institute and our digitization partners would be secure. The data would be integrated regularly to one or multiple target systems that have been defined earlier in the process. Then the integrated data would be available for the researchers or public through the services that are designed specifically for international resources. Each data integration project might have a different data flow, customized for that specific project. As an instance, here is the data flow diagram of Picture data pipeline that runs in a daily basis in order to integrate data in an automated and continuous way. For example, we would see on a daily basis, we check the available new data sets, and then they will be imported to Data Hub database. From there, the data will be validated, and then they would be sent to our backup storage. We would also have metadata that would be stored in Data Hub database. So from there, the files will be sent to our media repository, and the metadata of collection objects will be sent to the target systems. This target system can be our collection management system, namely DINA, or our data portal using a particular file format. In the end, we also keep track of the digital transaction in DINA transaction system, and then the data integration for that particular data set would be done. One can imagine if we want to apply a continuous data flow of various data pipelines in which multiple large data sets are going to be integrated in a daily basis, even if the IT infrastructure and services that are running on high performance it is almost impossible to keep up with the speed of several mass digitization projects without having the actual automation in place in each step of data integration. In order to automate the data pipeline, the data integration tasks can be scheduled to be triggered in a particular time of the day to optimize the use of resources. Apache Airflow is used to address this complexity. A series of ETL pipelines can be defined and customized as a workflow in Apache Airflow. Then each dataset would follow the data pipeline that is defined as a series of ETL tasks for each data integration project. Using Apache Airflow web interface, the data integration administrator can manage and monitor the status of the data pipelines and the datasets belonging to each of them using their logs. More importantly, we can define in which time of the day and with which parameters a specific data integration task must be started and when they have been completed successfully. The features of Data Hub are developed based on the requirements of data integration in our museum according to the existing services and constraints under 4 major topics. The transactions between internal sources or between the museum and external sources are automated. The data transformation would convert several data structures on demand. Related to the performance, data integration has to be done as fast as possible with maximum amount of parallel processing within the capacity of the current services to avoid performance issues on those systems. Also, validation is the key feature of Data Hub to make sure about the completeness of data delivery, also to assure the quality of contents according to the established control vocabulary and encoding, and to control the quality of data, for example, the identifiers and taxonomy or DPI and bit depth of an image. Data Hub has been established to support different use cases of data integration in our museum. Here is a screenshot of the web-based dashboard, which is implemented using a Python-based web framework called Django that is accessible for the museum staff and data integration administrators. There are many transformations that are defined to be applied on different types of datasets based on requests, and different exports and reports produced to keep track of each dataset from their sources to their destinations. Nevertheless, different file types are required to be supported or produced in order to apply data integration that are listed here. Here is the reference to the services that I have mentioned and the QR code and link to the open source repository of a public version of Data Hub to access the code and documentations on GitHub. Thank you all for your attention. I'm looking forward to your questions.
Thank you, Majid. I think we can leave comments for him in the platform if we have questions for him. And now, Tommy? Thanks for your help before, Jess, or Katie, whoever was that, reminded me that that was a video. A little early? Are there any questions that people want to ask now? Majid's not here. I don't think he's with us, but we can ask. Are there questions about that? We did have one for Chern-Mei. Is she still here? We had a question about the software and if it's open where we can see the code. So maybe we can chat about that afterwards. I think it's okay, Tommy. Yeah.
All right. So my name is Tommy McElrath. I'm from the Illinois Natural History Survey Insect Collection. I'm a collections manager there. And I'm going to be talking from a very limited non-coding, non-building standpoint, just as a user. So I'm going to try to answer this question. All of us are really interested in getting our data cited, getting our data used, and sending that back to administrators and telling them how important our data and our specimens are. And hypothetically, we'd really like to do that quickly. If we get new accessions in, we'd really like to get citations of that happening quickly. So before I try to answer that question, I'd like to put forth a metaphor. We're all in a watershed of specimens that are flowing into a big river that eventually go to some sort of aggregator. At least that's the idea now. I don't think there are many collections out there who are just keeping their data to themselves and not pushing it out there, because hypothetically we want to get that data used and talk to administrators, right? So all these bugs, or I work on insects, so I'm going to use bugs throughout this talk, are all flowing into this watershed. And it goes into a big dump, big lake or a pond or something, and I'm going to call this our collection, INHS insect collection, before that eventually flows to the ocean, some sort of aggregator. So what does our pond look like? We have about 1.1 million collection objects digitized, and that represents about 2.7 million specimens. We've been digitizing for over 30 years. And this represents a lot of little tiny specimens, a lot of things from all over the place. But getting those out to our pond, even into our pond, there are still dams or constrictions in the river. This is a very imperfect metaphor. I'm not a hydrologist. I'd like to talk about a little bit of ones that we've encountered through the lens of a couple different accessions that we've gotten in the collection. So one of these was from an ecologist who works at the University of Illinois, where INHS is located. She generated a data set of several thousand bee specimens that came into the collection. And I wanted to get these up and onto GBIF and not just used in their data set. So we use a system called TaxonWorks, which is developed at the Species File Group at the University of Illinois, who I would like to thank for sending me here, by the way. So how do we get rid of, for example, the stream debris? And of course, because we had to send things early, I accidentally messed up my slides and sent the wrong version. So bear with me on a couple of these slides. How do we get rid of some of these blockages in the stream? One is we can import things with the bulk importers. This is great. We've got one of these now. This helps us do that. We have a lot of specimens that we photograph on stages, like on the right, and we can parse those individually in a custom task in TaxonWorks. So this is another way to help move our data along quicker. And in particular, for that data set that I mentioned, you'll see that Decker-Byrne data set down on the bottom right here. We have a Darwin Core importer that allows us to import all of their data in one step. Of course, data validation and checking, and everyone knows how terrible that is. But getting it into a Darwin Core format, once you have that, it's very easy. It takes minutes to get your data in, thousands of specimens. So we now have tools to make that go faster. And finally, we have tools to actually get data out of our pond into the ocean, into Darwin Core, into things like GBIF or AddigBio or different aggregators. And importantly, we also have tools to trace the water as it's leaving our pond and going into the ocean and potentially other places. We have everything's formatted in Darwin Core. We have global unique identifiers on all the specimens that are put on there automatically by TaxonWorks. And you'll notice down in this bottom corner, we can actually start tracking things like collectors by associating global unique identifiers like ORCIDs and Wikidata IDs with collectors. You can see that here on a specimen. We've got identifiers, a local one and a global one. And because of these identifiers, we use a tool to actually compare how our data goes out within our system and compare it to GBIF. This is called GBIFerence, I believe is the name. Yeah, GBIFerence. GBIF difference. And so you can see that in our data right here, this is how it looks in TaxonWorks. Here it goes out to GBIF, and here's how they interpreted it. So you can see some differences, and you can maybe modify things accordingly. So So yeah, here's them modifying that accordingly. And here you can see some of those identifiers on people. Here's myself. I've got my Wikidata and my ORCID ID on there, just to make sure everyone knows who I am. So let's look at this in the picture of a one specimen. So here is a specimen that I collected, unfortunately, back in 2018. This is a tick specimen that was on my pant leg. And interestingly enough, everyone who is associated with the specimen, myself, my co-collector, Derek Hennon, and the person who identified it, who was a grad student in the department, all have ORCID identifiers. Great. We can track everything they've done in order to get this specimen out. So this was originally databased and imported into our database with one of these image importers and then transcriber tools. Actually transcribed by Emily as well. She was working in the tick collection for a while. And then we exported that to GBIF and it went out. And you can see that on GBIF, the collected by IDs are seamlessly integrated. And so I can track those. But I'd like to point out right here, this is as far as the collection boat goes. I can't go past this. I don't know what metaphor I can put in this here, but I guess, yeah, the collection boat can't travel anymore for some reason. I can't do anything at this point. So just to sum up what we've done to kind of clean the river or get our data to the ocean, importers in TaxonWorks have been fantastic. So the more your collection management system has those, the better. Integrating GUID management and creation into the software saves me time, saves me energy, and is fantastic. We could still use more tools to link persistent identifiers with the objects in the collection. We're doing it automatically with collection objects, but with people, we have to go in manually and just add those. And I would love to see more linkages in the database calling to things like bionomia that have already been talked about and actually pulling those down in a really quick fashion. We still do have to do like 1 or 2 steps to actually get it out to our aggregator. We can export it, but then we actually have to upload it to our website. And I would like to see that become more automatic. And of course, we can all talk about all day how so much data that we send out is probably not clean, and we could need to clean that a lot more. But at least the data in this data set is now out on GBIF, thanks to that importer, exporter, all of that is now being used. Unfortunately, I wanted to talk about how it was going to be, how it already been cited, but no one has yet pulled a specimen down from that data set and cited it, at least according to GBIF. So, but I want to talk about the second half of this. This is where I don't have any control, and I'd like to complain about it, I guess. But after our data gets to any sort of aggregator, it then goes somewhere. People use it. But I would like to see the citations and metrics come back to us. And we are tracking that. There's a couple different ways we follow the rain. I don't know, that sounds like a lyric in a song. But the 2 ways we track it right now, and these are actually totally different, but they're a way to show impact. This is a Google Scholar page we've set up that has a list of papers that cite the INHS insect collection, not specimens, not specific specimens, but just papers that cite the INHS insect collection. And you can see over time, it's kind of gradually increased, which is great. And every year we get about 3,400 or like 2,500 citations, which is amazing. So let's talk about that for a second. How does this normally work? So here's a beautiful little brown beetle that was collected in 1906. As far as I know, it was never used until 2023 or 2021. Sorry, a little bit of an export there. I databased the specimen and I sent it out for loan. It was returned and re-identified. I updated it and it was sent to GBIF in 2022. However, completely separately, the author used that specimen, didn't cite our identifier, did cite the collection, and then he emails me a copy of his paper. I then track that on Google Scholar. These are not linked at all because that author didn't cite our DOI, and he just had to send me the email with a paper. So not linked, a lot of different issues. So I don't know if this specimen was used previously. I will know if it's used again after this. But this method, this Google Scholar method, I can't track individual specimens. It's limited by me processing loans. It's limited by research actually sending me emails. I don't get this automatically. And citations will increase, but this is very indirect. If researchers cite our insect collection DOI, then it will be improved, but that didn't happen. So in comparison, these are all the papers that are citing the DOI that's listed by GBIF. And I can kind of go through here and actually see which specimens have been used that I've collected through that exact same method through Bionomia, which has been already brought up in this session. And I'll talk about one exact same way that this has been done with a different paper. So totally different paper, also using ticks. Apparently ticks are popular in our data set. This paper was published just this year. It downloaded 391 of our occurrences, and ironically used the exact same specimen that I talked about before. So this was cited through a GOI, and I could pick this up, and I now know that this specimen has been used and has been cited. Great, this took about 4 years and 10 months. Can this be faster? Well, if we fix the taxonomic impediment, I can take a year and 10 months off of that, basically from when it was collected to when it was identified. That's not in the purview of this talk. We're not going to fix that. If we fix the development of the Darwin Core exporter, that was done during this time, so I can cut off 8 months. Hypothetically, if I upload something, it could be cited the next day, so we'll reduce that down to 1 day instead of a year and 6 months. And then, of course, there's a publishing bottleneck, but that's definitely not in the purview of this talk, so we're going to ignore that. Hypothetically, if we merge all those things together, if I database the specimen today, identify it tomorrow, upload it, it gets downloaded the next day, I can have a specimen cited in less than 6.5 months, including publishing time. And all it took was solving the taxonomic impediment and persistent identifiers with frictionless data. So this is where I see, at least from a collection management perspective, this is where I see the real benefit, because this is happening quickly and I'm not doing anything to have it happen. I have 1 million demands on my time. So I'd like to see more of this. I would like to see more rain happening back into our watershed. But where does this go wrong? My hypothetical solution is great, but where does it go wrong? Well, first off, our specimens are not just sent to GBIF. They're sent to other aggregators. And not to get down on other aggregators, but they don't do this. Why am I sending my specimens to aggregators if they're not providing anything back into my data set or into my watershed? It's a harsh question, but why would I send something if I'm not getting anything back from it? I might get something back from it if someone emails me and tells me, but this is not automatic. I have 1 million demands in my time. Why should I care? Secondly, people don't cite the actual DOI, even if I do send it to an aggregator that has an object identifier. I have seen every single one of these things happen, where you put our collection of materials and methods. Okay, that's going back to the exact same method I had before. Okay, you put it in the acknowledgements. Great. It's a little bit worse, but it's still in the paper. You put us in the supplemental files. Oh boy. Or you just completely strip out our name and the DOI and you just use our specimens. And I think that's completely inexcusable. So we need to keep the water cycle going. I've been starting to provide our link alongside every single loan email I send to just the DOI for our collection. So at the very least, people who use our specimens should be citing this, and I encourage that. Doesn't always happen, but I'm encouraging it. I'm trying to create that culture. I think publishers should require data management plans, and I know there's talks about that. And I think any of these 4 things should be grounds for rejection or revision in any sort of publication. There's a really awesome paper that came out recently called Data is Not Available Upon Request that shows that data is never available upon request. The URL is there and the data is actually provided in a way where you don't have to request it. So I think any of these things should be grounds for rejection of the paper because it is disingenuous and it is not fair data. So keeping this going, there is a paper that we recently got another accession from that same ecologist, and they sent us thousands of hoverflies. And again, I was hoping, we got these upend put onto GBIF 2 years ago, and I was hoping that we would get citations of these pretty quickly. They have not yet been downloaded, maybe because flies aren't nearly as popular as bees, but and I'm hoping that these will get cited soon. But that paper cited our DOI immediately, and we're publishing another paper using those same specimens with another student in the collection on a list of Illinois hoverflies. And we're going to be citing not only the data that we downloaded from GBIF to it, in addition to our data, but our straight DOI from our collection. So I'll thank the species file group and especially Ed DeWalt and who funded me to come to this conference. And I will end with site DOIs and let the water flow. And that's our collection DOI. So thank you. I think we're up against lunch, but we have 2 minutes for questions. So any questions?
Thanks for shedding light on a really important topic, actually. So have you ever got to the point where you've actually would actively stop one of those aggregators who's not providing that citation from using or drawing on your data? Because I know it's certainly something that in Natural History Museum we've got close to on a few occasions, but it's a difficult decision.
I have asked and they have refused to take the data down.
Wow, that's worse.
Yeah. They're also pretty hard to actually get the data uploaded there. Their tools are pretty terrible. There's someone at this conference, and I'm not going to mention them by name.
Not a question, but please join the ESIP physical sample citation cluster or get on our mailing list. And everybody who's pissed off about not getting cited, please join us, because we want to, I think making guidelines for journals to require this is one step towards fixing this.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Hi, some time ago we published a paper in which we examined something like 100 papers looking for citations. Only 10% of them were correctly cited, something like that, which is consistent with the results. But earlier on, we also published an analysis of GIFI data showing that over the last decade or so, a very sharp decline on the dates of collections. So the time from discovery to second citation actually can be compounded by this gap, which we don't know whether to attribute it to the delay on digitization or the delay on processing or the delay on citation. What do we think is the main bottleneck actually in the process from first to second citation?
Ooh, first to second citation. I'm still trying to get the first citation.
Well, I mean the original description.
Original
should
description.
be published somewhere.
Yeah. I think the taxonomic impediment is still huge. We still have thousands of specimens that don't even have identifiers. So both getting them identified and getting them into aggregators just by digitizing, I think that's still a huge bottleneck. I think for this talk, I think I think that we've hit a lot of the pain points, at least in our collection management system, to make that as small as possible. So I think we're starting to approach removing all the pain points from getting the specimen digitized all the way to an aggregator. I think those are getting smaller and smaller, and that's great progress. Okay. But I think the main bottlenecks from first to second citation is, well, I guess first to second. I think the first to second one, it's getting really small, and I'm not sure what they are yet.
Well, but this is still this 10-year delay that we found between discovery and uploading to a database.
Right.
That's a 10-year gap. It's a long gap.
It's still long. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
Thank you very much for joining us. We hope you'll come back for the second session, and at the third one, we have a discussion session when we can pick up where we just started this conversation. Thank you very much for joining us, and thank you to all our speakers and our timekeepers and the door managers and our sponsors and the people who helped me. Thank you very much. And to my co-organizer who online. Thanks, Matt. pointer off. Oh, don't hit, yeah. Okay. To get this session started on time, which is like in 1 minute, I believe, and our first speaker will be joining us virtually. So I want to say welcome back. I'm not charting too soon, right? It's like 10:29. It's like 1 minute. Yeah. Right. So I just want to say welcome back. Thank you to our sponsors, and looking forward to continuing the conversation we just started about narrowing the gaps. And in this session, our first speaker is joining us online. And if I get all the buttons, bells, and whistles correct, we're about to start. Please make sure your phones are off. Again, on the online Oxford Abstracts platform, there's a way to communicate with Nicky and talk to her about the things that she's sharing with us. And please note, when you have questions, use the microphone. And with that, my name is Deborah Paul, and my co-organizer is Matt Yoder, who is in the virtual space in YouTube, so he can have conversations with the people who join us that way. Thanks for joining us. Let's get started. Thanks to Delta Designs and Pictoray, we're here. Next up, Nicky Nicolson.
Hello, I'm Nicky Nicolson. I'm a researcher in biodiversity informatics at Cubey. Thanks very much for the opportunity to present at the SPNHC Symposium. My talk is about researchers as digital infrastructure creators and how we can maximise the use of digitised specimen data in taxonomic research. First, let's review how much data has moved online. In vascular plants, we have over 88 million metadata records and 38 million images available online. We organise these with comprehensive taxonomies, and we contextualise them with literature. Advances in artificial intelligence and machine learning are allowing us to process text and images at scale. We've recognised different roles that help us advance research, and we now have the ability for you to bring your idea to the data using compute facilities online. When we're thinking about the move of taxonomic activities online, tasks that are shared right across research, things like bibliographic management, these enjoy really good tooling. In taxonomy, more focused tasks, we conducted some very early experiments in what we then called e-taxonomy. These started around 2006, and they predated a lot of recent advances that we've made generally in document collaboration and video conferencing. But of course, we all recently experienced the pandemic, which made us move everything online. But one positive outcome of this upheaval may have been that we have a better awareness of our physical working space. So now we're at a good point where we can think about, when we're delivering data and services online, are we in a position to move beyond yet another browser tab model of working and move to a more meaningful working space? At Kew, with our colleagues also at Edinburgh, we've been experimenting in developing a participatory open science project to enable easier access to digitised specimen data. Some of its key features are a local working environment, that users are able to define their own working practices. Obviously, this flows from their ability to work locally. And the design of the project has been that it's safe to experiment and for us to understand what works. We'll use this project in the remainder of the talk to explore specimen layout, annotation, and linking. And the final section of the talk will propose some ideas for distributed curation. So first, thinking at how researchers compare and arrange specimens when they're working in a physical working environment. Our herbarium at Kew includes these big spaces for specimen comparison. So these are big working benches where a researcher can lay out a whole load of specimens together and arrange them to reflect their theory. Of course, digital access allows us to use specimen images from anywhere. But how can we support this kind of interaction and mixing and matching of specimens when we're working online? This screen grab shows a virtual working space. The project has been set up with some specimen records, and a user is adding them by highlighting that there on the left-hand side of the screen, dragging them onto a virtual workbench, and arranging them to reflect their own theory or a published classification. A researcher can use this facility in the software right now, but it's important to note that as computer vision approaches improve, we will have the capacity later to plug in a computer vision model to ask for advice in the arrangement of specimens or to find outliers. The second activity we're going to look at is annotation. So when a researcher is working on a bench, the labels on the specimens are generally just notes to self. Here we think it's important to understand the different stages of release. These range from a personal note, a note to self, to one that a researcher might want to share with other team members for discussion and collaboration, right up to a world accessible determination, something which is published. We think that we shouldn't force users to mobilize theories before they're ready, as that may inhibit them providing their data. The final activity we're going to look at in this stage of the talk is linking. So we know that researchers maintain their own rich resources which link data. These are things like their set of spreadsheets and documents which are linked together, their bookmarks, their annotated physical copies of literature. But of course, these links are often lost as things are exported and reformatted for publication. We have the potential now to mobilize some of these links, just as we do with bibliographic citations. This screen grab demonstrates linking a specimen reference from a text paragraph to a digitized specimen record. We've highlighted the text, we've passed it as a search to GBIF, we've picked the specimen record, we've retrieved the Darwin call record and the associated image, we've returned to the paragraph of text, and the system has detected that within that text paragraph is a specimen reference, the one we just retrieved, and it's offered us the capacity to link it up. And we've built another little link in the graph of links that you see in the bottom corner there. Again, let's point out that researchers can use this system today. Again, as AI approaches become available, we can enhance this system with things like entity detection. So rather than the user indicating where a specimen reference sits, a piece of NLP software could do that for us. At this point, I think it's useful for us to pause and review progress. So let's think back to our first experiments with e-taxonomy. We used centralized web applications, and we had to agree on workflows. The technical advances we've made since then mean that we can decentralize now, and we can open up choices. So we don't have to agree on a single workflow for everyone to follow, but researchers can be a little more free to design them for themselves or their own research teams. The final part of the talk is going to think about how we can perhaps push this idea of decentralization and think about how we could use it in a curation context. But to kick off this part of the talk, perhaps we could just do a quick bit of audience participation. And it'd be interesting for me to know, firstly, how many in the audience and following synchronously online are aware of and use, if you could indicate those two. Firstly, the social media platform Twitter, which is a centralized platform. We know it's centralized as a billionaire bought it. And secondly, the social media platform called Mastodon, which in contrast is a decentralized social media platform, and it's built on standard protocols. So it's a whole network of servers. Can't be bought. Obviously, I'm recording this online, so I can't see your answers, but I should be interested to see them when I participate in the symposium online. I'm going to now do a quick overview of Mastodon. It's built on a protocol called ActivityPub, and this part of the talk is going to propose whether we could use it as a model for distributed curation. So in a nutshell, Mastodon is an open source microblogging platform based on the ActivityPub protocol And its architecture is that it's formed of independent nodes, and these are often called instances. Each instance is free to set its own policies. These are things like scope, what they're interested in, how they moderate messages and users which participate in that instance, and what codes of conduct they expect their users to follow. Instances interact in a federated system, and instances and users have very fine-grained control over who else they talk to, what messages they see, who they wish to follow, who they wish to block. So could this be a model for distributed curation? If you think of the actors that are involved in a curation network between a load of collection holding institutes, we could map instances to collections or organizations. We could map users to researchers, people who might want to post messages about specimens which are held by those collections. And a message could be a curation event, something like a determination. So let's think about how a curation message could flow through a federated activity pub system. A user could post a determination on a specimen to their local instance. Their local instance might be an organization, a collection holding institute, or it could be a taxonomic or geographically scoped project. That message would be federated out to connected instances. Users who follow, and they may have made a choice to follow due to similar taxonomic or geographic interests, will receive that message. As people have been experimenting with Mastodon and ActivityPub, particularly over the past year or so, I've seen general interest in the use of ActivityPub for scholarly communication, and I think with our need to share curation events amongst a network of specimen holders, we've got a really fine-grained use case that we could propose there. So I'd really like to know if anyone else is interested in exploring this and if we could form a project to do so. So to conclude, we've been learning from existing environments and we've been experimenting. We built an open project based on common reusable skills, and we think there's exciting potential to explore decentralized architectures that can strengthen local networks. Fundamentally, we've built this project to be inclusive and to provide a realistic path to our destination to ensure that participants can start today. I'd like to say thanks at this point to my co-authors and to all those who have contributed ideas and feedback. Below are a list of image credits and some contacts. If you're interested and you'd like to participate at all, then please do get in touch. I'll also be around on the conference virtual platform, and hopefully we should have a couple of minutes for questions now. Thank you very much for your attention and enjoy the rest of the conference.
So we have like 1 minute before the next slide. Yeah, thanks, Ellie, for getting started. And keep in mind, we have a 15-minute discussion session at the end of the next block.
So good. It's all good. Okay, let's get started. Hello, everyone, and hi, people joining us online. So my name is Elycia Wallis, and I work as the Collections Community Engagement Manager and the Engagement Team Lead at the Atlas of Living Australia. And today, I'd like to talk to you about the role that aggregators such as the Atlas of Living Australia, or GBIF, can play in the research data lifecycle and how that connects to collections. Today, I'll mostly be using Australian examples and using my own organisation as the test case, but what I'm talking about is also applicable to GBIF. And just to make the connection clear, the Atlas of Living Australia is the Australian node of GBIF, and the data that go into the Atlas are funneled through to GBIF. The Atlas has a little over 114 million records supplied by over 850 data providers. So it's much smaller than GBIF, but pretty good for a small country. The Atlas is federally funded in Australia through a government program called NCRIS and is hosted by CSIRO, Australia's national science organisation. The project first started making data available in 2011. As you can see from this graph, the cumulative number of records in the ALA has grown steadily over time as more data providers have come in and new records have been added by existing providers. But the data isn't spread evenly. On the left, the map of Australia shows the unevenness in geographic spread. The darker the orange colour, the more records have been recorded from that place. But it's not surprising to have an uneven geographic spread. The population in Australia is much more densely located around the coasts, and so that's also where the collections have been made. The centre of Australia is a sparsely populated desert with few roads and very difficult terrain, so it's not surprising that fewer collections have been made there. It's just really inaccessible. The spread is also not even in data type, or data source, I should say. On the right is a very simplified graph which shows the date of collection or observation against the number of records. Only two data sources are shown, museum and herbarium specimen data and human observation data. This graph gets shown quite a lot, and I think it needs explanation. The easy kind of non-thinking takeaway from the graph is that the number of human observations has increased dramatically since the early 2000s, which coincides with the rise of citizen science and has only continued to increase with the popular use of smartphones that allow good photos and accurate date, time and geolocality information to be recorded. Tools like iNaturalist make it so easy to collect data. The collections records, on the other hand, obviously plateau off, and it's easy to take a lazy view of that plot and think, gee, what are those slackers in the collections doing? How come their records are not increasing at the same rate as well? Well, of course, if we were collecting at the rate that the observations are being made, then there wouldn't be much left to observe, and that plot would go way down. And of course, there are hard limits on storage capacity, as well as on the capacity for collections to deal with incoming material, as well as the legacy backlog that we're all dealing with. The other collection story is the one that we'll go on to next, which is about the digital extended specimen and how you can return again and again to specimens for new and different analyses and data. So whilst the number of specimen records might not be going up and up, the data that can come from them is. But not shown here are two curves that might eclipse both of those plot lines, machine observations and eDNA, but they're going to be a graph for another day. Finally, the spread also isn't even across taxa, with birds forming the vast majority of records, and this is also found in GBIF. Some people have even unkindly said that GBIF has become a database full of birds and nothing else. But for me, there's no judgment in any of these slides. They're just observations with what's in these systems. But let's stick with birds, since they are the most popular. And thinking about that plateauing line of museum data and the digital extended specimen. Of course, I don't need to tell any of you that specimens are far more than just the specimen. A single specimen may yield multiple preparations. Oops, what are you doing? These parts may be stored, visualised and analysed separately, and each analysis or visualisation methodology will generate new data. The data for a single specimen may range from the original occurrence data to DNA sequences to stacked microscopy photographs to point clouds of data as three-dimensional representation of the inside or outside of the specimen. Even extremely old specimens can yield new information. In this case, the use of advanced imaging techniques using a CT scanner allowed researchers to gain new insights about anatomy and development of the now extinct Tasmanian tiger. It's going all by itself. That's very clever of it. And very excitingly, usable DNA can now be extracted from even very old, dried or poorly preserved specimens, including formalin-fixed specimens, as described in the paper that's linked here. There were also some really fantastic papers yesterday in the DNA and extended data specimen session that I'd really recommend you go back and watch. So extracting and analysing data from old preserved specimens has immense potential for learning more about species that are now extinct or might be threatened through to exotic pests. And no talk is complete, apparently now, without the reminder of this funnel diagram. That's the conceptual representation of the digital extended specimen. So just to remind you, this diagram represents the physical collections being extended first by the addition of data, simply through registration, and then further extended by the results of analysis coming from research on the specimens and all the information linked together into a navigable whole. So now moving on to how aggregators can help bridge the gap from specimens to research. The simple fact of aggregation makes a bigger picture accessible to researchers. This map of Australia plots occurrence records for red kangaroos from different museums on the far right and from one museum in the centre. The middle image shows occurrence records supplied by just the South Australian Museum. Looking at that plot, you'd think that red kangaroos are found mostly in southern Australia, with just a few kind of slightly lost kangaroos in Western Australia and up in Queensland. But if you add in the data points from all of the museums, you get a more complete picture. But you also see the limits of people and their willingness to share data about the collections. The plot on the right from the different museums shows a very distinct line right down the middle of Australia. That represents a state border, definitely one that kangaroos would take little notice of, but sadly the museum supplying the data is taking a lot of notice of, so we have fewer records to fill out the kangaroo distribution in that state. Big data infrastructures can mediate between the collections and researchers also by providing ways to download and analyse data. This saves researchers from having to come to each institution separately to ask for access to records. ALA's R package, called Galar, provides a way to get data using tools that are popular with researchers. And for anyone who's interested, a version of Galar is now being written in Python as well, but it's still going to be called Galar because we can't think of another better name. Having the data pre-mapped to standards also takes away the pressure for researchers to have to normalise data. Of course, the researchers are now pushing the aggregators and our community to do more, to extend the type of data that they can get to. As we've heard repeatedly throughout the conference, that's not going to be a click of the fingers to achieve. There are significant challenges in adding new types of data into collection management systems in terms of skills, capacity, and system-imposed restrictions. We also know that aggregators are being pushed to provide our researchers access to data types that we're simply not well set up to deliver. For example, one of the most common questions that comes to the ALA from ecologists is for absence data, but we generally don't deal with much absence data. We deal a lot with presence data, and we can't pass on data to researchers that we simply aren't getting from the providers. The ALA has been experimenting recently with implementing a view of data using Event Core. However, to see the data in Event Core of ALA, specimen occurrence data will need to be remapped to this alternate view of Darwin Core. GBIF offered some assistance to a few guinea pigs to try to remap the data into the unified data model that they've been working on. Everyone who participated in that project said that it was not trivial to remap their data, there was definitely work involved. So whilst we might be able to offer a new, richer presentation of the data, it will only be a success if the collections are able to have the skills and capacity to do so, to get their data out at the other end. And for some of those, it will be easier than for others. For some, it will be completely impossible. The point is that the aggregators can do that thinking and mapping. We can offer value, but it needs to be within the capacity of the collections to make use of that offer. Another point of value that aggregators can provide is around data quality, though I admit that there is still work to do this well. None of us have really nailed effectively adding annotations and assertions to the data mediated through the aggregators. Some issues are pretty obvious, such as this kangaroo swimming around off the coast of Japan. It's pretty common, not kangaroos swimming around, but the issue of accidentally leaving the negative off the latitude, which puts the point in the wrong hemisphere. We've had quite a few kangaroos and koalas and all sorts of things swimming around off the coast of Japan. Identifying errors and noting providers of those errors so that the data can be improved at source is an ongoing hot topic. It's a place where we'd love input from the community about what you need, as there are some middle ground options, such as annotating the record and leaving it so that the data providers can address it at the time, but still showing what the annotation is. We haven't really nailed that one yet. But the question for this symposium is still not answered. How do we make it quicker to get from collections to researcher? The data aggregators really can't do much to help with the time from field collection through preparation and databasing. It's not really where we can add value, but where we can offer help is once the data is ready to come out. So we can help with normalising data to standards, providing researcher access to data using the tools that researchers are familiar with, such as R or Python, providing links through to analysis tools, and I haven't really spoken much about that today. And we can still do more to improve the ability to annotate records, round trip errors, and make gradual improvements to the data, or at least suggest the gradual improvements so that you can make those improvements at source. But the question, because Deb likes us to ask questions, to leave you all with is, what do you need? The researcher community are very vocal about telling the aggregators what they want and what they need, but what do the collections community want? And do you want it in the areas that we're currently working, or do you want us to offer something in a different part of the research data lifecycle? For example, we work with some Aboriginal communities, Aboriginal ranger groups, and what they tell us they want is better field data collection tools. They say if they can have better tools to collect the data in the field that would make it easier to get the data into their databases, then that would really help them along the way. Would centralised reference databases for field trip data and past trips, like we heard about in the plenary talks the other day, would that sort of thing help? We can't solve a lot of things, but we're keen to offer help where we can. Thank you.
So I've got a question, mainly for the people in the room, but also at you, Ellie. When you're talking about annotation of data, obviously as an outside person, not from an organisation, continually frustrated by what I regard as errors, I would love, instead of having to individually email collection managers every single time, to be able to directly annotate the place that I see the error and hopefully ensure that that actually gets pushed back out to collection managers, at least to alert them that that problem is there. If annotation does actually happen, would people please consider letting people like me annotate? Because, otherwise it's just going to be the same thing, I think, where there's so much data, so few eyes, and not enough correction. Yeah. Comment rather than question.
Comment.
I thought that Elycia allowed for annotation of records already on the platform. I don't know if it gets forwarded to the data provider automatically, but yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So with ALA, you can communicate directly with our curators because there's a little button that says I suggest a correction. We really do appreciate receiving a message like, we think this is probably in the wrong spot. I suspect the true coordinates should be XYZ rather than your dot's wrong, because that doesn't help us.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much.
Onward and upwards. All right. Good morning, everyone. So it's really nice that I'm following on from Ellie, because a lot of what I'm going to talk about sort of follows on from what she was just talking about, that data aggregators really can't help with the curation side of things. So I'm Shelley James. I'm from the Western Australian Herbarium. I'm the collections manager there, and Ellie is co-presenter, really. And so I'm talking about what happens in my collection, and it will probably be familiar to a lot of you if you are managing your own collections. So the Western Australian Herbarium acronym is PERTH, so that's where we're located, in Perth, provides critical research infrastructure for understanding the diversity of flora in Western Australia. It contains more than 790,000 items from Western Australia, and we increase that number by about 10,000 every year. So efficient processing of specimen collections and the rapid accessibility of collections data through online data aggregators is critical for understanding the status and trends of biodiversity and biosecurity in the state, and for research and developing research products, etc. So where is Western Australia? Where we're that box down the bottom there. We are a huge landmass. The other squares are the equivalent size of Western Australia. So it's most of Europe, the south of South America, Alaska, and the entire west coast of the United States, just to give you a little bit of perspective. Then you may be asking, surely, you know, Australia, part of the global north, why is it under-collected? Well, Western Australia is almost, as I said, quarter the size of Europe or the United States. The cost of collecting botanical vouchers in often inaccessible areas of Western Australia is extremely high. It requires helicopters, mostly. And its history behind Western Australia as well with collecting. We only had a herbarium in the state in 1896. We were only established, colonised in 1829, so we're kind of a new state. Western science in the region is young by comparison with other parts of the world, and believe it or not, as many young countries have experienced, all of the collections went immediately over to the east where there was more populations, or they went overseas. So we don't have a lot of early records in our collections. So how species rich is the flora of Western Australia? Well, we currently recognise almost 13,000 native vascular plant taxa. By comparison, the US, which is 4 times the geographic size, has 17,000 species, so hugely diverse. The top line is, the green line is the vascular plants, blue is the cryptogams, and then the black line is what we call phrase name taxa. These are recognised taxonomic concepts that have not yet been published. And so we're slowly getting more and more understanding and documentation of our cryptogams. We're still discovering in the past decade 206 new vascular plant taxa for Western Australia. So that's increasing by 11% from 2004. And the phrase name taxa are declining as we taxonomically study and describe those concepts. So we're species rich. And then if you have a look at species description for taxa in Western Australia, the bars are the number of species described each 10-year period. The green line is the number of specimens collected. You can see where colonisation of Australia took place, where Western Australia was established, and then 1900 is about where we actually ended up with a herbarium. So there are quite a lot of Australian collections internationally. They just haven't been digitised, and that data is not available for the early period. I don't know why I'm pointing. I should be doing this, shouldn't I? Laser pointer. Yeah, so this is about where we actually had a herbarium. So the peaks and troughs of species description correlates strongly for Western Australia. Specimen collections are available via the Australasian Virtual Herbarium, which Ellie just spoke about. And the limited number of historical collections is because they're overseas mostly, although we do have some repatriated specimens. Anything pre-1900 in our collection is repatriated to Australia, in Western Australia. The recent peak reflects a massive boom in mining and other high-intensity land use activities. And it obviously follows species publication. So it just shows that the more collections we tend to have, the more species documentation we also have. And I keep track of citations using our collections at Perth or their data, and the number of citations has actually doubled in the past 4 years, and that is a direct result of GBIF assigning DOIs to data downloads and those DOIs being put in publications, and we can now track how our specimens are being used in a wealth of different ways. So really quite interesting. The collections for Western Australia, the line is our land area, so we are by far the largest state in Australia. We have the largest number of collections. However, the collection density, which is in the green, we have one of the lowest collection densities for Australia. So we only have an average of about 50.5 specimens per square 100 kilometres squared, and that's without removing duplicates. And then there are particular regions up north, the central regions, West Kimberley, which are really undersurveyed, having a collection density of only about 35 specimens per 100 square kilometres. So what does the distribution of collections look like? Well, on the left, my left and right. On the left, the data from all the herbaria from Australia, and you can see, the swimming fungi and vascular plants. We clean up our data quite a lot for Perth, and so on the right are only the Western Australian herbarium collection items, and the dots in the ocean are true dots because they're all our algae, except for the occasional thing that's just right on the coast and it sort of drops off. So there are about 1.3 million records of plant specimens recorded from Australasian herbaria. But when we zoom in, and does this look familiar to anyone? You zoom in and voila, big gaps. So how many of you have similar situations with your collections? Yeah. And all of those locations are so hard to get to, but great fun to get to as well. GBIF, of course, also provides some really great visualizations, also including international collections. It's got about 1.5 million preserved specimens of vascular plants. 1.2 million of those are from Australia. So I'm putting out a call that we'd like to have our data repatriated for your collections, please, if you have it. And how can we work together to get that data mobilised? So clearly there's a lot of data that still needs to be digitised, and that's true of a lot of colonised countries. So then GBIF, of course, provides all these lovely metrics as well, and you can see the distribution of plant collecting through the year. It's a bit hot here, so we don't tend to collect a lot. Nice and cool and nice flowering times, September, October. However, when I did a collecting expedition here in April in the last year, everyone said to me, "You're crazy. There's not going to be anything. You're not going to find anything." And we found 200 taxa within about 5 days, flowering quite happily. Thank you very much. And now we have those new records. So yeah, we've got personal biases on when we go out and do some of these surveys, which we need to address. And down here, it's just illustrating that, we have this downward trend, and you might think, well, that's COVID. No, we didn't actually close our borders. We could still go and do field work, and we still managed to receive 10,000 specimens in the year for Western Australia. This is just our lag within our collection. We can't process specimens fast enough, and we are actually 100% data-based. So these are all our backlog specimens that we just haven't processed yet. We're up to date up until 2017, and that's when we are working away. I better hurry up. So where do our collections come from? They obviously come from our own internal department surveys, from other scientists, and from exchange from other herbaria that folks that come over to Western Australia do collecting. We require that they deposit a specimen in our herbarium as well, as part of their permits, if we want the specimen, mind you. We don't want everything necessarily. We have this fabulous federal program called Bush Blitz, which sends biodiversity scientists and collectors and taxonomists out into underexplored areas, and we do intensive survey work for 2 weeks. That has resulted in major species documentation. We have the equivalent of NEON, I guess, the Terrestrial Ecosystem Research Infrastructure, which puts out ecosystem plots, and we get those specimens and lodge them, although that's going to stop fairly soon because Chern has their own herbarium now. So each herbarium is not going to receive those specimens anymore. We get a lot of material from consultants, and you might recognise some of those names. You can imagine why they're going out and doing some collecting to try and avoid losing our biodiversity. We get a lot of specimens from state and local government that manage lands, so our parks and wildlife, and of course from biosecurity as well. So we get, as I said, a lot of specimens, 10,000 per year. But we have a lot of pinch points in the herbarium. So this is my collection's life cycle. Does it look familiar to most of you? Almost every collection will have a very, very similar cycle. So that's me in the field in New Guinea collecting. I do use Born Digital tools. It doesn't work for every field trip, and I still have to use paper and pen, to document my collections appropriately. Everyone does something a little bit differently. So if you're having a standardized Born Digital app, doesn't necessarily work to streamline data. And the data may come back and we don't have to transcribe it, but we still have to vet it and we add value to it. And I tend to add other pieces of information from other notebooks and things into field data. So there's value add even if you have Born Digital. Of course, you have preparation steps, you have pest management, and yes, we do pinch our beetles' bums. Then there's an accessioning process. All of these things take a little bit of time. And then we come to identification. Now, who in the audience would want to just upload their data without having actually confirmed an identification of their specimen? Would you do it? Like you've got a field dead on it? Okay, so you would upload it? So we tend not to. Mounting, because we worry about having dirty data up there and then people complain about all this crap data. Mounting, we have processes that we've streamlined for that, but then that leads to, we get so many specimens mounted and then we have a lag in actually labelling everything and imaging it. Duplicate exchange, we get duplicates out as fast as we can with data. It may take 3 months, a year before those duplicates are actually incorporated into other collections. So there's a lag there. And then, of course, incorporation, curation, there's publications, and it's all of these little pinch points actually have a staff member somewhere, a person attached to that has to do some step. And so it's ultimately really staffing limitations that limit some of these things. In terms of data sharing pinch points, we desperately need a new collections management system, which is taking us a long time to get going. We're very limited in what we can do there, but that is one way we can improve is by migrating to a new system. Our online database is Florabase, and that sometimes falls down because our collections management system falls down. There's a lag delivering our data to AVH. We just had a recent 6-month lag because our IPT fell down and nobody noticed. So there's a lag. And then, trying to move data into and out of collections management systems, importing, exporting, re-importing, all have some limitation. So there are lots of tools that can help people's skills and money, developing skills. The Born Digital, of course, using quality assessment, a new improved CMS, the tools that Nicky was speaking about. And we can also, try and find new documentations using observations like iNaturalist, but then again, it comes down to money and time. So I'm open to suggestions and ideas of how we can improve some of these things. And thank you for listening to me gripe a little bit.
Really quick, you people who do fungal collections, there's a slight emergency. The Rutgers collection has a water leak and they're seeking help for what to do for those wet collections that got wet. So come talk to me about that, please. Sharif.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for coming. My name is Sharif. I'm a data architect at Naturalis in Leiden in the Netherlands. I'm also involved in the DISCO project, which you heard about earlier. I'll also talk a little bit about some of our technical work we're doing. But primarily, I'm interested to talk about fair data and fair data curation, in particular, how we can get support for data stewardship for collection management and what this can help for integration. So when I was thinking about this idea of narrowing the gaps between the physical and digital, I was trying to think about, we always work with a representation of our objects, either it's a specimen or something in the nature. So I started thinking about some of the little bit philosophical ideas behind it. And as some would do, I went to Borges for help. So he has this famous passage about this idea of map versus territory. So what he talks about here is that this map is so detailed, point by point, that the map becomes the territory. And of course, he says that it becomes useless. So there's a lot of discussions about map versus territory because it's a representation, it's not the reality. Why does it matter for data curation? Because we are observing things and our digital representation is something that we observed in nature or physical objects. So in a way, that's our map that we're trying to navigate the territory. And when we come to data curation versus data publishing, this map is constantly changing because we're adding new things. So it's becoming dynamic. So now with all this AI and ChatGPT and generative things coming in, the boundary between reality and representation, digital representation, is also getting a little bit complicated. So this map versus territory can get a little bit complicated. So anyway, before we have some existential crisis, I will go to fair principles. Okay. So just something to think about. So yeah, you heard about FAIR principles, findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. I just wanted to highlight a few things to contextualize this idea. Ideally, FAIR should apply to both human users and machine, so you can have API or different processes coming in using data and other digital objects. Originally, the idea was the FAIR principles apply to both data and metadata. Now, for specimen records, your data and metadata might be mixed, but I think what here it implies that, for example, you might be interested in terabytes of data. However, you want to search first the metadata to figure out what you want to do with it. So that's where, if you have those separation with different PIDs and different storage methods of data and metadata, that helps. You might have restricted data or restricted specimen records, but some of those metadata could be open as well. More and more, there are discussions about FAIR for software, algorithms, and workflows. So it's not just about data. So that's also something to keep in mind. FAIR does not necessarily mean open, and also vice versa. You can have open data, but it might not be fair. So keep that in mind. And also, these are principles, not standards. The standards help you to go to FAIR. So the implementation adoption can be gradual and can vary between use cases. So we heard about digital extended specimens. I want to give a quick example that we worked with some students in Leiden. So they were undergraduate students from Leiden University. So we used this crocodile collected by a very, very famous collector, Solomon Muller, who used to work in Leiden. So these are our catalog numbers of the crocodiles. And you can see some of the items we found in BHL and Wikidata. So what the students did is they basically literally went inside the archive with help of the collection managers and archivists and in the library and trying to find connection to all of these crocodiles. And we also worked with a historian from University of Twente. He's also interested in the history of natural history and the colonial past and other sort of social scientific studies of that. So what ended up happening is that it was very easy to create this Wikidata graph. We had to create the students had to create some new properties and items. However, we could create these graphs very easily when you have these connections. You can also point to BHL DOIs, our portal record and things like that. So that's all nice and good. So this is similar to the extended idea. However, taking this back to the collection management system or another system, it's going to be a little bit tricky, partly because some of these items and properties, as you can imagine, does not map to Darwin Core or any other standards we use. And one of the reasons, we couldn't do it in the CMS, the CMS does not provide this kind of functionality, and our archival system and the library system and the content management system are also separate. So there are some challenges to that, but this is sort of illustrates that you could externally from Wikidata and other sources build this graph and maybe start data curation for your collection records. So this Disco, I will talk about Disco now. Disco has this vision to help you to build this knowledge graphs with Wikidata and extending Specimen. And the goal is to build a large research infrastructure for all the natural science collections data in Europe. And we're working with now almost 170 institutions, herbariums, museums, research centers. And there will be lots of digitization happening, lots of data coming in. And we're envisioning also different users every day coming in and using our service. So you need a robust infrastructure for that to support not just the digitization process, but the whole research data lifecycle. And we want this to be open and fair as well for the whole world, not just Europe. So there's a lot of information in our website, disco.eu. You can also find out some recent projects we finished. And one of the important things to remember is that we are working also with existing policies and standards in a way extending to the digital specimen domain. So the idea here is that it's not just a copy and a web page and portal. There's services and extension in that digital specimen world. So the persistent identifier service that we are working with right now will be a very critical part of it. And we had earlier discussion about citation, and some of these things might be interesting there as well. So we want PIDs, DOIs for each specimen that will be ingested as digital specimen. But I think for data curation, what's important that the practices we have in the physical domain that we're used to in the last hundreds of years, we need to bring out those practices in the digital domain, and that requires a lot of support. So why do we need the data curation? So one of the things is that as data increasing all these digitization efforts, we will, and we still have backlogs, but new data will be coming in. So we do need the plan to understand how to take care of this data. And more we're seeing use cases that requires integrated research environment from your lab to your collection management system to your library or an external lab somewhere else. So there's still challenges for how to move things around, either it's a software or data. And that's where also digital extended specimen and FAIR comes in. I think the way the speed we're generating, data, we're not curating and annotating at the same speed. So I think we also need to pay attention to that. And there will be other data sources connected in observation. Of course, there's automation and AI coming in. So I want to quickly highlight a few challenges from our experiences. Again, this is partly based on our European colleagues, but I'm pretty sure other parts of the world will have similar problems. There's lack of training and expertise, in particular this fair data curation. I mean, a lot of collection managers among us knows a lot of things about data, but still there's no formal structure for this within our organizations. And when we did a survey in Disco, we found that there's limited budget allocated to not just data curation, but digital skills in general across different institutions. So these two things are probably, I can highlight as the challenges that we can address. And solutions, these two we can probably start working on very soon. At least in Europe, there's a lot of training materials on fair data. And more, I think, it will probably have a global dimension, but at the moment, a lot of these things are coming out of Europe. These are generic fair training materials and data stewardship materials, but we can try to figure out how we can make it our domain specific for collection managers, or even sub-discipline specific. We can also think about train the trainers, so we can have these ideas and support within our organization and community. And with the training, you also need the tools and support to get this training working. So one of the tools that we're building now in Disco, it's called Discover. Yeah. So our minimal viable product now has a web page, which is also just to make it human friendly and things like that. We're ingesting a lot of specimen, both biological and geological specimen. But I think what's going to be interesting is that all the persistent identifiers and links that we're bringing in. So we'll have the physical specimen identifier from the catalogs, of course. We are also adding ORCIDs and ROR ID for organization. And what's important here is that the persistent identifiers for the specimen itself. So this is a handle system that we're using right now, which basically the technology is used behind the DOI. So at the moment, the technology works. We can ingest millions of specimens, generate the strings. You can resolve this with the doi.org/20.500. It will go to the page. You'll get this or the JSON behind it. And you can also see sort of this specimen ID page that we're working on right now. You can see the physical specimen ID. We're also working on calculating the MIDS level, which is also, there's a TEDWIC working group, the minimal information for digital specimen. And you can also see details and things like that. So this persistent identifier can be used for the citation that we were talking about yesterday, or earlier today. And currently is just a page where you can search and get to the data with the PID. And we also have an annotation idea with an interface and also with API that we can do. So the idea is basically very simple. You have the digital specimen with the DOI, and the annotation itself will also be a DOI, so it'll be tightly linked. So in this example, for example, here is the one of the crocodiles we talked about, and there's another one. I want to add the Wikidata. So we know the collector names, Solomon Muller, he's there, but his Wikidata is not in the specimen record. So I go in and I add that Wikidata record you can see in the body. So we tried to follow W3C annotation model, which is a globally accepted web annotation model. We tried to adopt it here. So it basically says it's an annotation. Motivation is a linking, which is again, a term comes from W3C, and the target is the thing that I'm annotating. So that's the crocodile. And I want to say that I'm adding this property called collector, which comes from the open digital specimen term, and then the value of that collector. So this can sit within Disco with that PID, but of course the challenge would be, sending it back to the aggregator or the collection management system and being part of the actual specimen record. However, if you keep citing the annotation, citing the PID using these records, you can easily find all this annotation. And in this example, I don't have the the person who did the annotation, so you can add the ORCID ID, or if it's a machine annotation, you can also add that identification as well. So we want to also do these things in bulk. So if I know all the Solomon Muller, I can just say, okay, add this Wikidata to all these thousands of records very easily. So it'll show up with each annotation a PID, or you can have a collection of annotations. So this is something we're really excited about, and I can also show in my laptop some demo if you are interested. So yeah, so in conclusion, what I wanted to highlight is that, of course, the fair data curation and stewardship starts with you and your organizations. I think we need to have some push to have these supports, but it needs some coordinated effort, curation, commitment, and some dedicated budget. I mean, you cannot do this, part-time. And we also need some user-friendly tools and sustainable tools. I mean, we build a lot of things. You can find things in GitHub, you can download and play with it. However, if earlier we were talking about distributed curation, all of these things need to be supported as well. So I think that's a very interesting concept that could be aligned with this idea as well. So yeah, basically, we can start talking to our organization and our funders about these things, about this commitment, and also build these tools that can be sustainable. So yeah, some of this work has been supported by the European Union, and also I want to thank my colleagues from Naturalis and Disco for help with that. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everybody. My name's Vincent Smith. I'm head of digital data and informatics at the Natural History Museum. And in my role, I get to see a vast amount of data. And I want to talk you through a couple of big data integration problems that we've got and how we're trying to align those problems with some of the big challenges facing science and society. And I think it goes without saying, speaking to this audience, we pretty much know what those big challenges are. The twin crisis of biodiversity loss and climate change. We all know we're losing species at a really alarming rate, maybe about 1,000 times that natural rate. Many populations are in very significant decline. Vertebrate abundance is down by maybe 60% over the last 40 years in terms of populations. And we also know biodiversity is absolutely critical to the health of this planet. Something like half of global GDP is at least moderately and in many cases highly dependent upon the natural world. So if we damage the natural world, we are in serious trouble. And of course, this is being recognized, fortunately, by many governments now. And the mantra is trying to bend the curve on biodiversity loss. If we carry on with business as usual, we'll see biodiversity continue to decline. So governments have stepped in and they're trying to increase conservation efforts, starting to try and bring those lines up by about 2030. And that can be done with increased conservation efforts. And also, if we can combine those conservation efforts with more sustainable production of things like food and also more sustainable consumption, then the thought is that we can try and bring biodiversity loss at least back to the levels that we saw maybe in 2010. At least that's the goal. But also at the moment, we are really not spending enough on this problem. Currently, it's estimated we're spending at something like $125 billion a year in conservation efforts. And economists have been looking at, well, what's the gap? How much more would we as a community or global community have to spend if we wanted to try and bridge that? And the figure is pretty staggering, but it's actually not quite as scary as you might think. So it's about 750 billion or thereabouts. Just to put those numbers into context, that 125 billion figure, that's roughly what the world spends on pet food every year. And that extra 700 billion, so it's a big number. It's roughly something like the GDP of Switzerland. But if you look at it in a global GDP context, it's actually still a pretty small amount. It's really a rounding error in the context of global GDP. So as I say, governments have come together, and I'm sure as you're aware, there was a big COP15 meeting just late last year, and they came up with a set of 4 goals and 23 targets. And those goals very much connect to our field, the sort of things that we're all involved in. So they're targets, things like to bring biodiversity loss of areas of high biodiversity importance close to zero. That's target 1. Target 3 is to protect at least 30% of areas, especially areas of particular importance for biodiversity and ecosystem functions. But the reality is there's quite a lot of ambiguity in what those targets really mean. Deb's asking us to ask questions. I might ask you, what is an area of particular importance for biodiversity? I suspect we could all have a guess, but do we really know? And the truth is governments don't really know either. They need our help. And this is where basically I think we as a community come in. And maybe to put this another way, if we were going to spend as a community some of that 700 billion that they reckon is needed, what would we do with that money? How would we improve our infrastructure, our systems to try and meet some of these targets? And of course, critically, the big thing that we provide is data. We are unique, the unique source of historical baseline information about the distribution of species on this planet. That pretty much before about 1975 systematically only exists in museums like ours. And of course, from that data, coupled with the observation information that we're generating, we can start to make much better predictions about where those trajectories for biodiversity and where biodiversity is going. We as a set of institutions as well have also got extraordinary reach through our network. And that's something that I think we can really capitalize on. Millions of people come through our doors, tens of millions globally between us. And that's something that I think we can really get this message out there. But all of this, frankly, requires a lot more cooperation, a lot more coordination, and a lot more data integration to really start for us to, as a community, really address this. And as we've seen, Sharif mentioned DISCO earlier. I lead the UK DISCO effort. We're trying to build that network of institutions who are digitizing their collections and making that data available. And we're putting a large bid into the UK government at the moment, akin to the sort of thing that in the US, the ADBC program funded by NSF did to try and really push for the mass mobilization of collections data. And also globally, we are genuinely coming together. And I, and undoubtedly perhaps many of you or some of you in this room were involved in this paper published in Science recently, where we start to map out what's in our collections to try and better align ourselves to some of these big scientific challenges. But the real issue is, are our information management systems, or maybe not so much just our systems, are our processes really up for the scale of this data challenge? And that's really what I want to talk about. We've got this massive explosion of digital data. We've got a plethora of mostly quite disconnected, siloed data at the moment. And we've got a slightly crazy publishing model where we sort of aggregate all of that data and then have this enormous problem of trying to sort all that out. So how can we better connect up those big data sources into more coherent and interoperable data sets? Well, the good news is that many of us are working on this problem, and you will have heard throughout this meeting and certainly at many other meetings, there's an enormous effort to be more integrative about how we approach data. We've got the Beacon network doing amazing work, the extended digital specimen work, the work that's going on in DISCO, and also GBIS' fantastic effort with coming up with a new data model that addresses some of the sort of oversimplification that we have to make with data at the moment, and some of the rather awkward data transformations that we often do with data. So that's all very encouraging. But I think there are two big sort of meta grand challenges that we're going to have to address as we bring all this data together. The first of these is the issue of community curation. And again, a number of talks this morning have touched on this. And the other one is, what can AI do to help us in this space? And I think there's some great opportunities in both of these. So what do I mean by community curation? The basic model with which we work at the moment is, as an institution, we'll publish some data that gets reused by a community of often very diverse individuals. They'll make annotations, they'll make changes, edits, they'll maybe throw data away. But all of those corrections, they're never round tripped, not only back to the institution, but back to other users who could then use it. And that's the cycle that we really need to break. So we need to move towards a model where we have much more of a shared knowledge base with that information, and we co-curate, we co-edit that. And that's something we've been thinking about quite hard at the Natural History Museum as we rebuild our collection management system. Now, sharing data is hard. It's not just technically hard, but it's also socially hard. And not all of our data necessarily lends itself to be shared. But there are some common concepts that we spend vast amounts of time, all individually within our institutions, trying to manage. So stratigraphies, taxonomy, localities, people data, at least the people elements that we can share, and actually the policies that we use to govern our data. All of that is shareable, and all of that we individually at the moment have to manage separately. So we've been thinking about how we can integrate some of the big global data sources that contain that information in our collection management system so that we can genuinely make this more of a shared enterprise. Because quite frankly, even a big organization like mine, we don't have the resources, we don't have the breadth of expertise to maintain those data lists ourselves. So that's community curation. What about AI? We're already seeing AI really begin to transform the acceleration of the production of our data. And that's great. But there are some big issues about AI. We're at the sort of top of the hype curve, if you like, around AI at the moment. So can we ground truth that with some practical examples of how AI can really help us? And so we've been exploring the production of these knowledge graphs, which we've been using, trying to draw in, and then just to explain, these knowledge graphs are basically structured models of data that interlink information. And we can use AI to cluster data, which we think is the same, or at least related, and build links across data where we predict those links to occur. And some of these big knowledge graph approaches are really transforming how we hold and manage this information. So just to give you an example, at the moment at NHM London, working with a couple of colleagues of mine, Hiris and Ben Scott, we've been building one of these knowledge graphs focusing on botanical data. We've taken 1 million specimen records, 500,000 taxa, about 209,000 people, all sorts of institutional data, all sorts of country data, and put it into one of these relational knowledge graphs. And then we've done this because that data set is just so big, we can't do this on our own. So we're working with Amazon Web Services and SageMaker, their machine learning graph database that they have within their system to do this, just simply because we end up with this massive data set. And what we've been able to do then is compare that data set to our own sort of tiny presence as an institution within that pool, through our own collection management system data. And we've been able to use that to do things like fix errors and misidentifications, infer missing data from incomplete records. We can visualize our collection against that greater pool. And what's also really interesting is there's lots of potential services that we could start to provide the global community, because you all have those problems too, so that those knowledge graphs basically become part of our data workflow. So things like OCR correction, things like filling in those gaps in our data, acting as a kind of recommendation engine for humans and machines to actually try and improve the quality of our data. And that's something that's really exciting. And I've been inspired a little bit by work in a completely different domain to ours, but actually has many of the same challenges. And this is the genealogical community, the human ancestry community, who have exactly the same problems really as us. There are these massive, enormous siloed data sets. There is this explosion of new digitized records within those community. And they are trying to combine human and machine inference to make sense of that data. And this, the latest of the systems looking at genealogy, which do this, have massively accelerated the production of these human ancestry trees over the last few years. And this completely parallels some of the challenges that we've got. So I think there's lots that we could learn from other communities that are down this track, but a little bit more advanced. So just to wrap up then, where is all this going and how does this connect back to that big challenge in terms of biodiversity loss that I started this talk with? Well, I think these knowledge graphs have got the potential to massively integrate and reason data, bringing together all the knowledge that we have about the natural world. And one of the problems that we've got in our community is that we struggle to find one clear, singular vision or mission with which we can all work towards. But every one of us in this room at this conference, this sort of approach allows us to sort of circumscribe our role within that bigger mission. And I think that way in which we can genuinely start to stand on the shoulders of each other, that's got enormous potential. And it's got potential not to only just address all the sort of research problems that we typically deal with, the sort of day-to-day problems and the things that the users use with our data, but also much better aligns with the needs of those big societal problems like biodiversity loss that we're trying to face. And with that, I will stop there. Thank you very much for your attention.
Quick question while Beckett walks to the stage. This is Deb. How many in here do genealogy? So if you don't, come talk to us about Vince and what he was saying, and we'll share with you why it's a parallel and it's so powerful. Thanks, Vince.
All right. Thank you all for being here, and to Deb and Matt for organizing. This has been really wonderful. I will keep this exciting and fast moving before lunch. I know I'm the last obstacle there, but I think the last few talks have really coalesced around some key issues here of working in a distributive way towards larger collective goals for knowledge sharing and production. What I'm going to be talking about here is the combination of efforts from a project team through an NSF project called Explaining Differential Success in Biodiversity Knowledge Commons, with me at ASU in the School of Life Sciences. Zoe Nissa is an assistant professor of anthropology at Purdue. My co-PI, Steve Elliott, now currently working for the State Department as an analyst there, and Uta Brady, who's a postdoc with expertise in institutional analysis and governance. You can think of me for today's purposes as your resident historian and philosopher of science. If you have things that you are interested in there, I'm more than happy to chat. As we go through this, we're going to be using a policy studies perspective, so maybe a different academic lens. This question you can carry through with you throughout the talk. How can vouchers help incentivize data maintenance? And that's part of what I'm trying to disentangle here. And in particular, we're going to be giving you kind of like a pilot analysis of comparing 4 selected data portals, using methods and theory developed from the study of knowledge commons and natural resource commons more broadly, coming out of the work by Eleanor Ostrom, for any of you who might be familiar with that. And one of our main upshots is to try and identify distinct strategies that these data portals that we're going to look at use to incentivize data maintenance, and what their sensitivities might be to exogenous factors. So outside things that would affect the incentives of everyone here in this room, for example, or anyone to contribute to data maintenance. And this will be familiar for everyone here, but data portals, they're more than just a website that you land on. They reflect a background data system with a database and information technology. They are often embodied in formal social organizations of one kind or another, with lots of people that make them work and care about them, and that have these policies of their own and externally that govern how their procedures and operations. We're going to be focusing in particular on comparing GBIF, GenBank, portal under the Symbiota platform called CERNEC, which is the Southeast Regional Network of Expertise and Collections. I actually remembered it, and iNaturalist. So a pretty heterogeneous group of data portals, but all sort of in the biodiversity data domain. And to frame the kind of question here, what we're interested in is how do you motivate people to do work on things that are what we commonly call public goods, where it's very hard to keep people from accessing it and using it. So you put open data online that anyone can get to through a data portal. You don't, it's low excludability in a broad sense, but also low subtractability in the sense that one person downloading that data doesn't remove it from the database or the portal. Unlike if you eat my food in my fridge, I can't eat that food later in the day. That would be a classic private good, right? But data doesn't quite work that way. So on the one hand, we have this high level sort of table of different types of pooled resources, public goods that are low, subtractable, and hard to exclude people from using versus others. I'll just really focus on public goods today. And the reason we care about this table is because it reflects the kinds of collective action dilemmas or sort of social issues that come up around making and sustaining these pooled resources. And so public goods in particular are vulnerable to what are called free riders, people who benefit from the resource but don't contribute to it. I think there was one talk from earlier with Thomas McElrath was sort of saying, why would I put my data into an aggregator that doesn't give me something back in terms of data citations, right? That's a clear example of benefiting, but then not necessarily contributing back to the maintenance of the original data source, right, or publisher. Most of the time, people think of contribution in this context as data donation or adding data. We're actually going to look at what happens after that, right? You got the data in, how do you maintain it? And so we're going to be focusing not on data adding per se today, but on the maintenance and care work that follows. And this actually complicates the simple distinction of this table, because you can't just get the data in and then have the value of the data portal stay constant. You all know maintenance work, caring for it is really important. And so this graph sort of imagines a hypothetical aggregate value of the data in a platform in the center, and then thinks about different activities or factors that feed into whether that value goes up or stays constant or goes down over time. Data edit inputs and metadata edits can drive the value up, assuming they're done well. But then aging data standards and hardware and software are going to be pulling it down, right, unless maintenance is done. And so we mean maintenance work to include broadly a whole bunch of different things, but including curating data records to improve and update metadata, as well as taking care of the hardware and software systems that enable the data portal to be run and accessed. And the kind of crucial distinction I want to play with here is that there are rates of maintenance and rates of data decay. One nice example I have is of some folks at NASA who went back and found the magnetic tapes that had been produced by some of the first satellites the US sent up in the 1960s. Turns out they were taking pictures of the ice caps, but no one had extracted that, which became much more interesting and useful now that everyone's paying attention to climate change. And literally the magnetic tapes were going to denature, right? The magnetic polarization on the physical record was decaying, and unless they digitized it and extracted and made it reusable again, it wasn't going to be around over time. In the context of biodiversity data, you can also think about the taxonomies changing, right? You determine the species identification at one time, but then they found something new and your species got split, right? All of the records associated with that name that after the split become ambiguous or inaccurate potentially have in a sense decayed, right? You would need to put additional work in to get the value out of them. And so if that maintenance work is happening on relatively the same scale as the decay here, and prior to the characteristic timescale of use, right, then you're largely okay. But if you flip these, right, and now use is happening on much the same scale as decay and maintenance is happening much more slowly, then you have a problem, right? And so you could keep adding data and yet the value of that data is decaying fast enough that the portal could collapse or lose a lot of its utility. And so what we're gonna dig into is how different portals have characteristics or properties that incentivize maintenance work by different groups of people. And I'm going to kind of skirt over methods here today. This is the main expertise of Uta Brady, one of my collaborators on the team, but thinking in terms of knowledge commons and how to analyze in a systematic and rigorous way different cases. And so one important framework is the institutional analysis and development framework, where we're going to hone in on the biophysical characteristics of the repositories associated with the portal, the kinds of actions that people can do when they go to a portal website or work with a data set, and the incentives and other rules, for example, authorizations or permissions that the portals attribute to people. And basically what these different components do is lead to broader patterns of interaction. Are people doing distributed work to curate your data records? Are they adding more or fewer data records over time? Are they accessing and downloading or citing that data more over time, right? And depending on what you're looking to do, right, that can be good or bad. And you can sort of bring different criteria to the patterns of interaction. Where I'm going to show you a bunch of tables as kind of the main result. Where the information in those tables is coming from is basically looking at the documentation or other sorts of policies that are publicly available on these data portals, such as GenBank, GBIF, CERNEC, or INAT. This is an analysis or sort of example that Uta has done, where we take the sentences from those texts and we code them up to understand the kinds of rules, requirements, or permissions that are provided to people. So you could take a sentence like, new GenBank data is sourced by direct submissions from scientists, and then think about what kinds of things that apply to as objects, the GenBank data, and from whom, the scientists, that give you a kind of constitutive boundary of who's allowed to contribute. If you want to hear more about this, I'd be happy to talk to you, but I'm going to kind of skip over that and hide that in this talk for the sake of time. This is also a paper in progress. So as I show you these tables for the results, if you're like, that's definitely wrong, I would love to hear from you. This is a good vetting process, because it's based mainly on public documentation, right? And so there's often things hidden in the background that I don't know just from talking to people, or what we can find online. Okay, so here are our 4 tables. We're going to think about the biophysical characteristics, the action situations, and then the institutional rules. And what I'm sort of focusing on here, in particular, the vouchers, right? The vouchers came back. We're broadly, working at a kind of coarse grain level here of vouchers taking different forms, right? They might be physical or digital, both or none in a given or related to a given portal. These may be required, so mandatory, permitted, great if you have it, but optional, or actually prohibited, right? We do not take records with this kind of a voucher. And indeed, we see that the different portals that we've sort of selected here, vary in interesting ways, also have a number of similarities. So iNaturalist sort of stands out here. And in all of these cases, I'm going to be talking about what's required to have a research grade record. So not necessarily just any observation that's been contributed to INAT, but what would be required for it to go to GBIF, right? And be treated as a research grade record. So INAT does require some kind of, or a digital voucher, such as an image or audio file. The other portals do not require vouchers, right? But they permit and certainly encourage them. But they also vary in the types required. Or GenBank, for example, allows you to link to a physical voucher, but doesn't really have any kind of digital voucher option, right? Not quite clear what that would be. But GBIF and CERNEC, for example, both allow physical and digital vouchers. INAT does not want your physical specimens, so it excludes, it prohibits physical vouchers in that sense. And then we sort of roll this up here as the key point, where low is really just meant as like less than half in terms of frequency, and high is really just meant more than half of the records across the database. What this is setting up is a broader, or it's going to feed into additional factors we'll see in the next tables to think about how you can incentivize people to do things with relatively low or high vouchers when it comes to data maintenance. Okay, so now thinking in terms of action situations, right? What are people doing when they interact with the portal? I'm skipping over adding data, which I know is sort of the first and primary thing that people think about, and really honing in on editing here as an action situation. And so who can be an editor, right, is a first key question. We're just distinguishing between the original submitter, the person who actually contributed that data record, the internal admins who work in the portal, for example, or are paid staff in one way or another, or other external people, so none of the above. And portals may assign editing rights to one or more of those groups. You can generally catch that in terms of either their policies or their broader discussion about what are we hoping to have here. Are people encouraged to come and edit records at ALA, for example, and then to have a mechanism to feed that back to the data publisher would be, if you say that explicitly on your text in your website somewhere, that we would treat that as assigning a role to a particular group, the other external group to edit. And so everyone here in these 4 portals does have internal staff in one sense or another. I'm going to skip over the details here. And while all submitters are permitted to edit data, the key difference is whether or not the portals permit other external editors. And so GBIF and GenBank do not, while CERNEC and INAT do. And then we can look at who then is assigned other than the internal staff to edit. And crucially, GBIF and GenBank sort of place that on the submitters versus CERNEC and iNaturalist, including other groups such as collection editors. INAT is interesting because anyone can curate the taxonomic identification of a record that has a digital voucher. And then it also has taxonomy curators that maintain its species list in the background. And this should actually say rules, institutional rules as opposed to action situation. So this is the last slide, and then I'll go to the conclusion. And so now thinking, what are the incentives that are provided to these different groups who have editing rights or responsibilities? And so for internal staff, it's fairly straightforward. I'm saying none here in the sense that there is no data, no one's paid at GBIF to do persistent data curation on records stored in GBIF's database. There's work that's done upstream, but not post-aggregation. While GenBank and CERNEC do both have paid staff, or at least they did when they had grant money, kind of aggregating over time there, while INAT does not. It has sort of people who work on the staff that are enthusiastic about it and will contribute, but that's not part of their paid position. GBIF does provide data quality metrics to dataset publishers if you kind of dig deep into the website. And so that's sort of one example of an incentive that GBIF particularly provides for data editing to its data publishers. But neither GBIF nor GenBank provide incentives for other external editors, in part because they don't have permissions to edit in the first place. Meanwhile, both CERNEC and INAT support both research grants or sort of credit mechanisms, including user metrics in INAT. And so this gives the portal some variety in terms of their dependency on people outside the organization to edit records. Okay, so in conclusion, where does that leave us? Well, we can see between GBIF and GenBank on the one hand and CERNEC and INAT on the other hand, two sort of high-level strategies for how to incentivize data editing. One really depending on the internal staff or the data publishers, the original submitters, to do the work, and the other providing more of a distributed approach where vouchers are key to enabling those who don't have primary access to the records to come back and add additional information, for example, by being funded to do research on it or being incentivized through contribution metrics. GBIF then is notably reliant, not necessarily in a bad way, but just in a distinctive way, on exogenous incentives for submitters to maintain their data, right? Because it itself is not providing anything direct to the data publishers that would drive them to edit their records as opposed to publish them or add them. Okay, and with that, I will stop just to acknowledge support from the grant and our other collaborators at ASU. Thank you very much.
Thanks everyone for coming to this session. We look forward to seeing you after lunch for the conclusion. There's one more talk, ours, from the organizers of this session, and an open time to bring conversation back to all of our speakers from all day on this engaging topic. And thank you, Beckett. That was fascinating and helped give us a framework to talk about these issues. Oh, did you have more slides?
That was an extra slide.
Okay. And of course, thanks to Delta Designs and Pictoray and all our sponsors, and see you after lunch. So I want to say welcome back, everyone. And I just want to, before the session formally starts at the top of the hour, to go over a couple things really quickly again. Please remember to turn off your cell phones. Maybe you turn them on at lunch. Please make sure they're not going to go ding. We have lovely people here helping us keep time and moderating and making sure the slides are working properly. Big thanks to them. We will be having the next talk by my co-organizer and my boss, Matt Yoder, and myself. And then we have a 15-minute discussion session where we can sort of move forward to talk about what we heard and learned, ask questions, and maybe think about some next ideas. Please remember, think about our sponsors, think about how much you might play a role in being able to necessitate what we need to run these meetings, which is funding, and how particularly you or your organizations can be helpful here. And make sure to thank them for making these things possible for us. We do have people online, and questions and answers are going back on the platform, so we ask you to please have a look in there. And when you go to ask your questions, please walk up to the microphone. That way everyone can hear what you have to say. With that, I think how fast did I talk? 1 minute. So we'll see if I can play this video. Thanks to Delta Designs and PicTri. And now let's see if we get this to work.
Hello, everyone. On behalf of my co-author and co-organizer, Deborah, I'd like to thank you for participating in this symposia. And thanks for being at this talk now, or if you're seeing this in the future, maybe on YouTube, then thanks for being here. So my name is Matt Yoder. Deborah and I are part of the Species File group, and we need to thank everyone in that group and our collaborators, in this case in particular, Emily and Tommy, for their contributions at many different levels of this project. So the ideas and the tools in this talk wouldn't be possible without them. So we basically want to do a little bit of a thought experiment here in this final talk. Our goal here is to get us thinking about how we accession specimens at a particular point in time. And that point of time is where a collection manager takes responsibility for a new entity in their collection. We're saying entity because we are proposing, for the purposes of this experiment, that there are 3 different types of accession possible now in sort of modern collection scenarios, collection management scenarios. We'll get into those in a bit. From a collection manager's or collections perspective, each of those types of what we're going to call handoff requires different practices and policies and measures of accountability to be in place in order for that handoff to be successful. So what we're going to do is look at a handoff type in the context of the practices, policies, and accountability that need to be there. And we're just really going to touch on this topic here, but we've created a Google Doc at tinyurl.com/bicameral2023 that you're welcome to explore and add to, and it may further help give you the idea of what we're thinking about here in this talk. So the first type of handoff that we can think about is one we're all very familiar with. It's the point at time at which the collection manager takes responsibility for some physical specimens. And in this case, the physical beginning is only physical, so there's nothing digital in this case. It's how we did things for decades and up to about 40 years ago. There may be physical data, labels or notes, but there's nothing digital here. And so what might a practice be that we have to do when we take this kind, or when this kind of handoff happens? Well, we might need to know how to prevent pests. We may have to freeze it. We have to do some particular types of preparation. Those are the practices that accompany a physical beginning. Policies may be including things like, well, when can you accession a specimen? Obviously, it may have to have some physical labels or field notes with permits required. And accountability is things we're very familiar with. How is a specimen protected over time? Who might be responsible if the specimen is damaged? The emerging concept of a bicameral specimen is has happened when we've taken responsibility at the time of the handoff for both digital and physical specimens. And so the practices there are going to differ. How might you confirm that the physical and digital data align? For example, the number of spreadsheet rows equals the number of specimens that you're getting. Policies have to be a little bit more nuanced as well. So must all specimens incoming with digital data have physical catalog numbers? And accountability can also be considered. If one half is destroyed, if we destroy the physical, are you still accountable for curating and sort of maintaining over the long term the other half? The last sort of more abstract way type of handoff is when everything you're getting starts as just digital, as you have no physical specimen in hand. And essentially you're saying, I'm taking responsibility at this moment in time for entities that I don't yet have. So in practice, how do we make sure that we can coordinate the digital data and the arrival of the physical specimens when they come later on? Policy, maybe you are allowing digital only objects in your collection. Is this a part of your policy? And in respect to accountability, we can ask questions like, who is responsible for ensuring the critical data, digital data, have physical twins and vice versa? So do you print out your digital data and attach it to your herbarium sheet, or do you take your herbarium physical data and make sure it's present in your digital world? So these three different kinds of handoffs are interesting to think about over the course of time, sort of the evolution of your collection along a timeline. We know that some events may be totally digital now. We know that some accessions and some handoffs might be bicameral, digital and physical. And we want to look at those kinds of events in the context of a sort of evolving collection over time. And we're going to do that in the next couple of slides in the context of a tool that tries to address the needs of these three different kinds of handoffs. And that's TaxonWorks. This is a platform that we're developing as the species file group that's increasingly gaining some attention and use as a digital digitization tool for collection management of physical specimens. So our first little scenario is when we have a digital event that has created specimens in your collection management system, but yet you don't have those specimens in hand. So for example, you've taken a picture of a photo of your collecting event. In TaxonWorks, you can drop that into the system to create a collecting event, and in that process, it will automatically extract and georeference it if your data have georeferenced data in it. And from there, we have tools that can allow you to quickly stub those digital specimens, having them ready, for example, for when you need to print out the labels, when the specimens come perhaps from overseas and actually make it into your hands. Another event that we're all familiar with in the lifetime of a collection is when a long career has ended and they quickly need to get their specimens perhaps out of the lab and into a collection, when they're handing off those physical specimens. And in many cases, that's all you're getting. You're just getting physical specimens and field notes. There is no digital data there. So the outcome is a set of physical specimens awaiting sort of triage and digitization. Here, TaxonWorks has this concept of an OTU, which is sort of a taxon that you can do useful work with, and you can customize the fields and the kinds of data that you can add to an OTU, and this can help you do things like do quick assessments. You know, maybe you're just going to count the total, or you're going to assess the physical quality, and it might help you sort of manage how you're going to go about digitizing or integrating those physical specimens into the collection with those various data that you're going to capture at the OTU level. There's also a number of different workflows that are supported in TaxonWorks. We have a nice staged image workflow that processes staged images into their various metadata types. And we have tools like the Grid Digitizer, which can create a digitized specimen by breaking up an image into multiple different parts. The classic use is for slide processing, but you can imagine it for any kind of image that contains multiple sort of segmented images. Another scenario that's increasingly occurring here is when a sort of well-trained ecologist or other biological researcher is going to accession data at the end of their thesis. And so they're going to hand off physical specimens and digital data, sort of the bicameral specimen that we have to deal with. And the outcome here is that if your system can handle both their data and the specimen, you're going to have a rich sort of melding of data in one place. Here, TaxonWorks has a Darwin Core importer that lets you take standard Darwin Core files and turn it into the sort of rich objects that you can then annotate. But it can also do things like record observation matrices. These are things like phylogenetic analyses data that you'd be familiar with, or multi-entry key data, qualitative or quantitative data that ecologists might record in sort of in the context of a specimen or a taxon. You can add that data as well. It also has a very nice rich biological associations model. So if you're recording host parasite data, for example, you can draw out your relationships. And this collectively can result in a sort of a collection of digital specimen data that is nicely enriched with lots of different types of other data. Over time, then, the collection manager gets an idea of what's in their collection. It's composed of physical specimens, bicameral specimens, maybe some digital-only specimens. And when a loan comes in, they have an intuitive sort of idea of what they need to do to prepare that loan and get the specimens out the door. And they'll be able to sort of access that rich data that they might have built up in a bunch of different ways. And notably here in TaxonWorks, we have this idea of unified filters. So for example, you can start with a query on the nomenclature, get a list of results of names, and then send that off to another filter, a related filter. For in this case, we might think about saying, show me all of the collection objects for this set of names. From there, then we can pivot and send that result to another approach. Maybe we want to see where they're mapped out, so we send those over to the collecting events to get the list of collecting events. From the collecting events, we might see what else has been collected in those areas in case that person that's doing the loan wants to also borrow some of the related material that was found in those areas, or maybe the related material that's related as a biological association. And finally, with a couple of clicks from these unified sort of views or exploring of the data, they can send those specimens off into a loan form so that they can get into the hands of that researcher. Over time, then, these rich sort of data that reference, physical specimens, bicameral specimens, completely digital specimens evolve as we expose them out the door. And then we're going to get a whole bunch of feedback and annotations back into the system. And really, what do we do with those annotations? So an example here is TaxonWorks can export data to GBIF. You've heard Tommy talk about it earlier in the symposia. We also have a companion project, Taxon Pages, that is a way to expose data. People will see these data, then say, you did it wrong, something is wrong on the internet, and feed your data back. Here, TaxonWorks has a really powerful feature. It allows you to essentially annotate many different types of objects in many different ways. So you can record those annotations in a lot of different ways, linking them back to the objects that they're really being that the annotations are referencing. So for example, here is a single collection object. You can see all of these different nodes, and you can annotate each of these different nodes. You could annotate the pink nomenclature nodes. The little people could all have annotations attached to them, the collection object itself, the collecting event, etc., etc. And this is a very nice sort of foundation for addressing this issue of where do I put my annotations in the long run. Okay, to wrap up, we noted that a collection's practices, policies, and accountabilities are impacted by the emergence of the bicameral specimen and its conceptual siblings. We then explored how events in a collection are impacted by the time sort of between them, and exploring how those events entailing physical and digital halves occur can help us think and inform our collections as to new and emerging needs. And in that overall context, we touched on a couple of features differentiating TaxonWorks from other digitization platforms. You can join us to learn more about how that might work. In particular, we talked about observation matrices, the biological associations capabilities, our unified filters, and the ability to annotate across a lot of data. So once again, thank you for participating, and I hope this thought experiment is of use to you as we move forward to a little bit of discussion time. Thanks again.
Thanks a lot, Matt. We worked together on that a lot. And now it's time for the very exciting part to say thank you for returning if you were here through some other part of today. If you're just joining us now, we're here to have a discussion open to everyone about narrowing the gaps. So anything that struck you about earlier presentations today, thoughts you have along these lines, what you see as critical needs, the kinds of questions that some of the presenters asked about where do we focus our efforts, how do we focus those efforts. Yes, so questions, please come up to the mic. We do have people participating online too, and they can only hear all of us if you do that. Questions?
I'm sure there's no answer to this question.
Go for it, Michelle.
Why do we not have more interactions with zoos?
Is there an IDIG bio person in the house or somebody who was at the zoo meeting? The zoo is Libby. You can look at on IDIG bio. There is a workshop that happened a couple of years ago now, I think. That conversation is in process. Let's just say it. So it has happened. You can go read about what they talked about, Michelle. The things are like data standards, data. How do you get the data from zoos? Does it fit Darwin Core or not? Does it fit our data models? So when that critter kicks the bucket.
Thank you. I was just saying not just data, but also the critters themselves.
Right, exactly. And so it's a great question because I often hear in the spinach context from my own experience when someone says, oh, there's a collection that's about to be orphaned, almost universally people's minds turn toward the physical objects. They say things like, who has the space to take these? So they're thinking about cabinets, shelving, jars, right, freezer space. And often I don't hear anyone ask about the data. And I can guarantee you that it'll take longer to move the data than the physical objects. Because the data will either be in a format that you don't know, you don't have metadata, it doesn't fit your formats, it'll have to be mapped. If it's not digitized, you need to know that too. Where is it? Who has the field notes? Who has the 3x5 cards? Who has the ledgers? Who knows what the handwriting means? Is there any metadata? So it's a good question, Michelle. I'm just trying to say too, that wiki page will tell you more. If you want to know more about who the people are interested in that, you can go there. Other questions, things, topics you guys want to bring up? Just go for it. Yeah, we only have like 14 minutes left, right?
I was really impressed by the presentations here at the symposium.
Thanks.
It's really exciting what is happening all over the place. So my question is, where do we go from here? What is our next step? What do we need to do now to get a globally integrated system?
Yeah, it's a good question. Vince, do you want to help me with this one? Because I think, well, in your talk, you raised the point, and we have heard it, many of us, over and over again about, can we do things like coalesce around a single idea? Which I think Vince kind of got us around, maybe, maybe not. But if we can coalesce around the idea of shared knowledge and how that can get us further, would you like to?
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that. I think in many ways, we're not so much coalescing around one single problem that we need to solve. We're coalescing around a methodology that allows us to solve many of our problems and perhaps re-articulate those in ways that address some of those really big societal challenges that we've got right now. And I think that's the bit sometimes we're not very good at, is how do we glue, well, firstly, how do we stand on the shoulders of everybody else in this, both technologically and culturally or socially? And we're kind of, those two things very much go hand in hand, in my view. You have the cultural piece and the technological piece, and both are constantly evolving, constantly changing, which makes it difficult. And then also, what is that big unifying question or process that we can all reach toward And that's why, you know, for me, I think many of the issues around climate change and biodiversity loss, which are certainly the issues that attract government attention and funding, that's one of those big overarching topics that I think we could do much more of in that space. So, for example, our community is often not very present at some of those meetings. They're big, scary, intimidating, complex, expensive.
Yeah.
But I think we probably need to be better represented there. And I think that's one of the issues is we're probably almost afraid of being part of that at this point. And I think we need to break those barriers down and be more involved in those discussions.
Thank you. I have some thoughts on that, but I want to hear from other people. So other ideas from today's talks, other aha moments, or, oh my God, you know, what are we doing? Yeah, pull it down. Pull it down. It's okay. Go for it. I mean, you just pull. There you go. Great job.
Got it. And just on the Zumu question, that was a wonderful talk, Michelle. But to talk about specimens that have lived their lives out in a zoo, where they came from, getting all of that data to match up with, say, like the sea lion that died at the zoo, that was gunshot, that was rescued, that his whole story, and then he goes to Cal Academy and he's in that collection and that story lives on. You see the gunshot wound, you hear his story and his days at the zoo, and there's a long line of connectivity there that could be definitely entered into the database because of his history. And even they know where because of his Vibrace collection, they know where he was born, his life in the zoo, and so on. So Zumu is good for that.
Yeah, thank you. In many ways, in many respects, it's parallel to the botanic garden conversations, right? The plants come from all over, or the seeds or the tissues, they come and then they graft or study the different lines and put them out in the garden for us to appreciate. But they have their similar story. They're in the garden, but they came from somewhere else, or they were propagated from somewhere else. And so when they want to even share samples of those with a herbarium, that story is very complex, right? They didn't come from a single collecting event into a collection. They came from China. Now they live in Denver, right? And they've been propagated and shared with other places. And so they have a very complex history about who has used them, what has been learned from them. And that's a very complex network that's similar to the zoo story, right? Yeah.
Move this back up. I don't want to jump on my point from the end of my talk again, but what do people think about requiring journals and pushing journals to start requiring citations of things like data from collections instead of just saying data is available upon request? I feel like that's a great way to get to close some of the gaps, things like that. So any thoughts on that sort of thing?
I think that's an amazing idea, but I'd like to extend it to require every person who is writing those articles to have an ORCID ID, because I guarantee you there will be people in the room with no ORCID ID, and I cannot attribute work to you because you do not have an ORCID ID. I want to push and increase your impact, and I can't do it if you don't have an identifier.
How many of you in here have an ORCID ID? Hands up. So if you don't have one, it's really easy to go get one. Please do. And please share that with your students, your colleagues, your friends, encourage them to do that. We can help you and you can help us do more with those. Gary?
Tommy, in response to one of your questions about how we can more likely attribute these specimens, one of the other communities that I believe that we as a community should be more involved with is the emerging implementation of how OSTP is talking about things in the Nelson memo and how funding requirements.
OSTP.
OSTP is the United States Office of Science and Technology Policy.
Thank you.
So it's an executive branch office of the White House that is dictating how federal funding agencies of any size that are giving money to federally funded projects, there is now a requirement that is being dictated by policy that federal dollars, public dollars, funding public projects need to have their data public without embargo. And the recommendations for how these policies are being implemented are being discussed in Congress and around the country right now. So for US-based science, this is already something that's being talked about and implemented for really pushing forward fair data principles. But the implementation strategy, and especially the mechanisms, by putting funding into organizations like ORCID and the connectors that build the APIs between the systems that are already doing it, those are the bits of the cogs of the machine that are not yet talking to the powers that are going to really have the teeth to implement the change that are coming from our funding organizations. So this is definitely something that I think that we talk more about, is how the funders and how the executive offices are really implementing these strategies for exactly that question.
Thanks for that. Now we'll move for just a second while your thoughts on that percolate. Nicky Nicolson from the chat in the platform has a question, and Nicky presented in the last session. GBIF and other aggregators are working to share common tasks, parentheses, like harvesting processes. So that an example of that for those of you who are not quite following yet would be if a data set is produced, would you expect GBIF to grab it and do some processing like data quality checks on it, and then expect IDIG-Bio to grab it over here and do their data quality processing checks, which might be the same but have different names or structures, versus wouldn't it be nice if they grab the data once, they do a shared data quality check process to it, and then they each present the same data set, and then when you get data quality checks feedbacks about that data set, they're unified, and you don't have two data quality check forms to look at from two different aggregators. So Nikki's question, GBIF and other aggregators are working to share common tasks like harvesting processes. It seems logical that aggregators should share DOI tracking. Any thoughts on this? Tommy, is that kind of what you were proposing or poking a possibility at, or with microphone? Sorry, you gotta.
I have no idea how to do that, but sure. I think that's a great idea. Again, I'm a collection manager. I have no idea how to do any of this, but
Peter, yes, please join. And please, I'm trying to remember to say y'all's names, but sort of the people online can't necessarily see you, so.
I don't have an answer necessarily to the DOI question, but I do understand that GBIF does create a DOI of a data set that's used in a publication. So that does exist.
That's right.
But,
Wait,
right. So
go back to the mic if you're gonna, go.
But, you know, I've been banging this drum for many years about, you know, citing the collections that are getting these data online. But that does ignore, being devil's advocate for a moment, the person who actually went out and collected it, got the grant to go out and collect that thing. The person who identified it, equally important. So there's a whole lot of accreditation that's not happening, you know, credit going to people. So yes, I agree with that. And let's get these DOIs minted on these things and make sure they're publicly available. But, you know, it's linking back to all those other people that were in that trail. That's going to be much harder to do, but still we need to have some kind of.
Okay.
It's Siobhan here. Bionomia will do that for you. And the linking of the people to the specimens that are in the data set, say, for example, in GBIF. But to do that, I either need you to be dead or have an orchid. So choose.
Yes.
Can I ask maybe a potentially really green question?
Go for it.
I don't know I have an ORC ID. I ask my people I work with to have one.
Yes.
I don't know in Symbiota if there's a way to put an ORC ID next to a collector or a determiner. Is there a way to do that? I don't want to add it in the same field, obviously.
Right. That's a fabulous question. I think there's somebody here who can answer it. Yay. And please tell us who you are when you do that, or I will.
Katie Pearson. I'm even wearing my Symbiota little jacket.
Perfect.
Currently, yes, there is technically a place to put it, but there aren't tools for being able to put that in the user interface. But those are going to be developed in the next couple of years.
So that was what Matt was showing in our talk. In TaxonWorks, we have the field for the string, just the letters that make up someone's name. That's a string, which we all know. You have R.K. Godfrey, R.K. Godfrey Jr., Robert K. Godfrey, right? Are they all the same person? Well, some people in this room know that, but other people would have to go look it up. So if you have a separate field to store the identifier, you can have the same identifier for associated with all those aliases. Problem solved. Yes? So yes, we need our databases to help us with this. We need to be able to link. We also need, if we go out, Siobhan, I think you did this at lunchtime. Somebody here in our group did not have, they had their ORCID, but it hadn't been added to Bionomia yet, etc. So getting them a Wikidata page and getting all these things going, this is a good question to ask, Christy, because it's going to help you with all these metrics, tracking, etc. Right? So you can then share any work you do inside your own database. You can then share those identifiers out to GBIF, so this magic can happen. Go, Peter.
So Pete again from Berkeley. So I'm hoping none of you saved Rotten Tomatoes from lunch, because I'm going to say, as a collections manager, I'm just middle management moving widgets around. Why should I be cited at all? Why should my museum be cited? Because we're just the ones moving widgets and data around because of funding, right? So that's what we need, that recognition, I guess. So I answered my own question, but I just want to throw that out there, though, that how important are we in this whole process? But the institution is important to keep the funding going.
Thanks, Peter. Shelley, the mic, Shelley. You know the drill. You do.
It's more than funding. Without us, you can't do your research.
Correct. I think I want it. Yeah. Yay, Shelley. So I think there's a theme here, and we've been asking for this, for as long as I can remember, about credit for collections at the institution level, credit for collections at the level of the individual doing the work. This could be the person collecting, could be the person identifying, could be the person georeferencing, the person who took the picture, the person who did the DNA sequence, etc., the person who created the tissue voucher. I mean, these are ways in which we can acknowledge intellectual input, right? And so talks that we had that were relevant. Andrea Thomer talked about how can we package the information in a way that all those identifiers for those objects and the things related, in this case, people, the things, are connected to those things. So how can we then get publishers and the people who review? If you review a paper and you think that should be in there, and you say that to the publishers, hey, this needs to be part of what we ask people to do. So you can be part of making publishers change their practices, right? By recognizing what will add value for all of us. And we are now at 0 minutes. Thank you, everybody, for everything that you did to contribute to this session. Thanks for coming. Looking forward to more.
No, I don't think she does. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the General Member Session Lightning Talks. I am the moderator for the session. My name is Sankari Pai. I'm going to ask those of you talking, can you be really quick in terms of your changeovers, because there's no time allocated to you to walk up and down. So with that, please can we say thank you to our sponsors, Delta Designs and Picture Eye, and here is our first talker. Thank you.
I'm going to apologize because I'm so short that you can't really see me behind the podium. So my name is Kate High. I'm a graduate student researcher in the Ornithology and Mammalogy Department at California Academy of Sciences. And I'm also a master's student at the Estuary and Ocean Science Center in the Marine and Coastal Ecology Lab through San Francisco State University. Today, I'm going to be giving you a very brief look at my thesis, which focuses on dead marine mammal strandings from 1884 to 2019 along the Central California coastline. But first, I'd like to acknowledge my co-authors because this is a really large collaboration. So without their contributions, I would not be able to do this project. For those of you who are not familiar with the area, California, as well as the San Francisco Bay Area, was really known for the hunting as well as the whaling industry throughout the 1800s to the mid-1900s. And it was a well-known destination. So as you can see in the upper right-hand corner, a whaling ship in the San Francisco Bay port has baleen plates all stacked on the top. And California Academy of Sciences has a historic record of marine mammal specimens that dates back to 1884, but we're also part of an active stranding network program that is continually standardizing its efforts to respond to dead marine mammal strandings, as well as collecting this data throughout the country. And then for this project, we compiled 6 different databases and compiled this all into one database and removed the duplicates. And this resulted in 8,944 stranded marine mammal records. And this obviously ranged from 1884 to 2019. And this ranged from Mendocino to San Mateo County along the northern central California coastline. And then this was broken up into 3 different time periods in order to help with sampling effort biases. And I'd like to give a big shout out to the California Academy of Sciences Geology Department, because without their advice and help, I would not have been pointed in the direction of geolocate for my georeferencing for all these starting points. And as you can see, we had 34 species that were identified throughout this entire time period. Odoriidae had 59%, Phocidae had 24%, as well as Phocinidae had 8%. And these aggregated maps show numbers of strandings per 5 kilometer bin, with the darker color representing the higher number of strandings. In the left map, we have 1884 to 1959, and you really see that these are specific concentrated areas. In the middle, we have 1960 to 1994, and you start to see an increase along the coastline as well as into the San Francisco Bay. And then on the rightmost side, you have 1995 to 2019, and this actually consists of over 70% of the overall data set. And so you really start to see once standardization became consistent throughout our database and our stranding efforts, we have a larger data set and response range. So I'm going to show you some of the temporal patterns that we've been seeing. And all the x-axes and y-axes are going to be the same. So we'll have 1960 to 2019 on the x-axis and number of strandings on the y-axis. So first we have California sea lions. And here you can see that the peaks or the elevated numbers of California sea lions match up with El Nino years. Next, we have harbor porpoises, which are a small cetacean whose increases in strandings correlated with when we started seeing larger numbers of harbor porpoise coming back into San Francisco Bay Area. And then next we have the gray whales, which have been going under an unusual mortality event in San Francisco Bay Area since 2019. And actually with this data set and long-term data set, we've been seeing an unusual mortality event, and you can see the same unusual mortality event in 92 to 93, as well as 99 and 2000. And this might give us some evidence of a multi-decadal environmental processes. And finally, this is just a very surface level of my thesis. I'm actually diving deeper into temporal patterns, as well as looking at investigating spatial relationships, as well as if there's correlations with environmental variables with stranding locations. And this is in hopes that understanding and identifying these patterns between space and time will allow stranding networks to better distribute resources more consistently and document marine mammal fatality better. And thank you.
I also apologize for my lack of height. Maybe I can do this. Hi, everyone. My name is Shanna Hillard, and I am an evaluator and empathy project coordinator with the Zoological Society of Milwaukee. I'm here to talk today about best practices for our BioFact collection, which is an education and teaching collection that we have at the zoo. I'm here because we have a grant that I received through the ACE for Wildlife Network, which is the Advancing Conservation Using Empathy for Wildlife Network, which funded part of my trip here, which I'm very appreciative for. So this program or this grant posits that if people have empathy for wildlife, they will be more likely to take conservation action on behalf of that wildlife. And so our specimen collection is a really important part of that because it is used in all of our teaching and interpretation programs. However, when I was onboarded into the zoo, I noticed that our collection was really poorly taken care of. The storage and preservation was not really what we were hoping it would be. And so the collection and its longevity is essential to the work that we do. So we set about trying to come up with a better way of taking care of the specimens in our collection. So we are collaborating currently with the Milwaukee Public Museum. So Julia Colby has been essential in helping us out, getting our collection back into good shape. So ultimately, we would like to produce a manual that will be used for other natural history and conservation-based institutions in Wisconsin and Illinois, for people who also have large teaching collections that might not know best practices like everybody in natural history museums is so good at. So the first step was to do an inventory, and I don't know if you can tell from that very first photo, but that is just a cabinet that is just chock-a-block full of random things. One of the boxes just says North America on it, and it has like a bear skull in it. It has a pelt. It has like a wet specimen. So everything was just kind of shoved in there based on like geographic location or the type of animal. So if you had a lion, you'd have lion whiskers in a paper envelope. You'd have a pelt. You'd have a skull. You'd have claws. All of it would be together, but the space got, pretty cramped pretty quickly. And so our teachers would just end up kind of shoving things into these closets. So they were in pretty bad shape. So we did kind of like a kitchen pantry style thing. We took everything out of all of those cabinets. And if you can see in the second picture, we took one of the classrooms, booked it, and just put everything out in that classroom and took a long, hard look at it. So then we inventoried based on the following parameters. So identity. So rather than identify something by the type of animal, we identified based on, is it a skull? Is it a bone? Is it an articulated skeleton? We looked for how rare the item was. If it was a bone clone, which are like the fake skulls that we use sometimes in interpretation, those are not rare at all. If it is an animal that came from our zoo and has a history and a story, we marked those items as very rare because they are very important to our interpretation. We also listed how likely is this item to travel. We have a tiger pelt that is very popular, and we take it, to many different outreach things when we do interpretation on endangered species. So that has like a high likelihood of traveling. Frequency of use, is it used often, or is it just something that, we used for one program in 1994 and haven't used since? What condition is it in? And then what is its arsenic testing level? So some of our taxidermy is from, donations. We don't know where it came from. And so part of this process was I tested about 300 specimens for arsenic. So step 2 is writing the storage guide, which we are currently doing. So hopefully that will be of good use to other nature centers and non-museum entities so that they can see what best practices to use for storing their specimens. And we're hoping that the guide will be scalable because of funding. We don't have very much of a budget to work with this at all. I think $1,000 is what I was allocated to do all of our repairs and like wrapping of the pelts. So we didn't have a lot of money. And so we want people to, my goodness. Yeah, well, if you're interested in seeing the rest of it, I'm sure it'll be online. If you have any questions, let me know. Thank you.
Hello. I'm going to have to adjust the mic because I'm a little bit taller. Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you for coming. I'm Ashleigh Whiffin. I'm an entomology curator at National Museum Scotland, based in sunny Edinburgh. And I'm here to tell you about how we're trying to drag our collection kicking and screaming into the 21st century, and also actually ask for your help. So a little bit about us. The collection at National Museum Scotland is about 200 years in the making. And the collection size is estimated at 2.5 million specimens, with about 1 million of those in our dry pinned collections. Now, as you might expect, being the National Museum of Scotland, our strength is our Scottish insect collection, but the collection is international in scope. So we do have global material too, and our particular strengths are our parasitic Hymenoptera and our apparently best collection in the world of lance flies. Pretty niche. If you study small black flies, you can be the best at it. So this historically significant collection is comprised of traditional pinned, fluid preserved, slide mounted and papered specimens, as you might imagine, and it's all housed in our collection centre in the north of the city. Now, as we all know, each of these different preservation methods come with their own challenges, pros and cons, and the cons of most of these is that it's often poor for DNA preservation and often leads to contamination. So, with an increase in requests for genetic sampling of our collection and our desire to future-proof the collection, we have decided to modernise and desperately try and get up to scratch with our curation techniques. How are we doing this? Well, fortunately, we're really lucky to have some internal funding for this. So this is funded by the Pelham Clinton Fund. This originated by a bequest that came to us via a family member of a former member of staff. So we're incredibly indebted to this fund. It has supported a huge amount of work within our team. So the aim of the project is really to modernise and have a collection that better supports molecular research. So a little bit about some of the projects that we are getting voucher specimens from. Obviously, we're hoping to store our own field collected specimens in this way, freezing them, but also we take vouchers from 3 main projects within the UK. Number 1, Darwin Tree of Life, which you may be familiar with. This is based out of the Sanger Institute, and this is the very ambitious project to sequence the genomes of 70,000 eukaryotic species within Britain and Ireland. Yep. And we are sample providers for that project. So we've been collaborating on fieldwork with them. Obviously, with genome sequencing, there's not always vouchers left when you've got very tiny insects, but we will take what we can get. Then there's a couple of DNA barcoding projects. One of them is BioScan, and this is our Malaise trap on site, one of many across the country that are feeding into this project, which is aiming to build those DNA barcode libraries, which is really, really important for DNA biomonitoring. And similarly, UK Barcode of Life project, which is part of the International Barcode of Life project, is also feeding into those libraries too. So how are we going to store this material? Well, at NMS, we're very fortunate that we do actually already have a biobank, but this was established for the vertebrate collections as part of the CryoArcs network. So it hasn't actually got any insect specimens in it at present. It is comprised of a very large collection of 2 -80 freezers. So we're looking at expanding our capacity. And so I have recently been going around seeking advice and guidance from other institutions. And I've been incredibly grateful to those curators and collection managers that have made time to speak to me about this. So all your shared advice and information that's in those in the literature on best practice has been incredibly informative. However, what I'm finding is that maybe we're not the only ones feeling slightly behind the curve in all of this. And in general, entomologists, we're doing pretty badly. We're really lagging behind the vertebrate biologists, not that we're ever competitive at all. So what I'm thinking is that we really need a better picture of where we are in the community in terms of insect biorepositories. So this is where you come in. If you work with an insect collection, please, please, please scan my QR code here and complete my survey. So it will honestly take 5 minutes tops of your time. And what I want to know is, do you have a biorepository? If you do, what kind of preservation methods are you using? What kind of samples are you accepting? But I'm also really, really keen to hear if you don't have a biorepository and if your institution is maybe considering developing one in the near future. So I think this is going to really help build a better picture of where we are as a community. I'm very grateful because this is going to really support us at NMS with the decisions that we make, but I think it's going to support the wider community too. And I hope to feed this back in the next Entomological Collections Network meeting later this year. And I will circulate the survey through the ECN listserv as well to let all your colleagues know about it. So please do scan the QR code and thank you in advance.
Hello, I am Brandon Mead. I'm a recent graduate from Lewis and Clark College in Portland, Oregon. And since the fall of 2021, I've been working on a project to collect and curate chylopod or centipede specimens found on the Lewis and Clark College campus. The primary aims of this work were to help capture a snapshot of local biodiversity, as well as to contribute towards an ongoing project to develop the campus natural history collection. My work consisted of two primary phases. Firstly, the initial collection and curation of my specimens, and then on the discovery that we had some additional myriapod, centipede and millipede specimens in collection already, attempting to organize these specimens together into a sub-collection. For a brief overview of the process of my work, all specimens save one were collected on the Lewis and Clark College campus, with the remaining specimen being collected at the nearby Oxbow Regional Park. For each specimen, information on collection time, date, location, and habitat was recorded. Specimens were either collected by hand on the spot or after gathering and sorting leaf litter, and then preserved in 80% ethanol. For specimens collected by previous students, insofar as possible, the information associated with these specimens was retrofitted to fit a standardized format, and all specimens were identified to the finest taxonomic level possible with confidence. During this process, I corresponded heavily with the myriapodologist Dr. Derek Hennon to help verify specimen IDs. The final collection included 17 specimens of at least 9 species. Here I have the specimens pictured in their final arrangement. Specimens were arranged by taxonomic order in the hopes that if future students were to collect additional specimens, they could be slotted into this arrangement. For the first part of my work, the primary focus was on the preservation of specimens, creating associated records of collection information, and especially on identification of the specimens. And during this process, I noticed something interesting. The available information on chylopods varied very heavily by geographic region. Much more information was available on the species present in the Midwest and the South of the United States compared to where I was working in the Pacific Northwest. This lack of information did not, to me, seem to reflect an actual dearth of this class of organisms' presence in the area where I was working. The small-scale collecting projects I was engaged in returned a respectable number of specimens as well as a species variety. These organisms clearly had some meaningful presence in the area, and I believe that this highlights part of the value of very small collections originating from a very fine geographic scale, namely that in the absence of detailed information about what species are present in the area, these small collections have a high potential value to increase our knowledge of biodiversity. Additionally, the information associated with specimens was able to give insight beyond just what species were present into things such as the life history and ecology of these organisms. As part of the information collected for each specimen, I and other students made note of what collection method was used and where specimens were collected. And I noticed a trend in which orders of chylopods tended to be recovered by which method of collection. Members of the order Scolopendromorpha, such as the specimen pictured here at the top right, tended to be returned by collecting by hand on site. These members of this order tend to have a larger body size compared to the other orders represented here. And in contrast, collection by gathering and sorting leaf litter tended to return specimens from the orders Lithobiomorpha or Geophilomorpha. Lithobiomorphs possess fewer body segments and an overall smaller body size than the other orders represented here, while Geophilomorpha possess adaptations specifically for burrowing into deeper soil layers. And so these differences in body plan between the orders may reflect differences in adaptation to different soil microhabitats, and in turn, the information associated with specimens can inform us about how organisms are distributed through a habitat. To summarize, once again, collections originating from a very fine geographic scale can have a high potential value in informing us about local biodiversity, and the associated information with specimens can go beyond raw biodiversity to inform us about other factors related to the organism. I'd like to finish off with some acknowledgements of the people who helped me very greatly through my work, especially my primary advisor, Parbone Abaspor, and thank you all very much.
Good afternoon.
My name is Michelle Kohler. I am a assistant to the collection manager at Illinois Natural History Survey Insect Collection. And today I am here to talk with you a little bit more about TaxonWorks, which you guys have probably been hearing a bit about this week. And I'm going to discuss one specific thing. Last year for demo camp, I showed you guys how to quickly and easily put information into TaxonWorks. And now I'm going to explain to you what you do once it's in there. And the answer is one simple task out of the many available called the collection object filter. And I'll start off by giving you a real life example. Do I have a laser pointer, by the way? Yes, no, my finger. Oh, there it is. Okay, thank you. Last week we had a fellow researcher come and handed me a whole bunch of LEPs, and I had to database them. That was great, not a problem. If you know anything about LEPs, taking labels on and off is such a fun challenge. I put them all back on, I shingled them, I put them away, and my boss comes to me and he says, oh yeah, all of those miscellaneous ones from different families all need to go on a single loan paper. Because this particular researcher was taking DNA from them. He didn't need the specimens, but he needed the loan paper. So I was able to go into the collection object filter. And first I told it that I had worked on LEPs. And then I scrolled down and told it that it was me and that it was a pinned thing. And it was the only thing I'd worked on that day. So I also gave it a date range of only today. And up pops everything that I had just finished working on, which was like the simplest, easiest thing. I then was able to click select all, and this lovely new little filter button we have, which is supposed to look like a hand picking something up, though I swear I don't know what it really looks like. It looks like a box to me. But you click on it and another screen pops up, which I was not able to get a screenshot of. And you simply click add to loan. It's a very large button. It says add to loan. And I was able to add it to the loan that someone else had already started, which saved me literally an hour plus of work. So I have decided that I love that particular feature. But inside the collection object filter, you also have the option, actually I should go back one, up at the top here, where you can't really see it, but it has like your object number, your location, your determination. You can click on the header of any of these and it will list it alphabetically. You can also use our new Unified filter, which I didn't know about till after I did the PowerPoint, where you can filter inside a filter. So you could take this 37 or 47 things and say, I want to see everything from Illinois that I already chose, and it will send it to another filter. And then there's a go back button, which is also very nifty. Other features within this collection object filter, which are a little hard to see, though maybe it might be a little bit easier for you guys. You can choose by geographic area. You can choose by biocuration method. You can choose by the person who has worked on it. You can choose by like pin, slide, vial, stuff like that. You can also choose things with or without a depiction or with or without a collecting event that's been done. So you can say, I want all of the things that I worked on, but the things that I finished or the things that I didn't finish. That's the best one. In conclusion, in addition to that, with TaxonWorks, it covers so much more we've talked about at this conference. The ability to cover collection object, the chronology, where things came from, all of that, list source, browsing different things, loans, and we now have interactive keys for keying out some things as well. So if you have questions, please talk with me or Tommy. Thank you.
All right. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining me here today. My name is Aditi Jayarajan. I'm a PhD candidate at the Florida Museum of Natural History. I'm in the mammalogy collections, but today I'm going to be talking about some of my volunteer work along with my lovely co-author, Elycia Wallis, who's the registrar at the Florida Museum. This involves the ethnographic collections, and so we're going to delve a little bit into how colonial histories play a role in natural history museums today. So, SYNTHESYS, otherwise known as shrunken heads, were made by defeating the enemies on the battlefield by the Hivuro Indians, who had practiced the custom of shrinking heads by boiling and reducing them. Ceremonial head shrinking was done so that the spirits of the enemies would not seek revenge on the tribesmen. However, by the late 1800s, private collectors and museums began to actively procure sansas. Forgers have then made a play on the scene by making fake sansas out of various types of heads and often selling them as curios to travelers and tourists. Over here, you see when European explorers made their way to South America and encountered the tribes, they were captivated by the sansas. This resulted in trades made with local tribesmen, and the souvenirs became highly sought after in Europe and in the US. The local governments in Peru and Ecuador, however, outlawed the trafficking of these sansas in the early 1930s. US states governing the possession of these sansas will have varying laws which differ from states to states. Now, when you look at this slide, you're going to notice a bunch of different things that I looked up on Etsy, which you may see at the top of the screen, may show you like Mother's Day gifts, apart from that. The point that I wanted to make over here is that when we look at these things, when you look at replicas, how are they widely viewed online, and where do we stand as museum professionals in the process of these things appearing? So what do? At the Florida Museum, we use morphology and further analysis to distinguish between authentic sansas and forgeries. Two of the heads in our collections in the ethnographics were determined to be inauthentic, while one is real. I don't think my QR codes were displaying properly, so if you have some time after this talk, please meet me later and I will happily show you what forgeries look like. So in conclusion, museums play a vital role in furthering education and research. By revisiting collections, we can now seek to understand how training staff, curators, students, volunteers, and so on and so forth will be able to make us differentiate between authentic and counterfeit objects. Private collectors have often tried to procure these rare sansas, while the public have often been fascinated by them. Therefore, we need to explore how colonial practices and 19th century tourism played a role in people viewing objects, and where should they be housed in the future. Thank you so much.
Am I good? Hello, my name is Vera Kramer, and I'm a recent graduate from the University of Wisconsin-Madison. You may be wondering, doesn't the screen say Florida? And you're right, we scientists have great observation skills. And that's because I, like many other Wisconsinites, left the cold clutches of the Midwest and migrated down south to Florida during the summer. However, instead of searching for a nice, warm, sunny place to retire to, I went searching for experience in the field of marine biodiversity. You see, my interest in evolutionary biology and biodiversity led me to discover a whole field revolving around some of the most fascinating animals on the planet, invertebrates. Aren't they beautiful? My introduction to this field opened my eyes to just how diverse the world can be, especially in the ocean. The world's oceans are home to a plethora of species spanning across many phyla, a lot of which remain understudied due to various limitations. However, this is gradually changing as our understanding of biodiversity and species distributions grow, especially after the emergence of molecular methods. We in the lab were interested in further expanding our understanding of the ocean's biodiversity. In order to do this, we decided to analyze the distribution of one of the coolest marine invertebrates around, sea cucumbers. In particular, we focused on the connections between the tropical West Atlantic and the Great Indo-West Pacific. Our understanding of species divergence showed us that many species thought to be shared between these regions turned out to be divergent upon genetic analysis, while other species thought to be separate between these regions showed substantial resemblance. We thought to explore this idea further and tested the hypothesis that similar sister species of sea cucumber, Holotheria difficilis in the Indo-West Pacific and Holotheria parvula in the West Atlantic, are conspecific. This map here shows the distributions of our selected specimens, with Holotheria difficilis represented by the red marks, Holotheria parvula represented by the blue, as well as our two outgroups, Holotheria excellens in green and Holotheria sanctori in orange. In order to test our hypothesis and determine whether these species were conspecific, we extracted tissue samples from specimens' tube feet in order to run PCR and sequence the CO1 region. We also took a morphological approach and measured ossicle fragments from the dorsal body wall using linear dimensions. What we found after sequencing the CO1 region was that preliminary results showed that Holotheria difficilis and Holotheria parvula showed minimal distinction from one another. Furthermore, clustering within clades suggests a lack of anthropogenic influence in the larval dispersal between the Indo-West Pacific and the West Atlantic. In order to interpret our morphological data, we ran a principal component analysis for each of our measured ossicle fragment types. This included buttons, tabletops, as well as side views of tables, which we labeled as lateral tables. From our plots, it is hard for us to identify specific clusters due to variable spread across the morphospace. From this, we suggest that there is no morphological distinction between these species. What does this mean? From our results, we concluded that Holotheria difficilis and Holotheria parvula are indeed conspecific. Woot woot. However, I think it is important to note that the limited locality distributions from which our specimens were sampled, future research should look to expand upon sampling locations that encompass large local concentrations of these species. Now comes the question I hear from all of my family members. Why does this matter? Yeah. Understanding the influence of non-anthropogenic as well as anthropogenic connections between oceans allows for a better understanding of oceanic pathways that could provide insight into evolutionary history and relationships between marine species. This allows for a greater appreciation for marine biodiversity that I hope will aid in conservation efforts. I wanted to give a special thanks to my co-authors as well as the most amazing people on the planet. If you meet them or have the, honor to know them, you're lucky. If you have any questions, you can find me at this email, or I included the Twitter because I didn't know it was dead. So thank you.
All right. So first we're going to have a specimen spotlight starting in about 5 minutes. 2:40 to 2:45 will be my talk, and then there's a second talk from 2:45 to 2:50, and then we'll go to break and we'll come back with more specimen spotlights. And I just wanted a little 5 minutes, a little buffer between the previous 5-minute talks and our 5-minute talks, just because sometimes 1 minute over could add up after a couple talks when they're 5 minutes. So just wanted to say this is the 5th annual Specimen Spotlight. We started it in 2019 at the Field Museum in Chicago, and I think it's been coming along really good. Part of the reason we thought we'd start this up is there's a lot of talks where they talk about how great and important museum collections are, and there's a lot of big hand waving, and you might not see a specimen in that whole talk. And I always thought I was missing a little bit of the magic, a little bit of the reason why I got into museums and collections. So I thought this way here we'd get some concrete examples, small things that you can look. Most of Specimen Spotlight talks, I think, are up on the Spinach YouTube channel. You can go look at that. And if you ever want a concrete example of a specimen or some reason why specimens are important or stuff you can learn from specimens, that's a great resource to go to and look. And another reason we did that is brought this up is I found out that a lot of folks come to Spinach, they never gave a talk, and especially younger folks, maybe their first time at Spinach. And I thought this would be a great way. You can ease yourself into a talk, just 5 minutes. You don't have to present all the background and information. You just focus on one little subject, one little specimen that you know, and that's always fun to share. So I thought that would be an easy way to give a talk and get some credit for presenting at an international meeting. And so that's kind of the history behind it and why we did it. And I just thought also it would just be fun. And I'm trying not to go over on time. I'm supposed to introduce or let you know that we have some great diamond sponsors, Delta Design Limited and Picture A. So if you haven't done so, please go up and talk to a couple sponsors up in the lunchroom, the grand ballroom, whatever room that is. But go talk to our sponsors, thank them. And I'm sure most of us probably use some of their products one way or the other. So let them know, or let them know what you're interested in, and be happy to hear from anyone or your thoughts and what you like. Any questions? Yes, way in the back, Randy.
How do you pronounce the sponsor under Delta?
So far, Randy asked how would you pronounce the sponsor underneath the Delta design, and so far I haven't pronounced it, so that would be my answer. Brunzel, but we've been told to say Delta Design Limited. So, but there is a Delta Design Limited representative upstairs, so you can ask them. All right. Do a little dance or something? How many people have been to a specimen spotlight before, out of curiosity? A good percentage. We have to wait for the time thing, so I just... Yeah, I guess so. It's a hot, bright spotlight burning into my soul now. So do we get an extra 5 minutes for the break because we're ending somewhat early, or am I wrong on that?
At the end of the Specimen Spotlight, there is a 5-minute gap with no talk scheduled.
Oh, so we only have a 5-minute break?
No, that's before the tea break.
Mm.
There'll be a break early.
Okay, so we got a 5-minute break early, so bonus minutes. All right. Well, I'm going to start. I don't know if you get the right time. Excellent. Oh, I also have the laser pointer issue here, so we'll see. So my talk is entitled "Spritz It with Some Water: Destructive Sampling of a Fossil on National Public Radio." And it all started when I was indirectly invited, if that's such a thing, to go on National Public Radio to talk about fossil corals. Emily Grassley talked to me, and she said that Neil Shubin was invited, and she was invited to go to the radio lab and talk about fossils as a calendar fossil. Rugose corals have growth lines, and you can measure them and count them, and because they have monthly and annual patterns, you can figure out how many days are in a year. And so we found out that there's actually more days in the geologic past in a year. There's about 400 days in a year during the Devonian. So the Earth was spinning about itself much quicker. About 22.5 hours would have been one day. And over time, our rotation about our own axis has slowed down, but our speed around the sun has stayed about the same. And so I said, well, that sounds fun. I'll go. And she said they should like to interview you. And could you bring some fossils for them to look at? And they'll describe them on the radio, which I'm not sure how well that was going to work. And then they asked me if I could bring one that I could cut in their studio so that they could hear the sound of them cutting, because she said Neil Shubin, somehow she worded it, I'm not sure how the whole thing was worded to me, but it was worded that you can find fossil Rugose corals in Chicago that you can cut open and count the growth lines. And I said, well, that's neat. And I knew nothing about it. So I said, fine, I got 2 or 3 days. I can get some fossils and I'll see if I can find something that we can cut on the radio for them. And so I started doing a little bit of research, i.e. I Googled it. And I realized that you don't have to cut open a rugose coral to see the growth lines. They're right on the outside. The rugose means wrinkles in Latin, and all those little wrinkles are the growth lines. And if you look closely, you can see really some bigger ones and then some really fine ones. Especially, you might be able to see them right up here. down here. And so those are the growth lines, and that's what they want. It's right on the outside. There's no need to get a diamond saw and cut these things open. In fact, if you do cut them open, you won't see growth lines. You'll see the septa and some other structures internally. Both if you cut it longitudinally and latitudinally, you won't see it because I tried it and I couldn't find any growth lines. And I was like, huh. The other problem with this was that the ones in Chicago are very poorly preserved, so you don't really see the growth lines at all because they've been dolotomized, they've been recrystallized, coarser grain, and all that fine detailed structure is lost. And I was like, huh. I don't have any research on it, but I don't want to go on national radio and explain that our provost is wrong. It just didn't seem like any kind of a winning solution for me out of that. And I haven't based it on 2 days of Googling stuff. So that didn't seem like a great idea. So I tried to get out of it, and they really didn't want me to get out of it. So I found a brick and tile saw, and then I decided that I would use a stromatoporoid. And maybe I got ahead of myself a little bit, but here's the webpage. If you want to listen to the whole thing, you can. I have put everyone's names up there. They gave me full credit on the webpage, but they edited out most of my interview because I explained that I tried to do it without contradicting anyone, but I just said, stromatoporoids are what you want to cut open because they have internal growth lines, and you can see that when you cut them open. But they edited out everything except for my one phrase, spritz it with some more water, which... And so there's nothing about stromatoporoids. They never said I'm cutting open a coral, but they certainly imply it in the whole thing. So I got the actual, here's the transcript. Is that neat? I don't know.
All right, let's cut it.
That's me cutting.
Because when you cut into these shells,
Oh, it's warm.
A little bit of water, we can spritz it on there.
you see these gray stripes.
They're all different variations of gray, but some are dark gray and some are tan.
They're like bands running through across the shell.
They kind of radiate out like the bands of a tree.
All right, so I cut it off a little bit short, but there's a scratch. And then they also there's spaces, but there's no real spaces there. It's all solid. So anyways, this is my specimen after all of this. This is a very fine stromatoporoid. It's not a coral. It's really a calcareous sponge, extinct group of stromatoporoids. You can see it does have beautiful growth lines, the color bands, and lots of grays and tan and brown colors. And I found this, I actually collected this specimen myself in the Devonian of the Cedar Valley area of Iowa, and I wasn't going to put it in the collection. I was going to use it as a teaching specimen. They're very common. Some quarry, there's just thousands of them all over the place. But if you look closely, you can see this little round circle of matrix. This is the tan limestone or dolomite that's in here. And this is a little burrow from a small, tiny little polychaete worm that chewed its way in. If you ever saw a scalicodont, this big teeth, well, for a worm. And they burrowed themselves in. Oops, I'm over time. And so this is just a surprise. I was able to find this Entobia trace fossil. And so now I'm going to put it in the collection and keep it because by sheer luck, I happened to saw through it during the radio lab. All right, next.
Good afternoon. I'm Laura Abrazinskis from Michigan State University Museum, and I'm going to say a few words about Michigan's last Wolverine. So the Michigan State University Museum was established in 1857, and we house natural science specimens that include over 117,000 research and teaching specimens of preserved vertebrates. Our collections are worldwide in scope and represent a record of biodiversity from 1844 to the present day. And in 2021, our museum, we got a new director, and he asked all of the collection staff to think about what our museum has in our collections that nobody else has in their museum. And it was just kind of a different way of thinking about our collections. So one of our noteworthy specimens preserved in our mammal research collection is Michigan's last Wolverine. This is a skeleton of a female, a gulo. And despite having a nickname of the Wolverine State, the state of Michigan had no documented wolverine specimens from the wild until February of 2004, when the Michigan Department of Natural Resources confirmed that a wolverine was living in the eastern part of the Lower Peninsula. For the next 6 years, this animal was diligently observed, tracked, and photo documented by an area high school teacher. And in March of 2010, the animal was found dead on public land. And so the wolverine's body was collected by the Michigan Department of Natural Resources. It underwent necropsy, and the Michigan DNR, determined that the wolverine was 9 years old and had died of natural causes from heart muscle degeneration. DNA tests revealed 79% match with DNA samples of wolverines from Ontario and Manitoba, Canada. And post-necropsy, the last wolverine's skeleton was donated to Michigan State University Museum. The state retained the animal's skin and had it taxidermied and have it on display in a state-owned recreation facility. So our museum is just very happy to have this specimen, and I wanted to talk about it to you today. Thank you very much.
That concludes the first session for Specimen Spotlight. And we'll have plenty more talks at 3:30. We'll start right after the coffee break. So for those of you at home, we'll be back at 3:30. a little bit. For the speakers, when you come up, try to stand on the X and talk into the microphone. That way the folks back home can see and hear you. In order to save time, I'm not going to introduce everyone. I'll just have you come up and introduce your own talk, or you can just come when the speaker is wrapping up, you can come up and introduce yourself, just to kind of save time since these are short talks. But for our first speaker, I'll introduce her. This is Ashleigh Deneen, and and her title of her talk is "Unlike Other Shrimp: How a Misidentified Cambrian Oddity Became One of UCMP's First Specimens."
Yep. All right. Hi, everyone. Like Paul said, my name is Ashleigh. I'm at the UC Museum of Paleontology, so I might be seeing, and I hope to see some of you tomorrow at the museum tours, which I'll actually have the specimen I'm talking about today. So I started at UCMP in 2019, and what happened basically was that there was a paleobotany and a vertebrate collection manager who had been there for close to 30 years, and they hadn't had an invert person. So I kind of came into the inverts about 4 years ago into a collection that had been virtually untouched for many years. So part of the fun of that is getting to kind of dig around and see what we have, or if anybody remembered that we have it, they've moved on or have long since forgotten. So in 2020, I started a grant that from IMLS, who we've heard a little bit about today, and it focused on Cambrian and Ordovician specimens. And it was digging around in these specimens that I found this one. It was in a drawer labeled Wyoming. What you're looking at here is a little anomalocariid appendage. So I brought my prop, but if you haven't heard of Anomalocaris was a stem group, early arthropod in the Cambrian. So we're talking 508 million years ago, that kind of occurred during a period of time called the Cambrian explosion, where you had all sorts of bizarre body plans coming into being, but we also had most of our modern phyla starting. So, the arthropods and stuff like that. Echinoderms, bivalves, basically everything, brachiopods. And so I saw this specimen, and besides its kind of bizarre mounting on this little, basically piece of I don't know what it is, like foam essentially, I noticed it had a number. The number was 13999. Now this was kind of odd to me because the 10,000 series at UCMP is typically for types, but this wasn't a type. It just had a little label on it that said Mount Stevens, BC. And for those of you know, the Burgess Shale occurs in Mount Stevens, British Columbia, which is a very exquisite, beautifully preserved section of early Cambrian animals. So you get all sorts of weird, bizarre things. Opabinia, you got anomalocarids, trilobites, Wolwaxia, just kind of fever dream sort of organisms occurring. So I knew it wasn't a type, but I eventually found a card that indicated that this was one of the first non-type specimens that was accessioned in Berkeley shortly after the museum started in 1921. And I know as museum people, we have to read handwriting a lot. So I was looking at this tag for a really long time. And eventually I discovered that it was donated by a DC Sharpstone, who I found his stuff on some other stuff. And he was actually a geologist for the British Columbia Geological Survey. So I kind of inferred that he probably donated this when they were doing excavations of the quarry in the 20s. But honestly, one of my favorite things about the specimen is the tag. So you'll see down here, it's got the name crustacean. It's crossed out and it says Anomalocaris. That's because this animal used to be considered 3 different phyla. So this beginning little appendage that we have preserved was actually considered to be a shrimp. Hence its name, Anomalocaris, means unlike other shrimp or abnormal shrimp. The mouthpiece, which kind of looks like a little sharp, spiny pineapple ring, was assumed to be a jellyfish. So even in 1940, in Charles Knight reconstruction of the Burgess Shale, you'll see we've got jellyfish and we've got little weird shrimp things. Those did not exist. The long body was assumed to be a sea cucumber, which you can kind of see in this yellow here that I kind of cut off. But I really I really appreciated this tag, indicating that anomalocarid is not a crustacean. It's not a shrimp. Obviously, it's a radiodont now, which is like an entirely completely different order that went extinct, obviously, kind of in the middle of the Cambrian, so shortly after they occurred. But I really think kind of this tag indicates, this, movement of science that we see where, we might end up thinking that one thing is another, and then years later, approximately in this case, this was named in 1892, and then it wasn't until 1985 that they found a whole preserved specimen of this and assumed it's not 3 phyla anymore, it's one thing. So I think it's just a good illustration of the kind of science stories that we can see in our collections. But thank you.
Sorry, I think I saw someone else with props as well. I didn't bring any props. Should have brought props. Good afternoon. I'm Jan Friedman, the geologist for the Royal Commission of Alula in Saudi Arabia. So Alula is a beautiful place in northwest Saudi Arabia, about 200 kilometers from the Red Sea. And the landscape, as you can see in the top right, is beautiful. It's like something out of a Star Wars movie or Dune or something like that. It's gorgeous. And they're beautiful 500-million-year-old sandstones that have been carved by millions of years of erosion to form beautiful natural pillars and formations. And the geology of Alula is quite interesting. It's actually quite complex. So in the north, you've got all the lovely sandstones. And in the south, you've got 900-million-year-old metamorphic and igneous rocks. And here, I don't know if you like this bit, volcanic basalt lava flows as well. So it's quite a unique environment. And those different rock types, that geodiversity has created really unique biodiversity in the region. Oops, that one. There we go. So the Royal Commission for Alula was established in 2017 as part of the Saudi Vision 2030 to improve healthcare, education, infrastructure, and tourism. And it has some really internationally important heritage sites. But a big part of my job is to talk about the rocks. So everybody comes, they see the heritage sites, they're beautiful, 3,000-year-old temples and things, but everyone sees the rocks all around them. We could all talk about rocks. In my dreams. I can talk about rocks all day. I'm sure you guys can all talk about ferns, even barnacles if you want to. But one of the things for all of us is to talk about the history of our planet and also climate change, biodiversity loss. And actually, I joke about barnacles, but barnacles are quite cool because they, wait, let's not talk about barnacles. They live on their head. They live on their head. And some males, well, I'm sure you know the story about some males, 8 times the length of their body, apparently. Crazy. So a big part of my job is not to talk about barnacles, but to talk about rocks. So on my second day in the museum is mostly archaeological stuff, but someone said, oh, there's fossils. But we haven't got any fossils in Alula. The sandstones are not very good for preserving fossils. But they found this in the collections. And this looks not very sexy, but it is really sexy. These are footprints of a trilobite. So it's moving like that way, and it's quite a big trilobite. So this is kind of my barnacle to inspire people, as we'll see in a minute. So I started getting quite excited about it because this was 2 minutes. This was a track from an animal that scurried on a beach 480 million years ago. People didn't know about it, and this was my gateway to talk about geology. So I spoke to lots of local Saudi guys, and they said they've seen lots of these strange tracks in the north of Alula. So I went out with them and we started mapping, and we found about 15 locations. So we can start talking about shallow seas, all these different, because there's dozens of different sizes of the tracks as well. So dozens of different species scurrying around, swimming around 480 million years ago. So people are getting starting to visualize the rocks. So the rocks are not just rocks anymore. People are starting to see the environment, and then you can if you want to. I should, because it's my job. I can then use that as a springboard to talk about the billion-year-old rocks in the south, the metamorphic, igneous rocks, plate tectonics, all sorts of good things, lost continents, giant rivers, deltas, ancient seas. And it's such a spectacular geology, such a spectacular history of our planet, but it also links to not just the past, but the present. So that geodiversity I talked about earlier also has created some quite unique ecosystems in Alula, lots of incredible plants and animals. So we can use the geology, that trilobite fossil, to talk about climate change, biodiversity loss, all the things we're doing to try and protect our planet today. So it's not all about the past, but we can use sexy stories to talk about more things. Bang on. Barnacle. Thank you.
I brought props, yay. Okay. I would love to share with you the wondrous Wanagana-Sucus. So if you are not familiar with the most majestic creatures you can find on Earth, alligators are these beautiful reptiles that can be found throughout the American Southeast. They can be quite large, and they are typically the apex predator in their environment. However, if you kind of take their origin story a good way back into the fossil record, by a lot of different analyses that will actually land you right at Wanagana-Sucus. This is a alligator relative from about 60 million years ago, and it was recovered in western North Dakota. This is a life reconstruction here. We also have a mounted cast skeleton at the exhibit at my institution at the Science Museum of Minnesota. One of the things I really love about this cast skeleton is that they actually went through and showed what was originally found and what wasn't. So even the visitors just kind of walking up can figure that out very quickly by taking a look at it. This is really a great partial skeleton, but it is incredibly fragile. And I should say this is also part of a much larger project that we are undertaking to digitize our entire collection from Wanagan from western North Dakota. So to show you a little bit more of the holotype, though, that is the wonder. So we got the skull here, lower jaw, and a lot of the postcranias there includes a lot of the osteoderms, the little bony plates in the skin. Tons there, incredibly, incredibly fragile. We wanted to be able to share this amazing specimen with our public, but given how rare this is, really just the one-off, a few other kind of bits and pieces of Wanagana-Sucus, but this is the really, really good one. We wanted a way to share that, and that is going to have to come into things like CT scanning. So we had a volunteer at the museum, was talking to one of his neighbors, and his neighbor happened to be a higher up at the Hennepin County Medical Center, and I was talking about this problem we had. It was like, oh, just swing on by, we'll throw it through the scanner. If you've done hospital scans before, I had a little bit like, how good is this going to be? But it was actually phenomenal. They got really high resolution scans out of this. So we sent the skull and jaw through that, came out beautifully, got some really good stuff out of that. Totally free too, which is a real bonus for us. And just to highlight the fragility, as soon as I brought it back to the museum, the skull basically fell apart. So look, we got the scan first. Yeah, now we're in the process of actually putting that back together, but that actually leads to one of the issues that we're now dealing with. And I apologize for the hokiness of this video here. So as you got the lower jaw and skull articulated now here, we ran into the problem of the palate area. So the part down here on the jaw was not actually reconstructed accurately. To be fair, there's a little bit, not all the connections were good between the bones. So they kind of made some interpretation there. And when you actually try and articulate the upper and lower jaws, you can't, because right there, you'll see the palate is actually going through the lower jaw, which is not likely what it was when it was live, right? So we've now been through, I think, 7 or 8 different 3D prints of this, where our volunteer has been, this is like his mission in life right now, is to get this thing perfect. So he's been making some adjustments in that and then reprinting it. Luckily, they've been very kind with us in the 3D printing lab. So I am happy to say we've got one that's darn near close there. There's still a couple little adjustments here. So we've got a chomping Wanaganasuchus that we can now share with our guests here. And we can talk about the fun, cool things that this animal is doing. So we've now got a lovely 3D print to share with all our guests. And I can share with you here as well. So come up and check it out. And I just wanted to thank IMLS here real quick. Some folks here, Tom Ostertag is the guy who's really been helping us out. And also look at this poster. This thing was out for a traveling exhibit that we had for a while, and is just extra special. So thank you so much.
Yeah, I can do that. Okay, slide the cursor, done. All right. Let me get my own timer started here so I don't take up too much time. Hi, everybody. My name is Brittany Stoneberg. I'm from the Western Science Center, a small natural history museum in Southern California. And today I am presenting on a big story in a small museum, Max and the Valley of the Mastodons. So I'm going to be going into this big guy, the love of my life, a Pacific mastodon named Max, who, as I will show you throughout this talk, has kind of become the mascot not only of our museum, but of our community, which I think is particularly important for a smaller museum like ours. So some information on Max. This is actually a photo from when he was excavated. He was discovered in the 90s during the excavation of Diamond Valley Lake, which was one of the largest earth-moving projects at the time, and it occurred in the Inland Empire region of Southern California. He was one of the largest mastodons ever found on the West Coast, and is one of over a dozen individual mastodons found as part of the DVL fauna. What makes him especially cool, though, is just recently, actually, in the past couple of years, he was designated as the holotype of the Pacific mastodon, Mammut pacificus, by Dooley et al. In 2019. So he's ended up becoming quite an important specimen for science, but I'm going to be going more into why he's so important to our actual local community. This is actually a life reconstruction by Brian Eng, an amazing paleo artist, showing off Max fighting with another mastodon and playing dirty by pulling hair. This is actually based on some injuries on his actual skull. So just a quick bit on our community. When we talk about the Valley of the Mastodons, we're talking about 2 communities. We're talking about Hemet, California, with a population of approximately 90,000. And San Jacinto, California, with a population of approximately 55,000. Both of these communities are right next to each other in a valley that, as I said, we often call the Valley of the Mastodons, which is home to the Western Science Center where I work, built in 2006 to house the Diamond Valley Lake fauna. We're now a really active research institution, and we're part of a region that's really coming up. We're smaller than Los Angeles and San Diego, but we're projected to see a lot of growth. So we as a museum are really trying to tap into that community and make people, care about the fossils that are found right in their own backyard. And Max is part of that because many long-term residents have memories of Max's original discovery, and new residents, of which there are going to be many, are surprised to learn about the valley's paleontological history. So how have we as an institution used Max as our mascot? Well, we made plushies. They're super cute, and yes, you can buy them online. It's very cool to see field trips with these tottering by in the kids' hands. So we've made plushies. We have put Max on all sorts of our education and program materials, including Max's Mobile Museum, which is our mobile museum that we are able to take to schools and communities across the Inland Empire. So really making our reach there. Max shows up on pretty much all of our materials. Max is shown here on a virtual camp notebook that was made by our educators during the COVID-19 pandemic. He is shown in the middle on a scale bar that we've distributed at conferences and that I've used during our own research. And Max also has his own Twitter account when Twitter was a more functional social media platform. So kind of just showing, and for whatever reason that happened, but we're going to ignore that. Charismatic fossils like Max can act as a mascot for smaller institutions, inspiring merchandise and branding, as well as scientific research. Max is a holotype, but he is also, permeating our community and anything that we do as a museum to reach out to that community. So natural history collections, beyond their intrinsic value as resources for research, can act as a source of identity for local communities. And now when we talk about Hemet Valley, we often talk about the Valley of the Mastodons, offering some sort of identity for the community here. One thing we want to think about is, does inspiring emotional attachment to a particular fossil in this way result in increased attendance, financial donations, or volunteering? So that's a question we would like to go look at going forward. And my question to all of you is there a fossil in your collection or other sort of specimen that can be your Max and can offer some sort of identity for the community around you, especially in smaller communities that will really attach themselves to their local scientific research institutions? So I'd like to say thank you to everybody. You can see me there at another conference with a bunch of Maxes. And thank you very much.
Standing on the X. Hi, everybody. I'm Julia Colby, and with my colleague Pat Burke, we wanted to tell you about Simba, the lion who lived at the museum. And I'm going to start this by saying that you're going to see a lot of really poor choices made in this. So don't try this at home. So in 1928, the Milwaukee Public Museum took an expedition to what is now Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania, but was then British East Africa, to collect specimens, objects, and ethnographic accounts for future museum purposes, to build exhibits, to publish, those sorts of things. And early on in their journey, the taxidermist Irving Perkins, who's shown in the car here with Simba, purchased a lion cub that was orphaned in a grass fire for about $8. And took this lion cub back to camp. And in camp, they suddenly had this sort of starving, slightly singed lion cub to take care of. And so they procured a nanny goat from one of the neighboring villages. She was not thrilled by this arrangement to provide milk to this lion. Bad idea number one. And then eventually he was bottle fed when the demand for milk outstripped the supply that she could provide. So they gave him tinned milk after that. But he became very, very popular around camp. He was the expedition mascot and companion. So here he is with the cook and the expedition leader, Sam Barrett, and then Irvin Perkins and one of the drivers. And when they were traveling around collecting or going to villages to talk to people or purchase material, Simba would go with them. He would either have his own little seat or he would be sitting on somebody's lap. But they took him everywhere. And then, as all things do, the expedition concluded. And so they decided, I think fairly sensibly, that an animal that had been raised as a pet essentially should not be released out into the world because he would just get shot. So they shipped him via freighter from Mombasa to New York while they continued their expedition further up the Nile, got on a different boat, and then met him the day after he arrived in New York. And just to tell you how sort of friendly and personable, I guess, he was. They put him in this crate, the crate that you see here. This was the crate that he was shipped in, but very shortly during the voyage, the purser actually just gave him his cabin, and that's where he lived, just sort of roaming around the boat. So he was shipped back to New York. They picked him up, they put him on a train, they took him to Milwaukee, and they installed him in the taxidermy studio on the 3rd floor of the building that we occupied at the time, where he would lurk on the top of his crate and knock people's hats off or snag. He was notorious for knocking people's hats off and snagging like nylons and pantyhose as people walked by because he wanted to play. He also had this wooden bowling ball that he would chase up and down the halls. I'm sure it just smelled great in there, let me tell you. And then they also built him this rooftop exercise yard. So here you can see him, you know, in his little house, and he is having a little wrestling match with one of the expedition members, Carveth Wells. Another really bad idea. At this point, he was probably 8 or 9 months old, and he was supposed to live at the museum for another year or so, I think, so they could take studies and, you know, models and so on of him. But we think from chasing that wooden bowling ball around, he developed a tooth abscess. He damaged his tooth, and so it was decided that he should go live at the zoo a little bit earlier than he had planned to. So in 1930, he moves to Washington Park Zoo, which was a zoo that is now defunct, but was in Milwaukee. And at the time, it was one of the best zoos in the country. Much more naturalistic and a lot more space to be a lion in. And he lived there with his keeper, and he was visited religiously by the expedition members, who he's always very happy to see. And then in 1943, Simba died at the zoo and then was installed in the museum in our old building in 1951. He was moved to his current exhibit, which you can see here, in 1965 when that building opened. And in several years, when we open up our new facility, he will be joining us once again as a beloved, like, museum mascot and community member. So don't keep a lion in your museum, but, you know, make some other choices. Thank you.
Hello, I'm John Woodward, Senior Curatorial Technician at the Harvard MCZ. And on behalf of Brita Zimkus, Director of Collections Operations, I'm going to talk to you today about a papier-mâché model of a giant Pacific octopus. This model's story begins in the early 1880s when it was made by James Emerton, a Boston area arachnologist and model maker, under the supervision of Yale biologist A.E. Verrill. This picture from 1882 shows the model, which is 14 feet in diameter, on display in the public galleries of the MCZ. Excuse me. Of the five giant cephalopod models that Emerton is known to have made, which included 3 giant squids, only Harvard's octopus remains in existence today. In the 1970s, the octopus was moved into a museum classroom where it loomed silently as thousands of children and waited. So here it is in the classroom. Recently, the model's age began to show, particularly in the arms, which sagged, delaminated, and in some cases lost their tips. The arms were within swatting range of 6th graders. So after much discussion, a plan was formed to restore the octopus and relocate it to a vacant spot high in the air above a large stairwell. We, meaning the MCZ collection staff and the Harvard Museums of Science and Culture exhibit staff, climbed up on step ladders, took the arms off, carefully clipped the wires that held him up, and lowered him onto inflatable cushions. He was filthy. HM&H exhibit staff vacuumed off a thick layer of dust, as you see here. And then veteran model maker Terry Chase was contracted to restore the structural and cosmetic issues that had presented over the course of 140 years. Terry listened to our concerns about irreversible adhesives and materials and adapted his approach accordingly. Then the octopus was ready to reassemble. After testing new mounting hardware, we carried the body to a staging area below his final location, reattached the arms, and raised him carefully. He now floats 30 feet in the air over the basement level stairs, but can also be seen from above by building visitors on the first floor. I'm hoping this video is, yeah, there we go. So this is the classroom where he lived for so many years. That's us removing the arms and rolling them out. We know he's a he because of a structure at the tip of one of the arms. So that's the body, moving the body. Those inflatable cushions were incredibly useful, by the way. There's Terry Chase doing some of his papier-mâché touch-up and whatnot. So we tested the mounting hardware in a separate area, kind of gave it a test lift. Now here we are at the landing at the bottom of the stairs. We attached the arms in opposing pairs to keep the weight balanced. That's me hauling on the rope in the bottom there. He weighs about 75 pounds, so we used a block and tackle above for mechanical advantage. And I brought climbing hardware to capture the progress on the rope. And then you can see the people start to gather around the railing as he got to the top, and then everybody gave out a big cheer when he finally was resting on his own weight. So that's what it looks like from the first floor now. The windows there got a special coating of UV resistant something or other. So as we descend the stairs here, I want to stress how crucial and beneficial the collaboration was between our staff, the exhibit staff, and the Northwest Building staff. The communication required to plan and execute something as complicated as this really brought out the best in everyone. So, thank you all.
So we're just going to wait 1 minute to get back on the track in time. We're actually early, which is very unusual. So.
Okay, so hi everyone, I'm Marion Donjon and I'm a conservator, and I will present to you today a rare piece of our collection in Museau in Switzerland. So it's an history of a rediscovery, and okay, so difficult beginnings because this rediscovery occurred during a flood in September 2018. And a small portion of the collection was damaged, so luckily for us. And the special feature of this room was that it also contained precious book in a metal cupboard. So we have put in place a drying treatment, a protocol to safeguard everything that was contained in this room. And after drying, we have undertaken the repackaging of this collection. And in the precious book, we found a book about butterfly, and it just astonished us by its quality of conservation and realization. So we observed, the first observation about this book was, oh, these watercolors are incredible. And fortunately, they were saved. But finally, we have a doubt about really these pages. So we passed under the microscope, and in fact, there is no doubt, like it's not watercolors, it's real butterfly wings. So I show you three images taken during this rediscovery, and the last one, okay, you know, it's real scales. And so after we, the question was, okay, but what is this object? It's like herbarium because it's a paper sheet with butterfly wings. So maybe an herbarium of butterflies, but I really didn't know about this technique. So I'm contacting colleagues and do a bibliographic research. And in fact, a colleague from the Museum of Paris just told us, okay, it's a very old technique called lepidochromy. And the goal is to fix the image of the butterfly with its natural colors. So it's a kind of decalcomania. The scales are glued on a paper and after retransfer on another paper, but the membrane between the upper and the lower scales of the wings is not preserved. So now I can show you the collection. So the corpus is made up of 2 volumes, one diurnal butterflies and another nocturnal butterflies, with 87 plates. So all the plates were made between 1874 and 1880. Location of the butterflies are mainly in France and Switzerland. And if we observe one plate, we can see signatures, date, frameworks, the pastel lines, and also the details from the scale and also the little hair from the moth. So after we are asking like, okay, but who did this? So we made some research in the archives, local archives, and we found that the man who did this was an engineer on the dock in Marseille, city of South France. And he was total amateur, but really well done on these pages. So we discover also like he has a family in this city in Switzerland, in La Chaux-de-Fonds, and the family gave to the museum these plates. So after we do some research in the immigration book, and we find like it's a Polish family came in Switzerland like 10 years before. And after we wondering, this guy maybe have also a family in France. So we made some research, but we have no results. So now just a few observations, because the state of conservation of these plates is really good. So you have some imprints of some wings on the protective layer. We have some browning or yellowing of the paper, and sometimes loss of scales on the butterflies. So now we are we have two projects ongoing, one an interim conservation project and another with the Archer Arc. Maybe you saw the presentation yesterday by Laura Brambilla about the RTI technique. And I thank you for your attention.
It's this one.
Got it. You just use the arrow keys will work.
Okay, so I just take these. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jang, the collection manager of amphibian and reptiles in National Museum of Natural Science in Taiwan. It's the first time our museum participated in this great party, and perhaps some of you already heard some presentation from my colleagues. And here is the reptile case, and it also a parasite case. So it's a bit really interesting. Good. So we all know when we make the specimen, all of the inside and outside would be put into the bottom, the wet collections. So the parasite is already there accidentally. The museum's collections is a big and huge treasures for studying parasite and its host species. New species is there, new host is there, waiting for you to discover. But if you have the huge collection, in long time, you can even get the spatial and temporal variation of parasite infection, which is important. So we should do it all the time, right? But actually we don't, because we don't know parasite, and parasitology is sometimes very rare in museum. So we need collaboration. And that is what we did last 2 years. We collaborate with Ace Amaga. He's a PhD candidate in Academia Sinica in Taiwan, and he is also one of the members of IUCN Parasite Specialist Group. He knows the parasite and the vertebrate host very well in taxonomy aspect. So we check all of our reptile specimen, over 5,000 of them. We took them outside one by one and check if they are infected and if there's something new on it. So it turned out, yes, there's something cool stuff inside it. First, we found new host species of this hardtick, very common in Southeast Asia. Before, it only recorded on snake in Taiwan, but this time we found 5 more new species, host species in Taiwan. 3 of them are lizards and 2 snake species. And 4 of them are new genus records, which is that increase our understanding of these common hardtick in Asia. And second, we found first record meiosis in one of our specimens. This one is really interesting. It's caused by fly larva infection. And we currently don't know the species of the fly yet, but we are sure this is the first case in this genus and perhaps the first case in skin. And this is exciting, said by Ace when he saw this. He is so exciting, but I just feel, oh, wow. Yeah, that's what I feel. Okay, so in short, we just checked all of our reptile collections and found new species of hardtick and 1 new record of meiosis in skin. And this case is in case to find and discover the hidden diversity in the old museum collections. We will keep to do these to our taxa to see if something new there. So the take-home message to all of you is to find a parasitologist and go into the collection room, and you will definitely find something new. Okay, thanks for your attention.
One sec.
Hello, everyone. My name is Marissa Italiano, and this is my first time attending Spinach. I've come with my mentor, Dr. Angela Hornsby, and she's the curator at the Philippa Wright Zoological Museum at the University of Montana. I'm a recent graduate from the University of Montana with a bachelor's in organismal and biology, and I'm happy to be here. My first trip to Spinach was made possible by an internship I was awarded last summer through iDig Bio. Through this internship, I traveled from Montana to Michigan at the University of Michigan's Museum of Zoology. I was placed in the ichthyology department, which houses 3.3 million specimens that are managed by collections manager Dr. Randy Singer, who is maybe in here somewhere. And I was working under him for the summer. While there, I was particularly impacted by one very old fish. UMMZ 220924 was collected on May 26th in 1859 in the waters surrounding Grosse Isle, less than 30 miles south of Detroit, Michigan, which is like that little yellow star that you see there. 163 years ago, which I now understand that some of you work with very, very old stuff, but 163 years ago, it was very old for me. This largemouth bass, or Microptera salmoides, was swimming in the Detroit River 163 years ago. That was a long time for me. At this time, the University of Michigan Ann Arbor campus looked something like this. Before State Street was lined with record, antique, and boba shops, the campus was outlined just by this like little white picket fence and had only a modest amount of educational buildings erected. So here's the fish. Unfortunately, when I was introduced to UMMZ 220924, it was totally dehydrated. It was bone dry without a drop of ethanol to be found within the glass vessel it was living in. I was displeased to see a data specimen in such condition, but luckily I was given direction by my mentor, Randy, as to how to save it by rehydration. Dehydrated specimens were not a common occurrence at the UMMZ, but
a loose rubber gasket is almost always the culprit of this. Rehydration of fluid preserved specimens is risky business. It's often a rule of thumb to leave severely dehydrated specimens, such as this bass, alone. Rehydration can cause loss of color of the specimen as well as further degrade the specimen's DNA. However, after some consideration, we decided that rehydration was the way to go. The power of rehydration is held in two very simple ingredients: warm water and soap. A warm soapy solution softens the specimen's skin, allowing water to be reabsorbed. I started my restoration process by separating the specimen from its accompanying little papers found within the vessel. Each of the papers had handwritten descriptions and arguments as to the fish's identification and history. Some of these papers, predating the 1950s, were written in pencil and nearly illegible. To combat further degradation, I decided to seal each scrap of paper in plastic. After rinsing and soaking the bass for about a week in warm soapy water, it was ready to be slowly reintroduced to its 70% ethanol bath that it would reside in for the rest of its days. On day one, I mixed a 10% ethanol solution and left the bass to accommodate for 2 days. I then mixed a 25% ethanol solution and waited another 2 days. I repeated this process for the 50% solution and then finally the 70%. With my restoration efforts complete, I was pleased to see the rehydrated bass stored in a clean jar with fresh ethanol where it will reside for the rest of its days. Prior to making it to Michigan, I was working in the University of Montana's Zoological Museum, where I only had hands-on experience with mammal and bird specimens, dry specimens. So thank you for the folks at iDigBio for giving me this opportunity in a wet collection, as well as to my mentor in Michigan, Randy. And of course, thank you, Angela, for allowing me to be involved in your museum. And thank you guys for listening.
Hello, it's me again, Zhang Weilin. Okay, this time it's a snake case. It's about the evolution of eye size. So first, let's look close to snake eyes. It's very beautiful, amazing. It has different shape, different color, and of course, different sizes. Some of them very huge on the face, and some of them are very tiny, just like a dot. And currently, there are over 4,000 species of snake in this world, living in highly diverse habitat in the water, in the ocean, on land, on tree, and they have spectacular sense system, the chemical sense system, and some of them also have the PIT, the temperature detecting system. So we're wondering if these diversity associated with their eye size evolution, and when we dig deep into it, we found it's still unknown. There are only 2 papers specific on single family or genus. So general pattern is still unknown across families. So that's why we do this research. So we just check all our Taiwanese snake specimen, totally 33 species across 7 families. It's not abundant, but it works. We measure their eye size and head size and check if their family habitats, activity pattern, strategy, and the percent of PIT associated with eye size or not at interspecies level to know the effect of phylogeny, ecology, behavior, and physiology on the evolution of eye size. Okay, and it turned out we found some interesting pattern. The first in this figure, the y-axis is the eye size, x-axis is the head size. And you can see that columbrate snake has bigger eyes than others. It's bigger than cobra, water snake, vipers, and rest of the species. They really have big eyes on their face, just in the picture, very cute. And the other, we also found habitat and the activity pattern matter. In the here, this one, you can see the pattern. Species living on tree, on land has bigger eyes than species living in the ocean and fresh waters. And in here, you can see that diurnal species has bigger eyes than nocturnal species. This pattern is quite interesting because it's reverse. It's different to bird study and gecko study. They have bigger eyes for the nocturnal species. And in the behavior and physiology aspect, currently we don't have enough evidence to say anything because the species in Taiwan is relatively biased. The ambush species and the pit viper is relatively not enough to do this analysis. So it is a good direction for future study. So in short, we just checked our Taiwanese snake species and found the phylogeny and ecology affect the evolution of their eye size. Is the first study to show these general patterns, and it also a cool case in education because most of the experiments were conducted by this young man when Mason Huang, when he was studying in high school. So this is why all of our groups on the Taiwanese newspaper here. Okay, so in the future, I think the effect of behavior and physiology is definitely worth to re-examine again. And the mechanism and the trade-off in the underlying this evolutionary process should be concerned in the future. So if you have a lot of collection of snakes, just do it and you will find something cool. And thanks for your attention.
Hello, everyone. I brought a prop. So I'm from the University of Puget Sound. My name is Amelina Lambert Mullen. I'm an undergraduate here. And this is my friend that I'm here to talk about. He's a little wobbly because he made a long journey, so he's definitely going to get some patch up on the way back. But so for some context, I began the project of working on this particular specimen and this prep type about last fall while I was scoring molt for corvids and other passerine birds. We in our collection score molt for all of our bird preparations, and we found that it's very beneficial to know not only which of our birds are molting, but exactly where in their flight feathers they're molting. And as an undergraduate, it can be a little bit of a difficult system to learn, especially with like how the systems work in numbering in the primaries and secondaries. And then when you get into tertials, it's a whole mess. So I was looking at ravens. I was noticing that typically we see in passerine birds, they have 18 to 19 total remiges, which is the wing feathers. It's nice having a little like demonstration. And this includes 9 to 10 primaries, depending on if the most external primary is vestigial or not. And then they have usually 9 secondaries, which are all attached to the ulna. Oh, so sorry. So yeah. So this prep type, some corvids seem to have this smaller proximal flight feather of the tertial that when I went back to look at our previous collections to see if the raven that I was looking at that seemed to have 10 secondaries was consistent with other ravens. And I found that in some of our prep types, we had cut off the smallest feathers when we were removing secondaries. So I thought it might be helpful to have a demonstrative device because we have a lot of docents in our collection who are doing some preparation, and we also just looking more at different prep types. I decided to make this guy. So we talked a little bit about the why, and now I'm going to talk about the how. So obviously, getting dermestids to eat what they want to eat, like a lot of you know, they're a pest in a lot of wing collections and other collections, and they'll eat feathers. So when I was preparing this specimen, we prepared it as a traditional skeleton, so removing most of the soft tissue, and then on the wings we took off the tissue there and left most of the skin, just took off muscle. And then when we sent it to our domestic colony, we covered the body in wet tissue paper, which encouraged them to eat the body and the muscles there before they got to the wings. So we left it with our domestics for about a week and a half, and this was really effective. They ate all of the tissue on the body cavity very well, and they ate some of the tissue on the wing, but the rest of it I just removed by hand because I didn't want to risk any feather damage, which worked remarkably well. We did a couple of trials with these like the other just wing types, and all of these were done with birds that we didn't have any location data on, so they were already in our collection. There's not much we can do to put them as study skins or wings because they're not as valuable without their location data. So being able to do in anatomy and morphological research is really helpful. These specimens have been used not only for us looking at these attachments, we've been able to really get in depth. For me, it's been very helpful to learn how feathers are attached by hand, not looking at a textbook. A lot of those textbooks have older drawings, so looking at them can be kind of difficult. And look at it in person. And then our ornithology classes, our biology classes, some ecology classes have all come and looked at this specimen to help understand their look, and it's been on display. So we've had visitors kind of be able to understand how the skeletons we have in our collection, this bridges a gap between the skeletons that we have on display and then the full taxidermy mounts we have on display. And it's also been really cool just to see a lot of people get to appreciate some work that I spent a lot of time on. And thank you all so much for having me here. I've really enjoyed it.
Hi, everyone. My name is Serena Brady. I am the collection manager for birds at Carnegie Museum of Natural History, and I'm going to talk about nightjars. Oh, I ruined the surprise. There's a nightjar. So as you can imagine, they're a very cryptic and very well camouflaged group of birds that are found worldwide, and they're extremely hard to study because they blend in so well to their environment. And also they're a nocturnal species, and we don't know a lot about their natural history because of how cryptic they are to study. So we don't know some of the breeding biology. We don't know what the nests look like. They tend to be ground nesters. You can imagine that's difficult to find. And we also don't know some of their vocalizations. So this is a fiery-necked nightjar endemic to Africa. And so because it's really hard to study, it's also really hard to know what the type of our human impacts, how are like we impacting their populations. So I guess, yeah, well, this was what it was supposed to look like. And then I clicked the button early. Anyway, blends in very well. So, according to the Birds of the World online, a lot of species within the family face no immediate conservation concerns, but some do. Around 81% of the 96 species are listed as least concern status, but that means that, you know, there are at least 15 species that are cause for concern. Some of them include the critically endangered Puerto Rican nightjar, the Jamaican poorwill, which actually hasn't been seen since 1860, and the New Caledonian nightjar, which is presumed extinct. So when I learned of this specimen of the Cayenne nightjar, that it's the only specimen in the world at Carnegie Museum, I was fascinated, and I, of course, wanted to learn more about this specimen. So it was collected in 1917 in French Guiana, and then described as a new species in 1920 by W.C. Clyde Todd. And it has a bird sharing some of its characteristics was captured at Sewell Airstrip in September of 1982 and hasn't been seen since. So we don't know if it is like a really rare species, if it is just like a rare migrant. Is it a rare sedentary species? we're unsure because the bird that was captured in 1982 wasn't collected. And there have been intense misnetting searches to try to find it, and we haven't been able to. So it's IUCN listed is data deficient. So I was like, okay, are there more data deficient species? There are. Well, there's one other data deficient species. It was considered data deficient after it was molecularly examined. It was found out it was actually a juvenile of a subspecies of the Eurasian form, so not its own. But there are at least 6 species that are identified by a single specimen. There's actually one that's described just solely from a wing, which I thought was fascinating. And what's also really interesting is that there is some sexual dimorphism within the family. And for those species that we only have one individual of, we don't know what the opposite sex looks like. And for the New Caledonian nightjar that's presumed extinct, we have the female of the species, but not the male. So we actually don't know what the male looked like or what its vocalization sounded like. And there have been some splits based on vocalization alone. So there was, there are at least 9. Yeah, there are 9 species that have less than 5 individuals in existence. But again, that number can vary with taxonomic revisions, and and future discoveries. There may be more, there may be less, and so it is a really fascinating group and really hard to study. And it was just a cool story from Carnegie. So anyway, thanks.
So, hi, I'm Yulin Huang, and I'm from the National Museum of Natural Science in Taiwan, and I am currently the assistant curator of the mycology department. And it looks like I am in the wrong programs or wrong sessions, because for the past hours I think there, and everyone is talking about the super cool animals. And I should pick out like dinosaurs from our museums and introduce them. But unfortunately, I am the mycologist, so I can only introduce some mushrooms to everyone. So let's talk about the different organisms. So I'm going to talk about our legendary mushrooms in our museums. And the lingzhi is a legendary mushrooms from Chinese culture or from the Korean or Japan and also in Taiwan. So from the picture in the left, that was a painting drawn for about 1,000 years ago. And the man in the painting, actually, it was the god of the Chinese culture about the agriculture and the medicine. So you can see what he holds in his hand is actually mushrooms, and he's carrying a basket of the herbal medicines. So he was a legendary god for about 2,000 years ago. And for the middle image, you can see here is the lingzhi, the drawing of the lingzhi, and this book was published in about 15th centuries, so it's about 500 years ago. And on the up, actually, is a medical book record about 300 medicines. And here, I know everyone can read that, so I'll translate for you. So he said lingzhi is a herb growing in the mountains, and there are 5 colors, and it tastes sweet, and there's not poison, and we call them mushrooms. And the lingzhi can treat the disease in your breast or treat some breathing syndrome. And it can enhance your wisdom, and also when you eat them, it has some anti-aging and long-living effect. So it looks like the lingzhi is like the magic medicine for everything. Yeah. So in Chinese culture, like this species is like the very nice medicines for everyone. So for now, commercially, there are so many cultivated lingzhi in East Asia. And this picture is was the Lingzhi because its name is the Ganoderma lucidum. So many people think it's the Lingzhi mushrooms, and actually it's not. It's an European species. So the holotype of the Lingzhi is actually deposited in our museums. So for about 10 years ago, in 2010, Dr. Shenhua is our retired curator of the museum. He's a mycologist, and he collected the Lingzhi, the Ganoderma species in China, and he found that this species is a new species. And when they did some morphological studies and phylogenetic studies, they found that they clustered with the other Lingzhi cultivated in Taiwan, Japan, and China. So it's surprised that 1,000 years, the agenarius mushrooms we use for many years is actually a new species recently published. And the holotype species is in our museums. And when I was the collection manager's office, I was so surprised of that. So that's why I picked out this specimens to introduce to everyone. Thank you.
All right, that concludes our specimen spotlight for this year. I'd like to thank all the presenters who I think did a fabulous job. And yeah, give me a round of applause. And that's also the last talk in this room. So we have just about wrapping up another spinach meeting. We'll have the banquet tonight. And please, if you can, attend the ABM tomorrow after, tomorrow at 10 from noon. There'll be a brunch, and it should be interesting. So thank you very much for attending. And please, if you haven't, visit our sponsors. We have the Delta Design Limited and Picture Ray, plus all the other ones that are up there.